Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, Mayor, please go ahead.
I hereby call the Santa Ana Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Present.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan.
Here.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
The records show we have 5 members present.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
There are none.
Do any council members need to announce their abstentions on closed session items? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session?
No, there are no speakers in the audience, nor were any e-comments received related to the closed session agenda.
Thank you. We'll now at this time recess to closed session.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, Mayor, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for being here this evening. I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. As a reminder, this is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. As mayor, I'm afforded the opportunity to call for a recess or a break, or even to clear the meeting room if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action. For everyone's safety, per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, or along the back wall of the council chamber, or in front of the entrances or exits. To ensure that all members of the public may watch and participate in the meeting without disruption, designated media areas for filming and photography are marked, or please check with staff in the back. Guidelines for members of the news media and anyone else who wishes to film or photograph the meeting are available in the lobby. During city council presentations and oaths of office, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front to take photos. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Present.
Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan?
Here.
Mayor Mesqua?
Present.
The record show all 7 members are present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make any announcements.
Thank you. For members of the public on Zoom or teleconference to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand Now in order to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. This does not apply to public hearing item number 23 or the Housing Authority agenda, for which comments will be heard during those specified times, and please hold your comments on those items until called upon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Nabil, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please place your right hand on your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nabil. At this time, the words of inspiration will be provided by Reverend Walter Contreras. Please come to the podium, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to be able to share with you. My name is Reverend Walter Contreras. I am a faith-rooted organizer for CLUE, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. I'm also part of SAFE, and I would like to pray with you all for us to come before God and allow Him to give us wisdom in everything that we do. Dear God, we thank you for giving us the opportunity to be able to represent your people in this wonderful city of Santa Ana. I pray that you will give each member of this council the wisdom, give them the authority, and help them to understand the responsibility, the moral responsibility that they have in order to provide guidance and decision making for this city. I pray for every person of this city, those ones who are being represented and those ones who are not, who don't have a voice. We understand this city is a very, very special city because it has a lot of residents who are non-documented. We have a lot of people who are part of this city who need to have a voice. I just pray that you will give us a vision to see further than ourselves and to be able to have a heart of inclusion and belonging and helping others so they can foster, Lord, inclusion and help them to understand the civic responsibility that they have. Help the city to take that powerful opportunity of moral authority you've given them so that we can see every voice and hear every voice that is not being representative today. Give them wisdom, give them joy, give them the willing heart to take that step as leaders to do what is best for this city. We ask you all of this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you so much, Father. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Council agenda?
There are none.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, can we please have staff presentation, please? I'd like to welcome our new acting city manager, Alvaro Nunez. He did realize I was calling on him, so let's welcome him as our city manager. Thank you. So, sir, when we say city manager, that would be you to respond?
Right now.
All right, thank you. If you have your presentation for the Parks and Recs, please.
Hey, what's up? If I could have, please, your Parks and Recreation team join us up here.
I think he wants you to come up all the way.
We know they're not shy, so. And if I can also have David Volt's team up here, Gary, and I know you're all here, Eric. And Nabil. All right, hi everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you. Today in front of you is your Parks and Recreation team, as well as some of our friends over from the Public Works Department on our park maintenance, and our design team from David Volt's. We are here today to honor them for some of the awards we just received. Next slide, please. So So every year we go to the California Parks and Recreation Society, also known as CPRS. This year was in Palm Springs. And what it is all the Parks and Recreation departments from across the state, north, south, mid, all come together to network, to learn, to give presentations, and again, to recognize some of the great things they're doing in the community. Most of you might know this as the Best of the Best Awards, but it is known as the State Awards of Excellence. Next slide, please. So this year, we were honored with 3 separate awards. First one, Excellent in Design, Park Planning, Community Class 2 for Santiago Park. 2, Creating Community Award of Excellence for the Community Health and Wellness for our community gardens. And last, our Marketing and Communication Award of Excellence for the print publication Class 4 for our Cultura magazine. Next slide, please. First off, we have the design team from David Bolt up there. We have Eric and we have Gary. They were part of the team, as well as Macy, Mike, and George, who are part of our public works teams. So basically, if you guys have not gone by Santiago Park, it is turning into a gym of even a more gym of what it is. And again, we did a design of removing the existing street and parking lot to create additional open space and development of vacant areas to include a new amphitheater, renovation of a historic gas house building, new playground area, restroom renovations, picnic areas, open lawn area, pedestrian trails, water-wise landscaping, and sight lining. And I'm here to tell you, we're just getting started with Santiago Park, so be on the lookout for that. Next slide, please. Our second award went out to our community gardens team. As you guys know, we do have 5 gardens out that promote physical activity to produce fresh produce, create a calming environment that reduces stress, and they also foster community connections, education, emotional well-being by engaging people of all ages in naturally based activities. So the things we highlight there are we foster social cohesiveness, we sustain and steward natural and cultural resources, support human development and endless learning, and we strengthen the community's identity, and we facilitate community problem and resolve issues. So those of you that have gone to Pacific Park, El Salvador Park, Roosevelt Walker, and Madison and Jerome, go check it out. We have an event coming up where a lot of these gardens are going to show some love, which you guys all know, the Me Encanta Santa Ana. So again, it's great. Next slide, please. Here are some of these pictures, and each one of these pictures do come from the 5 gardens. And as you can see, there's so much that's going on there, and we're really excited of what Rudy, Veronica, and her team have done out there. Next slide, please. You guys have seen it. We are now on our 5th edition, about to put out our 6th, our City of Santa Ana Cultura magazine. Up there you see the 5 photos, and what's beautiful about that, those are from right here, taken in Santa Ana by real people. None of our photos in our magazine are nothing but real, and we engage the community to send in photos, so if you guys do get a chance, check it out. We have QR codes, it's in English, it's in Spanish, it's really good. Next slide, please. What makes our Cultura magazine more than a brochure? It's inclusivity and community engagement. It's inclusive title and Spanish translations. It's eco-conscious and budget-friendly subscription model. We have intentional storytelling articles. We have community service focus, holistic branding, and like I was just mentioning, we have the community exclusive photos. Next slide, please. This is a bit of a surprise. She didn't know about this, but standing... So she's a little embarrassed. Standing up there, we have Demi Perez. She was honored with the Mark Feldman Professional Volunteer Award for CPRS District 10. We sit in District 10. So this award is presented to a professional volunteer who has contributed to District 10 or CPRS during the past year, who has also gone above and beyond to make a difference in their community. Other than being a part of our award-winning team, Demi is also the marketing specialist for CPRS District 10 and has shown exemplary work ethic in what she does. So a big, big, big round of applause. So next slide, please. And again, that's what we got. I just wanted to bring your Santa Ana Parks and Recreation team up here so you guys can see what great things they're doing for the city. Hey, round of applause, everybody. So again, thank you, council, for giving me the time of the day to show you guys what we do.
Well, thank you all very much for the hard work. I think if any of the council members want to make comments, but thank you all for everything you do. I was out there with you on Easter, Saturday, in the rain. You guys are working even in the rain. So thank you so much for everything that you do.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, we had 3 closed session items this evening, but we do not have any reportable action.
Great, thank you. At this time, this is the time the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures and call the first speakers, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2023-047, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Speakers will have 2 minutes for their comments. Before calling the speakers, I'll provide the following summary of emails provided as of today at 2 p.m. Council received 89 e-comments, 2 on non-agenda topics, 58 on item 19, and 29 on item number 21. Those were distributed to the council and posted to the city's website for public review. We'll hear from speakers here in the chamber first, followed by those on the conference call or Zoom. Please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. And I'll be calling names 3 at a time. If you could please line up in the aisle behind the podium when your name is called. First 3 speakers: Pedro Magalan, Melissa Alberto, and Jorge Rodriguez.
Madam City Clerk, can you give them the time, please?
Yes, it will be 2 minutes for your comments.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Pedro Magallon, and I'm here representing my colleagues and then myself on Team 90 League, United Latin, and all the other ones that we spoke to last time. We're here again because we didn't get any response from our comments of last session. And we're trying to see if we could meet with Mr. Hernandez and Mr. David Peñalosa, even though he thinks that we're a mafia. We want to prove to him that we're not. And we'd like to work with the City Council so that we can show what we're doing and how we're doing it and how we're making a difference in Santa Ana with the youth and soccer and the Hispanic organizations. Also, Amezcua, you know, you and I talked a lot when you were in the other side, in the school board, and you talked about amazing things that the city should be doing, and we want to join in that amazing journey that you guys are doing right now. So please help us. I've had numerous meetings with some of your staff, with Mr. Mendoza as well. We couldn't get anywhere. Our organization, 100 and plus kids, have not been able to train for the last month. We're going to go on our 2nd month because it's not so much as the policies and procedures that you guys approved, it's so much as the adding things that they keep adding to the policies and procedures that you guys did not approve. So we would like to address all that stuff with you guys whenever it's more convenient for you guys. And tonight, you know, I want to recognize Mary Elizadas. She just retired from Park and Recreation. She's one of your part-timers. She was very helpful for, I think, 15 plus years. And I didn't hear mention of her or anything, but I wanted to do it because she did a great work with us all this time. So thank you for your time, and hopefully Mr. David and Hernandez, if you guys could take our calls and have the time to meet with us, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Porto, and I am the league representative for Team 90 League. I've been struggling with severe anxiety since I was 11 years old. Soccer has helped me control my mental health struggles and also become a better version of myself. A lot of children depend on their sport to help them through their depression, ADHD, PTSD, and in my case, my anxiety. And the recent increases in the field fees make it too expensive to participate in sports. This can cause a bad increase in mental health problems for our youth in our community. I recently read an article in the Voice of OC that states that Santa Ana has gone up in rankings for the amount of parks. This is great, but personally, I don't think it should be about the parks we have. I think it should be about how those parks are for sports and activities and that they help unite the community. By allowing field fees to go up, you are taking away from not only the youth, but the entire community as a whole. Please consider helping us because 100 plus kids in our organization have not been able to come to practice because fees went from $3,000 a month to $7,000 a month. We would love to meet with you, Peñalosa, so we can educate you on how we are not a mafia.
Jorge Rodriguez, followed by Brian Leos and Salvador Toscano.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Jorge Rodríguez. Soy parte de Santana DSP. Estoy aquí porque tenemos ya 3 años con la nueva administración que asignaron para parques y recreaciones y en realidad no hemos avanzado nada. Es por falta de experiencia, un desconocimiento total de nuestra etnia. Somos una ciudad donde el 76% son de hispanos y se ignora lo que nuestra cultura, lo que a nuestra comunidad les gusta. Entonces nos están aislando, como ya dijo Pedro anteriormente, están creando cosas de repente, agregando a los procesos y las reglas que hay para rentar los parques y sin aviso. Sí, como dijeron, nos gustaría reunirnos con alguno de ustedes, con el señor Peñalosa, para explicarle. Acuérdense que siempre las historias tienen 2 lados y él necesita conocernos también para saber y que comparta con nosotros su experiencia y de esa manera saber cómo podemos dar un mejor servicio a la comunidad. Gracias.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Jorge Rodriguez. I'm part of Santa Ana DSP, and I've been coming here for 3 years. There's been 3 years with the new leadership in Parks and Recreation, but there has not been any progress. We would like to express that the people lack the experience, and they do not know our ethnic group. We are 76% Hispanics. They do not know what we like, and like Pedro said, they are isolating us from participating, and they're adding to the rules without any prior notice on how to rent the parks and all the requirements. So we would like to meet with some of you, with Mr. Peñalosa, because there are always 2 sides to every story, and we would like for you to get to know us so that you know how we can serve the community better. Thank you.
Brian Leos, followed by Salvador Toscano and Pedro Arzate.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Leos. I currently play in a local club called La Máquina. I have been playing for La Máquina for half a year, and I'm here to tell you guys my story and why taking away the fields from us and other establishments is unfair. I live in an area where there's gang violence and where there's a lot of homeless. I live in an apartment where my dad and I rent a room, and playing soccer has kept me from staying away from the street violence, and ever since I joined La Máquina, it feels more than just a soccer club. It's more like a family. Ever since you guys started raising up the prices for the soccer fields and not letting us play in the fields, also calling the several soccer organization mafia, a quote that City Council member David Peñalosa said, You guys have taken away our love and passion of the sport from the team and the other local Santa Ana teams. This is how most of us local soccer players stay away from the gang violence. Majority of the children here in Santa Ana are always being stereotyped and are expected to go into prison coming out of high school. And lastly, to the Director of Park and Recreation, your decisions of charging us $159 an hour really kills any possibility of kids like me to not be able to afford to continue in the sport that I love. Hope you guys rethink your decisions and help these soccer organizations. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Council. My name is Salvador Toscano. I live at 2227 North Broadway in Santa Ana. I am here tonight to speak on tax fraud in the construction industry. It is estimated that construction tax fraud is responsible for cheating communities out of billions of dollars in tax revenue. That's billions of dollars in lost tax revenues that could be used for building and renovating schools, repairing roads, caring for veterans, sheltering the unhoused, and funding other essential public programs. The prevalence of construction industry tax fraud has reached crisis levels and must be stopped. This April, Carpenters Local 714 and the United Brotherhoods of Carpenters are taking part in a National Tax Fraud Day of Action, a week-long series of events to raise awareness about construction industry tax fraud. The Tax Fraud Day of Action grew out of widespread fraud or widespread outrage about construction industry tax fraud, a range of practices where employers evade their tax responsibilities in several ways. Often, they intentionally misclassified workers as independent contractors or pay workers in cash-only arrangements. As a result, these businesses significantly reduce their income tax and payroll tax responsibilities and defraud communities out of much-needed tax revenue. And as communities are continuously facing budget shortfalls, it's more important than ever to crack down on these bad acts employers who are stealing from the residents of the city of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Pedro Arzarte, Johnny Mejia, and Uriel Chavez.
Hello, my name is Pedro Arzarte and I reside here in Santa Ana. I'm here to speak more about on the fees and policies of parks and recreation. More on a personal note, I kind of grew up here in Santa Ana. Since young, I had the opportunity to be part of the sports atmosphere here in Santa Ana because of how cheap it was. I come from a single mother home, so we did not have the financial freedom was not a luxury of us. So I want to touch on how that helped me to become a better man in life. Not to mention the difficulties, I ended up being what we call the super senior. I was senior as 19. It gave me the discipline and the courage to become a better man, the man I am today. I am a service member of the Air Force, and I'm on my way to become a pilot. And I want to touch on that because of that. I have a younger brother that's growing up, and the prices of the stadiums or the fields is just very, very high, where most families in Santa Ana cannot afford on that. We're talking about $7,000 a month. So I please stand here and ask you to reconsider the pricing and policies of the parks and recs. Thank you.
Johnny Mejia, Uriel Chavez, Alvin Alaman Sr.
Hello, my name is Johnny Mejia. I'm once again here representing the soccer for the youth program and the adult program. I was wondering what's the process to get our feedbacks from our comments, because I left you guys our emails and stuff like that. So if I can share again my personal cell phone number so you guys can either text me if that needs to be done or email, because we need to get this done as soon as possible. As you hear, our players, they're not playing. Me personally, my youth group, I lost over 40 teams in the last 2 weeks. That's about close to like 200 players that cannot participate. They had to cancel. so they can't afford these fields at a high fee. So if you guys can please consider the fees, right? Because all the regulations are contradiction. So it's very hard for these city of Santa Ana, all these players come from. They can't afford to pay these high fees. And also just the rules and regulations that it's there, it's really unfortunate that if a group member falls, he started his program, say 15 minutes prior, everybody gets punished for it. We used to have 15 minutes prior to start, to prep the field and go into the field and start, but now everybody has taken that away from us. So because of that, people have to rush in time. We can't start early, not starting, but at least set up early. So that's very hard for us, for the organizations to get ready for our fields. So please consider that, and I'll leave that information here.
Next speakers, Uriel Chavez, Alvin Alamon Sr., Maddie D. White.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Uriel Chávez, represento a California Youth Soccer League, también con mis compañeros que están aquí presentes de otras organizaciones. No soy tan experto en hablar, pero voy a hablar lo más viable. Bueno, la organización California Soccer League tiene al momento 1,500 miembros, niños jóvenes, jugando aquí en Santana. Local residentes son 1,385 y tienes 115 que no son residentes. So, tenemos al momento un promedio de 87.3% de Santana y un 2.7% de otras ciudades, ¿no? Lo cual estamos aquí para comunicarles 3 puntos. California Youth Soccer League fue perjudicado por el momento de estar en el nivel 3 en el año pasado, 2023, y lo cual fue perjudicado por la administración de aquí de Santana, de Parques y Recreaciones, porque no miraron el roster de cada organización y fue perjudicado en los espacios que repartieron. Pero después, en el año en marzo del 2024, el 15 de marzo, checaron y a todos los bajaron. Entonces, la regla que ustedes aprobaron, la violaron. Entonces, ellos ignoraron a los niños, y lo cual tenemos niños sin poder practicar. Tenemos un campo que tenemos 200 niños practicando, y lo cual la señora América dice, no puedes tener 200, solo 100 niños mínimo. No hay una regla que diga eso. No hay una capacidad en el campo que diga eso también.
Your time
Gracias.
is up.
Good evening, my name is Uriel Chavez, and I'm from California Youth Soccer League, and I'm here to support my other friends as well. And I'm not very good in speaking, but I'll do my best. Our league, California Youth Soccer League, has about 1,500 members, youth members, some adults, and 1,385 are from Santa Ana. 115 are non-Santa Ana residents. So that's about 87.3% Santa Ana residents and 2.7% from other cities. And our California Youth Soccer League has been damaged by 3 things. One, they put us in level 3 for 2023 because the administration for Santa Ana Parks and Recreation did not see the rosters for each of the groups, and also the spaces. When they checked this past March 15th, 2024, they put us all down. And also because they did not follow your own rule, they violated that rule. And we would like to. We don't have the fields for the kids to practice. We had about 200 kids in one field, and Miss America said, no, you cannot have 200. You can only have about 100. And so you need to listen to this. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Amezcua, City Council members. My name is Alvin Alleman, longtime resident of the city of Santa Ana, some 60 years now. And I'm here on behalf of a group of concerned citizens in the city of Santa Ana about the Juneteenth celebration that has changed. What we have heard is that it has been farmed out or bidded out to another outside organization, and the Orange County Heritage Council will not be heading that celebration. Many of the leaders of the Orange County Heritage Council are my former students. I worked in the school district for going on 40 years. And many of those are my students. And every time I've gone to one of those celebrations and saw the organization and the structure and just the camaraderie that was going on up over at Centennial Park, I look at it as a coach and as a mentor. We're like surrogate parents. And it's almost like my kids are out there doing such a wonderful thing. And what we've heard is that has been taken out of their hands and given to somebody, an outsider that has no contact with the city of Santa Ana. And that concerns us. And there hasn't been a good explanation that I have heard why that has happened. And so one of our requests is that there should be a reason why this has happened. And I'm here to let you know that my family and anybody that I can convince or will not be participating in anything that is not headed by the Orange County Heritage Association. So thank you very much.
Next three speakers, Maddie D. White, Connie J. Jones, and Wellington Bennett. If you could please line up.
Good evening. I've been in Santa Ana since '62. It was bad, and we want the city to help us keep our Juneteenth Black organization. We invented it, and we want to keep it instead of giving it to someone else that knows nothing about the city of Santa Ana and the blacks. Please help us keep our organization in the blacks' hand, because we want to celebrate the days with our heroes and the ones that's coming on. So please help us keep our Juneteenth in the organization that is in now. Thank you.
Connie Jones, Wellington Bennett, Perla Wallace.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Connie Jean Jones, born and raised, live, work, educated, and pray in Santa Ana. I'm here on behalf of the Juneteenth celebration that has been put on for the past couple years by the Orange County Black Historical Commission. To put the event for African Americans in someone else's hands really doesn't please us. I look at this council tonight and I'm pleading with you to give reconsideration. The first year, 2021, we did it, and we had 3,000 people attend. The second year, 2022, we had 4,000 people attend, and you funded it. From my understanding, the third year, which is now, we're supposed to be getting funded for it, but for some reason, the funding has disappeared for us to put it on. It has been put in hands of someone else. So it's like a baseball game. You get to first base, and we got to first base, and we did good. We got to second base, and we did good. But now we're trying to get to third base and to make it home, and for some reason, the money's been snatched from us and given to someone else. So we're not able to make it to home plate. Please reconsider putting it back in the hands of Orange County Black Historical Commission so that we can continue to make a difference in this diverse community of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Good evening. Mrs. Mayor, City Council of Santa Ana, I've lived here over 45 years. Some of you were still in school, some of you wasn't even born yet. So we come this day to tell you guys that we as a people, we as a unit, we're going to celebrate the stuff that our forefathers had built for us. Our forefathers suffered, sacrificed their lives, and now we celebrating Juneteenth. That means we're celebrating them. So we're asking the mayor to please reconsider their idea about giving Juneteenth to somebody who don't even know how it's run. Keep your $2,000. We don't need it, but we're going to, if we don't get what we're asking for, we will boycott Juneteenth. Eso es todo lo que pedimos. Muchas gracias y que Dios los bendiga. Chao.
Perla Wallace, followed by Sherry Menke and Ty Pham.
Okay, good evening. I'm Perla Wallace. I've been in Santa Ana since 1962, and I've been to tons of Juneteenth celebrations. Juneteenth is very serious. It's not just some big party. It is our culture, and we want to keep it that way. So everybody up here, I don't know if you know what Juneteenth is or what it represents. I would advise to do your research, Google Juneteenth, and you'll get a lot of information. I also want to ask that we do keep Juneteenth under the Orange County Heritage Council, and if we can make that happen and keep it in our backyard, we will have, either way it goes, we're going to have a wonderful celebration of Juneteenth. It won't stop. We're going to do it either way it goes. So we just ask that you take a listen. And we would appreciate it if it stays within the Heritage Council. Thank you.
Sherry Menke, followed by Ty Pham and Ricky Older.
Sherry Menke, Morrison Park. I shared my personal STR story at the Planning Commission meeting on December 11th, 2023. Please go back and watch that if you want to hear my personal story. But I am a homeowner and short-term rental host in Santa Ana and have been for 10 years. On behalf of the local short-term rental host community, I ask that you please vote no on agenda number 21 in favor of a sensible, collaborative regulations that protect the many benefits that short-term rentals bring to our community. I am a mother of 5, and being able to share my home helps me earn income to support my family. Short-term rentals also offer much-needed affordable travel options for large families like mine, which traditional hotel rooms or suites cannot accommodate. That's one of the reasons I am so passionate about short-term rentals. Short-term rentals have been allowed in the city for over 10 years, where home sharing is a lawful, valid residential use under the city's existing law. By introducing a rush ordinance to restrict short-term rentals, the city is acting contrary to a well-established case law in California and ignoring due process and community input. If the council moves forward with tonight's recommendation, they would be inviting legal challenges rather than working with us, the residents, to ensure short-term rentals continue to benefit our city. Take, for example, a recent review that I received from a family who stayed at my home. The review says, we usually stay in Santa Ana for our Disney vacations, but this time we opted for Santa Ana, and wow, what a game changer. The review goes on to talk about the beauty of the neighborhood and of the city, and they hope to be able to come back and stay. So please consider all the parts that this ban would have on so many people here in Santa Ana and those coming to the city. Thank you.
So if you can please keep your claps, please calmly, because we need to get through the 2 hours of public comments. And I say this every time we have public comments, so it's not just because it's you guys. So please, if you could just keep it down, thank you. Go ahead, Madam.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and honorable members of the Santa Ana City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Ty Pham, the co-owner of the Bowling Crab Restaurant on MacArthur Boulevard in Metro Town Square in South Santa Ana. I'm here tonight because we need your help. We need your help in understanding why the proposed redevelopment of the 41 acres Metro Town Square, where our family has operated our popular seafood restaurant for more than 12 years, has not moved forward in the entitlement process and already been approved. In fact, it has been nearly 2 years since the developer Related California first met with the tenants at the center and shared their exciting vision to remake the entire site. To date, there has not been a single formal hearing before the Planning Commission or the council to consider this much needed and overdue plan to revitalize our center. My question to you tonight is simple. Why? Our lease, like almost all the leases at the center, expire next year in 2025. We love our location and the loyal customers who are like family to us. It is why we want to sign a new lease and remain in the center. To that end, we have spent thousands of dollars throughout the years on remodeling the interior and plumbing issues that we had due to the aging of our building. And we're planning to spend more money to remodel the exterior of the building, which is much needed, to better serve our customer and grow our business for our family and our 75 plus employees right here in Santa Ana. Unfortunately, we put all those plans and dreams on hold because the Related Bristol project appears to be stuck in limbo. In the food and restaurant
Sir,
business—
your time is up.
Oh, shoot. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Ricky Older, Reverend Wesley Menke, and Richard Austin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ricky Older. I've lived here for 42 and a half years in Santa Ana. I live in Wilshire Square, which is just around the corner from this Related Visual project. As you have heard from Mr. Pham, the business owners are on hold, but we as citizens here in Santa Ana are on hold too. This is a project that will bring so much needed commerce and something really special that nobody's talking about. 1/3 of this project will be open space. We will no longer have a black parking lot, ugly, non-historic buildings, and I love historic buildings, but they're not historic down there. We need to look forward to this. This is a mixed-use project. We will have senior housing, we will have hotels, we will have walkways, we will have opportunities for people to interact. We will make this South Bristol corridor a much more beautiful place. Why? We don't know why we're not going forward. We're confused as to what's missing here because we've given everything we can to this. The people have talked to the neighborhoods, we've made outreaches, and we don't know why this is not going forward. So please talk to staff, talk among yourselves, ask why we can't bring a golden opportunity to our golden city. Thank you.
Wesley Menke, Richard Austin, Susan Tillow.
Good evening, and thank you so much for serving the city. Please vote no on agenda item 21. My name is Wesley Menke from Morrison Park. Please do tax and regulate short-term rentals. My wife Sherry and I own and operate a short-term rental business out of our family home in Morrison Park. It is the one and only real estate property that we own. We bought our home in this beautiful city because in 2014 I was called to serve as the pastor of St. Peter Lutheran Church, Iglesia Luterana San Pedro, in the Willard neighborhood. Some years later, I was called to serve at Grace Lutheran in Upland. This call currently provides housing to me and my family. Because of that, we decided that we would rent out our family home as a short-term rental. Because when we did research, this body voted not to extend a moratorium in 2015. We checked the code and the website. Nowhere does it say it's prohibited. Nowhere. There is a legal excuse that's given called permissive code, which is very confusing to anyone that tries to do their due diligence. They find nothing saying you can't do this. So we were surprised when we received a notice. Since then, we have gone to multiple planning commission meetings, and we desire taxation and regulation for short-term rentals. Our home sleeps 8 people. Where else can big families stay? It's too expensive to stay in multiple hotel rooms. We love coming home to this city and staying in our home during my time off. I enjoy doing regular maintenance. We enjoy employing Maricela, our cleaning professional. We would be happy for her to unionize with any union that's here tonight, and we will work that our workers are paid ethically. Regulate and tax. Thank you.
Richard Austin, followed by Susan Tillo and Francisco B.
Thank you very much. My name is Richard Austin. I'm here in regards to agenda item number 21. We are a resident of Santa Ana, Ward 3, and have been for over 23 years. My wife and I have been involved in short-term rentals since 2018, and we have always maintained high standards in customer satisfaction, which has resulted in repeat and returning customers. We are on-site and have not encountered any of the issues surrounding short-term rentals that we hear about all the time. Every one of our guests have been respectful of our home and neighborhood. In fact, I hear and see more noise, pollution, and trash with allowing fireworks on the 4th of July than I do with short-term rentals. I also see homeowners and long-term renters degradation of the neighborhood, residential character, with the Christmas lights on the exterior year-round, visible trash and/or trash bins in plain sight, commercial trucks parked on residential streets overnight, and homes with multiple vehicles parked on the streets. The income that we derive from our short-term rental helps us maintain our primary residence, which in turn keeps our neighborhood with the feel and look intact that is so precious to us. But most importantly, the income helps us support my elderly father-in-law who resides in the Washington Square neighborhood and allows him to stay in his home. Our short-term rental employs local Santa Ana residents, i.e. handymen and gardeners. We market Santa Ana and help the businesses by directing customers to them. Finally, Airbnb customers don't want to stay in hotels. It's just a fact. Ask them. We always stay at Airbnbs when we're traveling as well. Also, I think it is shameful.
Your time is up, sir.
What was that?
Your time is up.
Oh, no. I was just getting going. This was good.
The next 3 speakers, Susan Tillo, Francisco B., and Samuel Vance.
Mayor Mezcua, honorable city council members, my name is Susan Toulouse, and I lead the Short-Term Rental Alliance Group in the city of Orange. On behalf of our members, I'd like to speak to item 21 on this evening's agenda. Santa Ana is at an important crossroads. In fact, you are exactly where we were in November of 2020. In our journey, we stepped back to consider the objectives and concerns of all sides: the community, these home-based small businesses, and the city and its ability to regulate them. Working together, we considered everything from city culture to permissible dwelling types, and we addressed concerns like responsible neighborhood integration, occupancy allowance, parking, and keeping noise at bay. There was give and there was compromise, ultimately arriving on an STR regulation. Our Orange Host Group worked closely with city staff on creating the ordinance, fostering collaboration with STR platforms, and now also with the city as they enforce the code. Today in Orange, STRs are enjoyed by tourists who visit our city, appreciated by local businesses who get more traffic from our recommendations. The wider community has visibility into clear rules under which we operate. And the city receives valuable net new revenue from licensing and occupancy taxes, which have helped to fill some of the city's budget gap. This is a win-win-win scenario. In short, regulation works. We ask you tonight, is there a middle path that can satisfy all sides? We respectfully recommend rejecting the staff's proposal in Agenda Item 21. Our group in Orange is here, and we're happy to support you as you navigate the process. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to ask you to please hold your claps and applause. It's really hard for us to get through everybody. We only have 2 hours, and I know we have a lot of speakers. And so please, it's whether you support it or not, just hold your applause. Thank you.
Ready? Okay. I'm here today as a tax-paying resident of Santa Ana to request representation from our publicly elected council members. I ask that you change the current rules and allow Santa Ana residents to have a small ability to have short-term rentals using their homes. I ask because we also deserve a spot on the table, and a complete ban would take that away from us. It can be as simple as only allowing home sharing, which would mean a Santa Ana resident like myself would have to live in the home, and or to only allow one short-term rental property per household. If the city does not have enough housing for local residents, then there is a simple solution. Require a license to have short-term rentals, which will help give more taxes to the city. This additional money can be used to fund affordable housing instead of luxury apartments we keep seeing pop up that many residents don't make enough to live in. Many of the problems brought up in the report did not cite any data or studies that prove these problems are as big as it claims them to be. I do agree with the council and the local jobs union that a free-for-all on short-term rentals is a bad idea, and a complete ban is also a bad idea. It makes sense to set a limit to preserve local union jobs, but a complete ban will also affect local jobs, which includes local restaurants, small businesses, Uber drivers, and others, because of the tourism that short-term rentals bring to the city. From other comments shared today, many residents do not feel represented by our council, and not just by this item, but others as well. We are not asking for special treatment, but we do ask for fair and equal representation. Not only that, this ordinance could make things worse, as long-term rentals usually have more issues with parking, maintaining their homes, and if it's not the same, sometimes it is worse than actual short-term rentals. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Samuel Vance, Lizeth Salazar, and Ana Gomez.
And as a reminder, please get in line. Let's hustle up here. That way we can get through as many folks as possible. Thank you. I would love to hear from as many people. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Greetings, Madam Mayor, honorable council members, and special acknowledgments to Patricia Adelicon, PhD, former aide to Dr. King and one of the organizers in the March on Washington. I expect some great things from this council. I have worked with Councilman Sarmiento before he was a supervisor, and also Jose Solario was one of the people that taught my daughter. My name is Samuel Vance, and I am a resident here, long-term resident in Santa Ana. And what I wanted to do was share a story with you. In my neighborhood, on my block actually, or near my block, someone had drained the pool, and the pool was drained for quite a while. They finally wound up renting space in an empty pool with sleeping bags. So, you know, I don't know how it is when you guys go home, but I'm sure nobody goes home like that. They had a, you know, like if you have a pup tent and a sleeping bag, that is no way to live. So I would encourage you to think about this and consider what it is to have that, and that there are various alternatives to that. You've heard one side, you've heard other sides. In my opinion, what we really need is a yes on 21. I say that because I feel that that is the best way to go. And I'm hoping that after careful thought and deliberation, everybody here will consider what is happening. The situation is not going to go away by itself. This is something that must be dealt with in some type of form or fashion. So basically, I'm saying to you, yes on 21. Also, once again, yes on 21. And once again, please, yes on 21.
Lizeth Salazar, followed by Ana Gomez and Jonah Breslau.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Lizeth Salazar, he trabajado en la Unión durante 2 años y vivo en el condado de Orange. Yo rento un estudio a personas que necesitan vivienda de bajo costo. No cobro más dinero por las utilidades. Siempre pensamos en nuestros renteros. Por medios de ellos conozco la necesidad de vivienda a largo plazo. Por esta razón voté sí esta noche al punto 21 para prohibir los alquileres a corto plazo sin enmiendas ni excepciones. Gracias por su tiempo. Buenas noches.
Good evening. My name is Lizeth Salazar. I've been a union worker for 2 years. I live in Orange County, and I rent my studio to low-income people. I do not charge them for utilities because I know that there's a big need, and there's a big need for long-term housing. That's why I vote yes on 21. To ban all short-term rentals without modifications, without exceptions. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Miska, and to the council members. My name is Ana Gomez. I'm a resident of Santa Ana and have been for close to 30 years. I'm here to speak on agenda item number 21, the proposed ordinance of prohibition of short-term rentals. I just want to raise the question as to why there are hotel union workers here when the majority of the hotels in Santa Ana are not unionized. A quick call this evening to the hotels informed us that they not only part of Unite Here 11, they are not unionized at all. Most of the hotels are franchises and are not unionized. I ask that you vote no on agenda item number 21. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Jonah Breslau, Liliana Mendoza, and Oscar Gamero.
Good evening. My name is Jonah Breslau. I'm a researcher at Unite Here Local 11, and I'm asking you to continue to protect long-term residents like the hundreds of our members that live in Santa Ana from the negative effects of short-term rentals, and to vote to approve agenda item 21, which prohibits short-term rentals with no amendments and no exceptions. Our members are suffering from the housing crisis, and you will hear from many of them about the impacts of short-term rentals. Many cities across Orange County have already passed strict regulations on short-term rentals because they recognize that short-term rentals remove long-term housing from the market. At least 11 cities in Orange County prohibit short-term rentals in some form. The city of Irvine banned short-term rentals in 2018 and saw rents drop 3% on average within 2 years, a drop that was even greater in areas hit hardest by short-term rentals. Meanwhile, unhosted short-term rentals in Santa Ana have increased by almost 300% since 2019, likely driving up rents and displacing tenants. Santa Ana needs to continue having its short-term rental ban just like other cities have. I urge you to vote yes on item number 21, prohibiting short-term rentals with no amendments and no exceptions. Let's keep residents housed and our communities intact. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Liliana Mendoza, Oscar Gamero, and Dr. Patricia Adelecan.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Liliana Mendoza.
Gracias por su tiempo. Yo viví durante 20 años en esta ciudad. Aquí nació mi hija, aquí la crié. Lamentablemente, yo ya no pude encontrar vivienda de bajo costo para nosotras, tuvimos que movernos de esta ciudad. Durante mucho tiempo hemos vivido situaciones como estas y no pudimos encontrar una vivienda que estuviera de acuerdo al income que tenemos en casa. Encontrábamos viviendas de renta, pero esto también ocasionaba problemas en nuestra comunidad, porque muchas personas piensan que las viviendas de corto plazo dan más dinero que a una persona que renta a largo plazo, y eso no es verdad. Yo estoy aquí para apoyar esta medida 21, y no solamente somos una unión de trabajadores, sino también somos una unión de gente de esta comunidad luchando por cosas justas. No se nos hace justo que la gente que esté viviendo en las calles o en otras casas no tengan la oportunidad de estas viviendas que se están rentando a bajo plazo. Somos muchos en la calle a veces. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Liliana Mendoza. Thank you for your time. I used to live here for 20 years in this city, but I raised my daughter here. She was born here, but unfortunately, we could not find low income or low cost housing in the city, so we had to move out. And for a long time, we lived in situations such as this. We could not find housing according to our income, so we found ourselves renting housing, and because a lot of people think that short-term rentals provide more money than regular or long-term rentals, and that is really not true. So I'm here to support item 21. I'm here with the workers' union, but not only that, I'm here with the union for this community, because we fight for fair things, and it is not fair that homeless people do not have the opportunity to have housing due to short-term rentals. Thank you.
Oscar Gamero, followed by Dr. Patricia Adelecan and Liza Rodriguez.
Buenas noches, council miembros. Mi nombre es Oscar Gamero. Yo he vivido en la ciudad de Santana por alrededor de 34 años. Soy miembro de United. Quiero decirles sobre mi historia, donde vivo aquí en Santana, que anteriormente no teníamos contratos como lo estamos teniendo últimamente. Los contratos que los está dando el rentero ahorita es de por un año, y los están cobrando, hay veces hasta $150 cada año. El contrato es por un año, y no nos parece justo que los aumentos que nos están haciendo, parece que nos están haciendo para sacarlos de la ciudad de Santana, y mucha gente trabajadora como nosotros que trabajamos en hoteles, no es justo que estemos pagando tanto dinero, porque todo está cambiando aquí en Santana, todo los están sacando de la ciudad de Santana. Sentimos nosotros que la mayoría de gente que vivimos en Santana nos están orillando a salirlos de la ciudad porque está muy caro todo. Y lastimosamente no se puede sobrevivir así, porque con estos salarios que nos dan bien bajos, se nos va todo nuestro salario en pagando rentas, ya que cada año nos cobran como alrededor de 150. Por eso los están dando los contratos por un año. Si no estás de acuerdo, te sales, y meten gente que le cobran más dinero. Eso es lo que está sucediendo aquí en Santana. Por esa razón estamos pidiendo a ustedes que por favor nos apoyen y nos ayuden a pasar la ley 21, por favor, que nos apoyen. Es porque necesitamos que se ayude a la comunidad, que somos los trabajadores. Mucha gente necesitamos su apoyo, por favor. Necesitamos de su apoyo, que pasen la proposición 21. Gracias.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Oscar Gamero. I have lived in Santa Ana for about 34 years. I'm a member of United, and I would like to tell you my story. the problem is that we do not have a contract where we live. Our contract is only from year to year, and they raise at $150 every year. And it's not fair that they're raising our rents to get us out of Santa Ana. And we're a lot of us in the people who work in hotels are in this same situation, and it's not fair that they're raising our rents to get us out of Santa Ana, because I feel that's what's happening, that they do this to get us out of Santa Ana because everything is too expensive. We can't continue living like this. We make too little money, and all of our money goes to pay rent. So that's why we have only a year contract, and they charge more every year, $150 more every year. And I'm here to ask you to support us in passing item 21, and we need help. The community needs your help. The workers need help. So please pass number 21. Thank you.
Honorable council members, and especially Jonathan Hernandez, I saw you last week. What a wonderful occasion for everyone here. I think you know what the 4th of July is. That's the same thing as Juneteenth. The 4th of July represents the freedom of Americans in America. Juneteenth was founded when the Emancipation Proclamation was signed by Lincoln to free African Americans, or the slaves. After that, the message got around from state to state to state. And finally, 3 years later, the information traveled so slowly to Galveston, Texas, to say, you're free, you're no longer slaves. The people jubilated, they danced in the street, they drank red drinks and so on. That was the first Juneteenth way back in 1863. That's what Juneteenth is all about. Don't play with people, have empathy. Many of us can relate to other people, Cinco de Mayo and other similar groups across the world. I took time to come here today because Juneteenth is so close to my heart. I have a business here in Santa Ana for over 20 years, Youth on the Move and the International Educators Hall of Fame. We do wonderful things with young people. We've brought them right here to City Hall where they received awards for what they do. Yes, you can clap if you know who we are. The International Educators Hall of Fame and Youth on the Move.
Dr. Adelican, your time is up.
I'm here because, please,
Your time
why
is
are you
up.
taking a black thing and giving it to someone else? It's cultural, it's heavenly, it's moral. Have empathy.
The next three speakers are Liza Rodriguez, Hector Lopez, and Teresa Garcia.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Lisa Rodriguez, and I've lived in Orange County for over 40 years. My husband and I are both senior citizens. We would like to move, but we can't afford to. My husband has medical issues and cannot work. So for that reason, we are a one-income household. Deposits and rent are too high. More than 50% of my income goes to pay the rent. We need more affordable housing for seniors. For this reason, please vote yes tonight on item 21. Thank you.
Next speakers are Hector Lopez and Teresa Garcia.
Hector Lopez, Teresa Garcia. Oh, got it.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Teresa García. He vivido por 7 años en la ciudad de Santa Ana y la razón por la que estoy aquí es para pedirles por favor que antes de votar tomen conciencia de un sí a la propuesta 21, ya que nos ayudaría mucho a las rentas de largo plazo. No queremos que la gente nos rente a bajo plazo o a corto plazo por la razón que gastamos más dinero en down payment, en la que nos aumentan la renta cada que se les antoja a los dueños, porque a los dueños solo les interesa generar dinero, pero a ellos no les importa, a los inquilinos, no les importa cuánto ganan. Nosotros ganamos el mínimo, las cosas han subido demasiado. Y yo les pido a nombre de muchas gentes, muchísimas, yo soy la voz de ellos, ojalá y ustedes tomen conciencia en eso antes de votar un sí a la propuesta 21. Gracias.
Good evening to all. My name is Teresa Garcia. Un momento, señor, por favor. Good evening to all. My name is Teresa Garcia. I've lived in Santa Ana for 7 years, and I'm here because I'd like to ask you to please vote yes on item 21. And before you vote yes on 21, to consider this. This would help us a lot with long-term renting or rentals. And I do not want short-term rentals because we spend a lot of money to getting down payments and all that. The rent, it goes up every year. The landlords are only interested in money. They're not interested in the renters. And we only make minimum wage. So this would help us a lot because things are costing too much money. So I'm asking you to please, before voting yes, you consider this before voting yes. Thank you.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Héctor López. Yo vengo pidiendo de que las rentas ya no suban tanto porque yo soy padre de familia, nada más yo trabajo, somos 4 de familia y no puedo yo más hacer los pagos de la renta. Yo quisiera que nos den ayuda hacia nosotros, los que ganamos el mínimo. Gracias.
Good evening, my name is Hector Lopez, and I'm here to ask you because we cannot pay rent. Rent costs so much and keep increasing. I have a family of 4 to support, and I cannot pay more rent. So please help us because we are making only minimum wage. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers, Telma Gomez, Sonorino Gomez, and Elvia Espinosa. Telma, Sonorino, and Elvia.
Buenas noches. Dios los bendiga a cada uno de ustedes. Mi nombre es Telma Gómez. Estamos aquí para ver si ustedes nos pueden apoyar a la proposición porque definitivamente las rentas están muy elevadas. Cada año nos aumentan y ustedes como comprenderán que las cosas suben y a nosotros no nos aumentan. Y por lo menos me gustaría a mí que nos apoyaran en ese aspecto. Gracias.
Good evening, God bless you all. My name is Telma Gomez, and I'm here to ask for your support on this proposition. And rents are going up too much, or cost too much every year, and things keep going up in cost, and we do not have more money. So I'd like your help in supporting us on this. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sonorino Gómez y vivo en Santa Ana por más de 30 años y estamos aquí para pedirles de favor si pueden apoyar la medida 21, ya que las rentas, como todos mis compañeros están diciendo, están muy elevadas y no necesitamos viviendas a corto plazo, necesitamos más viviendas a largo plazo porque las rentas están carísimas. Hemos vivido por tantos años aquí y no es posible que nos quieran sacar de nuestra ciudad. Muchas gracias.
Good evening. My name is Enoriano Gomez. I've lived in Santa Ana for over 30 years, and I'm asking you to please support item 21. On the rents, like the people have said, are too high, and we don't need more short-term rentals, but we do need more long-term rentals because the rents keep going up, and they want to get us or kick us out of our city. Thank you very much.
The next three speakers, Elvia Espinosa, Jimena Baculima, and Pam Pence.
Good afternoon. My name is Elvia Espinosa, and I have been working in the Costa Mesa Hilton for more than 30 years, and I am resident of Santa Ana for more than 30 years too. And Bristol neighbors. Since I moved to live in Santa Ana from Los Angeles, I have been paying my rent, and I had to live with many family members and unknown people to be able to pay the rent. For this reason, please vote yes tonight on items 21st to prohibit short-term rents with no amendments and no exception. Thank you for your time.
Jimena, followed by Pam, followed by Colin Gawronski.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Jimena Baculima, trabajo en el Hotel Sheraton por 2 años. De hecho, tengo 3 hijos, 2 de ellos los tengo en Ecuador, porque no los puedo tener aquí, no me alcanza para darles el estudio. Con mi esposo tenemos que compartir la vivienda con otra familia, porque no puedo vivir aquí, vivo lejos. Y salgo muy cansada de mi trabajo, son alrededor de 40 minutos que tengo que manejar saliendo de mi trabajo para mi casa. He buscado vivir aquí, pero el sueldo no me alcanza, el costo de vida es muy alto, no encuentro una casa para vivir aquí, no me alcanza mi sueldo. Entonces, por ese motivo decidí venir aquí a pedirles a ustedes que nos apoyen en esta medida. Voto sí a esta medida que afecta mucho los contratos a corto plazo, nos afecta a nosotros que ya vivimos aquí, que queremos residir aquí. Entonces les pido de favor que nos apoyen a esta medida 21. Gracias, buenas noches.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
My name is Pam
Un moment,
Pence.
Ma'am,
just
if you
one
could just
moment.
pause, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jimena Bacuno. I've worked in the Sheraton for about 2 years. I have 3 kids, but 2 of them are in Ecuador because I cannot afford to bring them and school them here. My husband and I also, we share our home with another family, and we live very far. We cannot afford to live near where I work, and I'm very tired when I get home. I have to drive about 40 minutes to get home. I have been looking around where I work, but I cannot afford it. It's too much. The cost of living is too high. So that's why I've decided to ask you to support us in this measure, to vote yes in this. This affects us all. Short-term rentals affect us all who want to buy or want to rent in long-term rentals. So I'm here to ask you to support item 21. Thank you very much and good evening.
I am also an over 30-year resident of Santa Ana. I run an Airbnb out of my home, and I would like item 21 to be approved, perhaps modified. I'm not taking, I understand what you're saying with short-term rentals. It takes housing away from folks who are struggling to make ends meet. In my situation, I rent to people from around the world in my own home. I make their beds, I clean the toilets, I take care of the entire rental, and it provides extra revenue to my family. It also has provided an opportunity for my kids to learn about international people from other nations, and it has also been the reason why I started my Airbnb is because my kids grew up, moved out of the house, And I am living in a home with extra bedrooms, and I have a passion for the ecology, and I did not want my home to be heated for the few of us who still lived in the home. So the reason I started the Airbnb is to make it so that my family's ecological footprint is smaller. And by doing that, there's less need for hotels. If more of us are renting our homes and rooms in our homes, then there's less need for building and providing more hotels in the area. Thank you.
Colin Goronsky, followed by Karen O. and Angie Weeks.
Good evening, Mayor Mesqua, Pro Tem Mayor Lopez, and City Council members. First, thank you again for your service and leadership to our wonderful and diverse city of Santa Ana. I'm Colin Goronsky. I'm from the Fairbridge Square neighborhood. As I spoke back in July at a council meeting, our neighborhood had issues with properties bought solely to run Airbnbs. Our original concerns, which are still important, were as follows. Owners of the Airbnbs encourage all types of strangers to come into our neighborhood, which affects the safety of the residents and the children who live there. Suddenly now, we never had to before, but now everyone wants to put up cameras in the neighborhood. We constantly have late night noise. If you look at the Airbnb commercials, they advertise do whatever you want in an Airbnb because you can't do it in a hotel. Our streets are full of cars,
You cannot make
especially
comments,
on the
please.
holidays. And most of them park illegally. Airbnb owners are dishonest with us, even though they know that the neighborhood is documenting what they're doing. And basically, it's a commercialization of a residential neighborhood because you're running a motel in a neighborhood. Since I spoke last July, we continue to have a problem with these Airbnbs. The owner of 1609 Clemenson has created tensions between the neighbors, including bribing with gift baskets and intimidating of renting to a drug rehab if we don't let him run his Airbnb. Due to the increased cars and traffic, a neighbor's pet was killed by an Airbnb guest's Uber. The driver hit the animal while neighbors watched. They tried to save it, but unfortunately it didn't happen. Police have been called by the Airbnb guests on our neighborhood residents during holidays because they do not have enough places to park for their big parties. Thus, Airbnbs are not only a nuisance, but they are unsafe for our neighborhoods and its residents. We ask that the City Council vote yes to amend
Colin,
the
your
current
time is up.
municipal. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Next speakers, Karen O., Angie Weeks, and Angela C.
Hi there. I am a 35-year resident of Santa Ana in Ward 3, and I'm here tonight to request the City Council to give thoughtful consideration to voting no on the banning of short-term rentals. I recently opened and started operating an Airbnb in my home. I have a one-bath unit attached to my home, and this is allowing me to financially remain in my home. According to AirDNA, which is a website that provides short-term rental data and statistics, states that in Santa Ana, one-bedroom units make up 60% of all of our city's Airbnbs. Two-bedroom units account for 21%. That's 81% that are two bedrooms or less. It's crucial to differentiate between small owner-occupied hosts and absentee owners who utilize property management companies to oversee their Airbnb properties. These absentee owners are most likely not even residents of Santa Ana. While I empathize with the concern around our city's housing shortage and crisis, I find it difficult to believe that short-term rental units in our city would have significant impact on permanent housing, given that most are one or two bedroom units inside or attached to an existing home. I believe that our city would benefit from implementing licensing and a transient occupancy tax on short-term rentals like many other cities do, which would generate revenue for Santa Ana. Like the Reverend said earlier, it was beautiful, taxation and regulation. These funds could be used to look for options for affordable housing options. and as well as enforcing existing regulation on noise, parking, exceeding occupancy limits, etc. Furthermore, our local economies boosted, but in closing, I'm running out of time. Carefully consider these nuances and just instead of a blanket ban. Let's find a balanced
Your
solution.
time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Angie Weeks, Angela C., Rich Ortega.
Hi, my name is Angie Weeks. Thank you for taking the time to consider our thoughts on short-term rental banning today. I've been a resident of Santa Ana since 2016 when we bought a flipped 1920s Craftsman in Henniger Park. I accidentally happened upon short-term rentals when I had to go back to my home state of Michigan for an extended stay and I couldn't afford my mortgage. I decided to see if Airbnb could help me cover that, and it did, and I was very excited about that. It allowed me a new ability and freedom to travel that I had never known before. But it's not about me. Short-term rentals don't just benefit the homeowner. They benefit the city in the following ways. First, awareness. People from other states and countries are not aware of Santa Ana. They know of the beach cities. Second, there's less parking issues. Many of these people are taking public transport. They're supporting your local Uber and Lyft drivers, hopefully that drive responsibly. And also think about the downtown and the businesses that just had to deal with that dip in their own businesses because of the construction that happened there. Your short-term rentals are boosting those downtown businesses, not taking away from it. I love the services that Santa Ana offers. Rather than banning the short-term rentals, why don't we just regulate them and possibly tax them so that all members of this city of Santa Ana have something to work towards and be happy about. It will continue to fund our city's initiatives and give the homeowners the options that they deserve. Truth that all Santa Ana residents seem to embrace is that we tend to be a city of anything goes. You're going to find chickens roaming. You're going to find cars parked in front yards. You're going to find various vendors on streets and random fireworks, and that's a great thing. We've never been a city of NIMBYs, and why should we start now? I don't think that trying to help people that had bought in an opportunity zone. Thank you for your consideration.
Next three speakers, Angela C., Rich Ortega, and Douglas McLeith.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Angela, and I was born and raised here in Santa Ana. As a member of this community, I have exercised my right to vote in electing all of you as our representatives, and so today I wish to express my concerns about the potential banning of short-term rentals. As a first-generation citizen in this country and a mother of one, I have encountered many economic challenges in covering the basic needs of my family prior to having a short-term rental. I began my short-term rental in 2020, and it has been a life changer. I've been able to get out of debt, buy a car, and now saving up money for my family's future. My godmother, who is also here, has resorted to renting out half of her house to help her children manage their college expenses and to pay her mortgage. My goal here today is to help you understand how devastating this ban would be to our lives, really. Please vote no on item agenda 21. This is not a business venture for us, but rather financial assistance for many of us. On another note, I do sympathize with the people struggling to find a home. However, it seems like they're arguing more so for rent control. So short-term rental bans are essentially irrelevant to their arguments. Please, for the love of God, do not deny us the right to earn a modest income for our families. Please listen to our request, allow us to pay the taxes, set regulations, and support us by legalizing short-term rentals as many other cities have. Thank you for your time.
Rich Ortega, followed by Douglas McLeith and Meg D'Amico.
Hi, my name is Rich Ortega. My wife, Nicole, and I are 24-year residents of Santa Ana, and we do operate a short-term rental in Ward 3. It's allowed us to make improvements to our home, and worth permits, of course, so we paid fees to the city there. The other thing is that, I think these short-term rentals are kind of looking as a solution to the rent crisis that we have here in the city. And the reality is that most of these short-term rentals are just a one-bedroom, one-bath unit, and there's no way I could support having a family live inside my home. So hence, the regulation of taxes and fees would help offset that. I was unaware of the first speakers talking about these kids and not having soccer fields and these fees. And I'm thinking to myself, how is the council not looking at short-term rental taxes to pay for those soccer fields for these kids? Again, not even aware of what was going on. I'm thinking to myself, we would fund those soccer fields. We unfortunately are not going to fund long-term housing. We just aren't. Our bedrooms, our one baths are not going to solve the problem, but taxes and regulation will. The gentleman who spoke earlier about, Airbnb, basically, come party, it's ridiculous. It doesn't happen. It hasn't happened. And, I think the scare tactics are ridiculous. Most of you probably up on the council have used Airbnbs, and so, I would say, are you those party people? I doubt it. So please, support Airbnb short-term rentals. Thanks.
So this is going to be the last time I think I'm going to do this, because we have done this with other groups and it's unfair. So you get 2 minutes. Please keep your noise down to a level. We do 2 hours of public comments, 2 minutes, and we have a lot of city business to conduct. So you need to keep the noise down so we can get through all the speakers. Please give everybody the same respect that I hope that you would want in return. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Douglas McLeith, followed by Meg D'Amico, followed by Mario Alvarado.
Good evening. My name is Douglas McLeith. I've lived in Santa Ana since 2005. In 2012, I started an Airbnb unit on a room I have over my garage. That Airbnb unit is something that helped me to survive when my child had a birth defect. We were having financial difficulties, and I may very well have lost my house had it not been for the Airbnb. Since that time, I've had more than 1,000 people stay there, and I have not had one noise issue, one parking issue, one trash issue. There's been lovely people staying there, and it's been a marvelous experience. And they've brought revenue to the city of Santa Ana. And I don't think that that unit over my garage is a place where I could rent to a family and ease the housing crisis that is supposedly existing. To require me to change how I rent my Airbnb would be no different than you requiring any other resident in the city of Santa Ana to open up their room because you thought it would solve a problem that wasn't their fault in the first place. So I'd ask you to vote against the ordinance, and if you are going to regulate, that it would be something more reasonable as opposed to a shotgun approach that's going to hurt very many families in the city of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Meg D'Amico. I was born and raised in Santa Ana and currently live in the house that I grew up in. And I am the unhappy neighbor of an Airbnb. I think there are many drawbacks that many people have mentioned. I am absolutely sympathetic to the nuance that a lot of people have also brought up in terms of the difference between kind of big anonymous investment groups versus individual owners. But I do want to say, as the neighbor of an Airbnb, we've been really unhappy with the situation, really consistently. The biggest issue, we've had big parties, right? We've had trash, we've had people smoking outside our windows. For the most part, it's not that. For the most part, it's families going to Disneyland. That being said, it's still a constant stream of strangers right over the fence from our property, right over the fence from my 3-year-old's bedroom window. We hear strangers' voices in the baby monitor. It's just a disruptive, stressful situation at times. And in my case, over the last year, I was going through cancer treatment. And I bring that up to say a person's home should be a sanctuary. And our neighbors, who we have not had the opportunity to talk to the owners of that property and problem solve any of it. And I think if we had a phone number to call, that would be different. But for us, we've had nothing. We've had no ability to problem solve. And I would ask that if not voting in favor of the ordinance tonight, of thinking of different ways to help homeowners like myself have kind of a sense of security in their own community. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers, Mario Alvarado, followed by T. Leon Berry and Raina Cower.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, and everybody here in attendance, everybody watching at home. My name is Mario Alvarado. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Ana, proudly from Ward 5. And I was lucky enough to be invited to the Growth Conference where we saw previously acting city manager Tom Hatch be congratulated. And Tom, if you're watching, congratulations. Thank you for everything you've done in a short term. I want to congratulate acting city manager Alvaro Nunez. I know that you'll be amazing at what you do. I'm here to just encourage the city residents to come out and speak and see about the needle exchange program that has, after review, it's being called a disbursement and distribution of needle exchange. The city is proactively going to neighborhood associations and providing information, and so I encourage the residents to come out and get to know the information, get to digest the information with other residents and figure out for yourselves if this is a program that we want to have in the city or not. And I tell the residents, it seems like this is a time where the city staff and the majority of the council is in union saying no to this product. And so it's rare to see a moment like this. And so I tell the city council and I ask the city council, please use this moment to come together, show the support together, show the residents of Santa Ana why you were elected. You were elected to be leaders, to act mature, to come together and have a voice of union. This is one of those events where you guys can actually express that. My name is Mario Alvarado, and I am Ward 5.
T. Leon Berry, Raina Cower, Melanie Grant.
Hello, City Council. My name is T. Leon Berry. I've been a part of this city for over 50 years. I want you to support the Juneteenth celebration. I want you to remember that when we came to Santa Ana, we couldn't live anywhere else. Santa Ana was the only place that took us. But we brought something to Santa Ana. We brought federal funds. We allowed y'all to build schools, to bring in teachers, to bring in the Hispanic community, to have somewhere to live and things to do. So please remember us, the black folk, that helped you.
Raina, followed by Melanie, followed by L. Unity Cole and Deacon J. Jones.
Good evening, council members. I am Raina Kaur. I moved here to Santa Ana a year ago from the San Francisco Bay Area. I moved here for work. I bought a house, but I recently lost my job due to corporate greed as a part of cost cutting from my office. Airbnb allows me to be able to pay my mortgage, which is over $7,000 a month. I have taxes, annual taxes, $10,000. On top of the $10,000, I have a supplemental tax of $8,000. Airbnb really allows me to have the flexibility and host people and be able to pay my mortgage and afford a home. I have had long-term rentals in the past. I have dealt with squatter issues. Long-term renters not paying rent for over a year and having no help. For those reasons, I really need the short-term rental. I'm renting just 2 bedrooms in my house, and I really need your help. Thank you.
My name is Melanie Grant. I am a member of the Orange County Heritage Council, the group that founded Juneteenth celebration in Centennial Park in 2021. The city of Santa Ana came to the Orange County Heritage Council and said that they wanted to be, you wanted to be a part of our celebration, and you wanted to ensure that it would be here for a long term. The Orange County Heritage Council is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We are the successor organization to what Mrs. Helen Shipp founded the Orange County Black History Parade and Cultural Fair in 1980. It was held in the city of Santa Ana for decades when suddenly there was a change of atmosphere. And it was at a time that the group stood up for ourselves for some injustice. We were proceeded to be run out of the city of Santa Ana. We were successful in moving to the city of Anaheim, who welcomed us with open arms, and we've been there ever since. Next year we'll be celebrating our 45th year. But what I want to say is that there is appears to be a pattern and a practice of running the Black community out once something becomes successful. There is an email from the interim city manager and it was included to the city clerk, where it documented that yes, we were the group that founded it. Yes, we were the group that made it successful. Yes, we did nothing wrong. But there's a change in leadership that decided that they didn't want an $80,000 party in their city. And it's an insult. It's an insult to our heritage, our families, our community, our history. It's an insult.
L. Unity Cole, followed by Gabriel Strobel and Priscilla Mosqueda.
Good evening. How are you all doing? My name is Unity Cole, and I'm here with my partner, Deacon Jones. We are the Unity Peace Walk founders. We walk and pray for world peace, no more wars, while out doing good deeds and feeds. I'm here on behalf of the Juneteenth situation. Juneteenth is a holiday that derived from our trials and tribulations, from struggles of toils and tears that us African American, African descent people went through. Everybody knows about that. It is a holiday to us that we take a lot of pride in. And even when nobody was giving us anything, we would put our chickens in a basket and fry them, and my grandmama would make 30 pies. And we would go out to the park and everybody would share what they had. This is a holiday like all other holidays where nationalities take pride in themselves, like Cinco de Mayo, like the Chinese New Year. Just like us, the African Americans and African descent people, we deserve the opportunity to spearhead our events and our affairs. The Bible says, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It feels as if you all are drawing a circle and leaving us out. And my request to you is to draw a bigger circle, and then bring us in. Be our friends. African American people have done nothing but a lot of great things for a lot of great people. We are good role models, and we care about you all. We need you to care about us.
Hello. Hello, my name's Gabe Strobel. I originally came here for short-term rentals, but clearly Juneteenth has become a massive issue here. So obviously I'm in support of going back to the local council for them as well. It's clear of that. So to go after that, much less important issue, I use a short-term rental. Our house has a small studio in the back. I have 2 daughters, hopefully 3 on the way, a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old. My wife is able to stay at home and raise them. And that's where the money goes from our STR. We employ a local cleaning professional. She gets paid almost $3,000 a month between us and our friends that have this short-term rental. I think if you actually look at the numbers, it will really help the city of Santa Ana by keeping this. Rents have gone up, we heard 300% in Santa Ana. To say that that's short-term rental related or that's the cause is crazy. Prices in Irvine have dropped 3% over 2 years. We're still looking at a 297% increase in housing. I understand, I empathize with those who can't afford rent. We're in the same area. We pay a lot to rent as well of where we live. It's an issue that everybody goes through in Southern California, others more than others, but I don't believe by banning STRs will fix that problem, but it will damage our family. It will cause my wife to have to go back to work and send our kids back into school, and we don't want to raise them that way. We want to do it in our home, and we want to do it with our family, and I want to see my kids every day. So, thank you.
Priscilla Mosqueda, followed by Amy Fan.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, City Council members, for hearing us tonight. My name is Priscilla Mosqueda. I work as an educator. I live in Ward 2, and my husband and I are proud residents of the city of Santa Ana. A few years ago, my husband and I became first-time homeowners through the assistance of NACA, the Neighborhood Association Corporation of America. With the help of NACA and the resources that they offered, what seemed like a dream of home ownership became a reality. We were able to buy a multifamily home, which we wouldn't have dreamed of being able to afford. Shortly after moving into our new home, one of our tenants gave us notice that he was leaving. And as first-time landlords, we were nervous about what this would mean for our budget, for our mortgage, the increasing cost of taxes, insurance, especially with the cost of turnover and the fear of limited landlord protection and loss of rents during COVID, we didn't want to be in a situation where we wouldn't be able to pay our mortgage, which led us to explore short-term rentals. Since we reside on the property and we could keep a close eye on it, as owners who live on the property, we take great pride in keeping and maintaining our home. We value our relationship with our neighbors, and we really try to ensure that there are no disturbances. We haven't had issues with noise, parking. In fact, we mostly host young families who get to experience Santa Ana's vibrant local restaurants and businesses. Thanks to the income of short-term rentals, we have peace of mind to be able to cover our mortgage payments, the increasing costs of insurance, utilities, taxes, and other bills. However, as many have mentioned before, we are open and we welcome regulation from the city so that we can collaborate and ensure that short-term rentals provide opportunities not just for ourselves, but for the larger needs of the city. I don't know if I'm who you think of when you think of who's on the other end of this vote. We're not a large business, not a large corporation, just a first-time homeowner trying to run a small business and provide for myself, pay the mortgage, and create opportunities for me and my family. Thank you.
Amy Fan.
Good evening, Council. My name is David Huang, and I will be delivering comments on behalf of my friend Amy Fan. For those of you in the audience, just in solidarity, everyone who opposes item 21 today, please stand up with me. Thank you. So my friend Amy would like to say, the Airbnb really supports the local family and the local economy. Like me, I am a single mom with a 5-year-old daughter. This provides me with additional income to be able to be self-sufficient and not rely on funds from outside sources. I can stay home, take care of the house, Airbnb, also clean up the house when the customer returns to the house. I have more time to take the house, make the house look nicer. Also, I have time for my daughter, pick her up at school or take her to the doctor. And the income of the Airbnb really supports our family as cost of living has risen substantially. In my opinion, the customers, when they live in the short-term rental, they're very nice, following the house rules, and don't make the noise to bother the neighbors at all. Nowadays, people like to book and stay in short-term rental Airbnbs because STRs are more convenient, more safe. They help them save more money. And when the customer comes to live in Santa Ana, in the Santa Ana short-term rental, they bring more business to the city and make the local economy better. So I hope the city of Santa Ana could please help the local family do short-term rental and so that they could support their family. And additionally, just with the time that I have left, I just want to seize upon a few sentences in the staff report justifying this ordinance. First, as this gentleman has stated before me, many of these units are insufficient in size to house families. So if short-term rentals are banned, these additional residential spaces are not guaranteed to increase the supply of long-term rentals, which is the principal goal of this ordinance and emergency
Your
ordinance.
time is up.
Second, the staff report states that the
Your
emergency...
time is up. Okay, Mayor, that concludes the public speakers that are present. We'll now begin the Zoom speakers. Speakers on Zoom, when you are unmuted, please announce your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record.
Madam City Clerk, how much time do we have left?
22 minutes, Mayor.
Thank you.
First speaker on Zoom, Marvin. Please unmute and make your comments.
Thank you, everyone. City Mayor, City Council. I'm Marvin. I reside in the north area. I currently run a short-term rental at my home. As many of the other hosts have mentioned, I use it solely for the income purpose to make sure that I can make ends meet. I'm able to have my wife and my 2 kids, be able to afford for them, provide for them. As everyone knows here, cost of living has gone up. Everything's going up. And I mean, at the end of the day, we're not trying to be a major business or corporation. And I understand everyone that has mentioned about, rent control issues and shortage of housing. However, like everyone has mentioned, it's not going to increase the supply, right? I only rent partial of my home. So really, it's not, like I said, it's not going to, I wouldn't even be able to provide long-term rental for housing for other residents of the area. However, that's a separate matter that would be around rent control. Please vote no on item number 21 today. This is going to hurt me and my family, and ultimately will not, like I said, will not help to supply the shortages that we have in the city. In addition, the need of tourism continues to be there, and it's going to continue to be there. So if we can just supply, an extra room here in the backyard, if there's an extra home for, like the other hosts have mentioned, I think it's just helping the city to combat additional projects and planned developments of other hotels that are going to pop up anyways. And I think it's just going to help our community if we allow this. And I'm all for regulation and taxation. So, I mean, by all means, we want to share the wealth. I mean, we don't want to do it illegally. So please vote no on Bill 21. Thank you.
Your time is up. Next speaker on Zoom, Vu Huang. Please unmute and make your comments.
Hi, my name is Vu Huang. I'm also a host in Santa Ana on Harbor Boulevard. I would like to urge City Council members to vote no on short-term rental ban. I know there's a lot of concerns with the rent being so high and expensive. A lot of people raised their concern. Just want to bring it up that the report says total of 1,100 short-term rentals. A fact check, Santa Ana has 43,000 housing units for rent. So that's about 2% of short-term rentals. Total number of units available for rent, based on a Google check, is 2,341 available right now. With the rent increase, there's a lot of blaming on short-term rentals, but I think that's baseless assumptions because the real estate market has gone up overall. So rent goes up to follow because people have to pay higher mortgage. So fact check, Santa Ana real estate increased 12% year over year. So if last year's rent was 2,000, a 12% increase would be 2,400. And if you add year over year, it's gonna increase. So it's not because of the short-term rental, because it's a small bucket in the overall picture. And so I do support regulation and taxation, but blaming short-term rental for rental expense cost being high is not true. There needs to be some fact check. So I urge City Council to kind of pause and do some study to see the pros and cons of short-term regulations. I want to also bring up that there are many cities around us that allow short-term rental. Anaheim,
Your time is up.
Orange County, Fullerton.
Next speaker, Fernando Deveras. Please unmute and make your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So first off, solidarity with our Black community fighting to keep our city's Juneteenth in the hands of the OC Heritage Council where it belongs. My name is Fernando de Veras. I'm a local educator, organizer, and journalist here in the city of Santa Ana. And I'm calling in today to talk about recent reports published by NOC LA, the OC Register, and Voice of OC, where they spell out how our mayor, Valeria Mesqua, cost Santa Ana taxpayers more than $600,000 in a settlement paid out to our former city manager, Christine Ridge. I tried sharing this story on the Facebook page Neighbors of Santa Ana, as did several other concerned residents, but the page's administrator, Commissioner Danny Vega, was actively deleting posts and blocking people who tried to share the story. But I guess that shouldn't surprise anyone since he's a close political friend of Mayor Mesqua. For those who haven't yet read the news, here's a summary. According to the reports, Santa Ana Mayor Valeria Mesqua played a pivotal role in the removal of then city manager Christine Ridge, prayers to the new city manager, and then Chief David Valentin, as revealed by public records. In a legal claim submitted to the city by Ridge, she alleged that she experienced discrimination, harassment, retaliation, and pressure to take illegal action. Ridge alleged that she endured repeated pressure from Mayor Mesqua, contrary to state law, to take care of police union president Jerry Serrano. If anyone here knows anything about Jerry Serrano, you know that dude's slimy and corrupt as hell. They wanted him to take care of his pension, and they were repeatedly directed to provide Serrano with a higher paying salaried position without regard for any provisions or qualifications. The city had to pay Ms. Ridge more than $600,000 in a settlement just to avoid a lawsuit. And according to those who register, they also had to contract with a law firm to look into the work conditions at the city, which costs $175,000 to taxpayers. Mesqua, for those who don't know, received over $218,000 in contributions from the Police Officers Association in 2022 when she ran for mayor. And she also supported the SAPOA's failed recall attempt of Jesse Lopez in 2023. So I just want to make sure that the public is aware of this and the way that the POA is trying to
Your
influence
time is up. Next speaker, Catherine Levasseur. Please unmute and make your comments.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Mesqua and Santa Ana council members. I'm Catherine Levasseur, a Huntington Beach resident and founder of Huntington Beach Short-Term Rental Alliance. Since 2015, I've been renting out my property for short and midterm stays. With 4 years of experience as a permitted and licensed STR host, I've gathered valuable insights into operating under regulated programs. Based on my firsthand experience, I urge the council to oppose Agenda Item 21 concerning STRs and instead implement a fair and reasonable short-term rental ordinance. I appreciate the existing regulations in Huntington Beach and the positive impact my guests have on my city, contributing through lodging taxes and supporting local businesses. I recommend looking at your neighbor to the north, the city of Orange, as a model. Adopting sensible regulations can greatly benefit the community. I encourage rejecting agenda item number 21 and collaborating with the local community on a balanced short-term rental plan. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom, Joan Durnell Powell. Please unmute and make your comments.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm the president of the National Council of Negro Women of Orange County. We were established back in 1988 in reference to empowering women and their children in the African American community. I've been attending Juneteenth, and we've been a part of Juneteenth for as long as Juneteenth has been celebrated in Orange County. I'm here tonight to speak as the president that the Orange County Heritage Council has done a fantastic, phenomenal presentation over the years in putting on the Juneteenth celebration. It's just very strange to me that the Juneteenth celebration has become more and more a part of the Orange County community over the years. And I don't know why at this time they're not the leaders in this participation in the establishment of the 2024 Juneteenth. I am asking City Council to give them back the opportunity and the empowerment of still representing the African American community here in Orange County. We have a voice, and we're going to continue to express it. And my final words is, as Marvin Gaye would say, what's going on in 2024? Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom, Chispa. Please unmute and make your comments. Chispa. Next speaker, Becca Ayala. Please unmute and make your comments.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Becca Ayala, and I'm with Better Neighbors LA, a coalition of host tenants, housing activists, and community members working to curb illegal short-term rental activity with the intent to protect long-term housing. We conduct data analysis and research on the short-term rental industry and its impact on affordable housing. I'm speaking in support of agenda item number 21, ordinances prohibiting short-term rentals, and ask that you approve both ordinances with no amendments or carve-outs. According to our data analysis, since 2019, the number of unhosted short-term rentals has increased by almost 300% in Santa Ana, comprising 682 units as of March 2023. Our analysis also shows that combined, hosted and unhosted short-term rentals account for at least 1.27% of Santa Ana's total housing stock. Better Neighbors has seen firsthand the impacts of the short-term rental industry in LA. According to a study by Professor Walksmooth at McGill University, since 2015, short-term rentals have increased rents by $810 on average, taken 2,500 homes off the long-term market, and contributed to an additional 5,000 people experiencing homelessness in LA. Given the recent growth in short-term rentals in Santa Ana, it is likely similar impacts are occurring in Santa Ana as residents are already facing high housing costs. Both proposed ordinances will further codify the city of Santa Ana's current prohibition on short-term rentals, and in the process safeguard housing for long-term residents and families. For these reasons, we ask that you vote yes to pass both ordinances prohibiting short-term rentals with no carve-outs or amendments today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker on Zoom, Min Trung Tran. Please unmute and make your comments.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Min Trung Tran. My family bought our first townhome near New Hope Library in Santa Ana about 22 years ago because that was the only thing we can afford in Orange County. However, we grow and love the city and end up buying 3 more homes over the past 22 years. 3 of those 4 homes we are renting to our long-term tenants. And I would say we contribute our small part to the housing crisis. One of the 4 we put on short-term rental regularly about 4 years ago. One thing I like to call the City Council member attention to is some of the claim in the staff reports. Since this is a consequential decision, if I'm in your chair representing us, I want to see some facts behind this claim before I vote on this. The claim saying there is no fiscal impact associated with the proposed action. Using the same data point from the staff report, there's about 1,100 short-term rental right now, and on average, we could host between 5 and 10 family a month. If you do a quick math, you take that, it's about 84 family that we host per year on average, and that is like 92,000 family or visitors to Santa Ana across all 1,100 short-term rental. That is an enormous amount of visitors that bring revenue in terms of sales tax revenue to the city. So I urge the city member council to really find the fact behind those fiscal impact behind making the decision. On the
Your
flip
time
side,
is up. The next speaker on Zoom, Mazen Shalan, please unmute and make your comments.
Honorable members of the City Council, I wish to express my concerns regarding agenda item number 21, the proposed prohibition of short-term rentals in our city. An outright ban could harm our local economy, as these rentals significantly contribute to our tourism industry, economic growth, and job creation. They support local businesses and offer homeowners a crucial source of supplemental income. Prohibiting short-term rentals might also reduce tourism revenue and lower property values, as many visitors prefer these accommodations for their flexibility and affordability. Instead of a ban, I suggest the City Council considers regulating short-term rentals to address noise and ensure responsible hosting. This approach can balance economic benefits and community concerns. I propose a phased implementation of regulations, starting with issuing licenses to rental operators. This strategy allows for immediate legal operation under specific conditions, serving our community's needs while enabling effective monitoring and regulations. A future cap or moratorium on new licenses could prevent market oversaturation and protect housing affordability. Adopting measured regulations support economic growth, community well-being, and our city's long-term sustainability. Thank you for considering these suggestions. I urge you to vote no on 21. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the Zoom speakers that were in the queue when public comments started.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. At this time, we are going to go to the consent calendar. Before I do that, Mr. City Manager, can you send an email out, meet with the Orange County Heritage Council, please? Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I'll follow up and report back to the City Council.
Thank you. Can you turn your mic up? We can't really hear you, but thank you very much.
I'll follow up with them and then report back to City Council.
Now we can hear you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, at this time, we're going to go to the consent calendar items. Items 5 through 18 are before us. Council members, please announce any items that you will be abstaining from due to conflict, and if there are any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion. At this time, Councilmember Hernandez, any items to pull, please?
No.
Councilmember Becerra?
Nope.
Councilmember Vasquez is not present. Councilmember Lopez? Councilmember Penalosa?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing to pull, but I will recuse myself from item 12 as the City of Anaheim is a client of my employer, Rattan and Tucker. If it is pulled from the agenda, I will leave the room while discussed. Thank you.
And I have no items to pull other than to make a comment on item 16. And I just wanted to thank city staff for bringing this forward, the amount of not to exceed $75,000 to provide veterinarian services for our spay and neuter program to low-income Santa Ana residents. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. At this time, can I have a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilman Penalosa, second by Councilman Becerra. Let's prepare to vote, please.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with a noted absence. Councilmember Vasquez? Yes. 7 ayes, no nays, consent calendar approved as presented.
Great. Thank you so very much. At this time, can we bring up Luis Muir if he's here still to be sworn in as commissioner? There he is. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
I, Luis Muir, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, Constitution of the State of California, against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will bear truth and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States, Constitution of the State of California. I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I will well and faithfully discharge
I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Luis Muir is now a commissioner. Okay, at this time, we're going to go to the business calendar. Item number 19 is related to the early budget direction. Mr. City Manager, may we have a report, please?
We have our finance and director, Kat Town, do a presentation for us.
Thank you so very much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The purpose of tonight's report is to provide information about the upcoming budget and future expectations for the general fund, and to obtain city council direction on a handful of items to help build the proposed budget. The community outreach effort has increased this year, including mailed postcards to every household in the city. To date, we have received approximately 1,400 responses. All materials have been published in 3 languages, and all feedback received by April 29th will be presented to City Council on May 7th. For benefit of the public, the general fund is the primary operating fund of the city. It accounts for the city's unrestricted revenues, such as property tax and sales tax. The general fund pays for public safety, including police, fire, and ambulance. It also pays for park maintenance, recreation, library, code enforcement, and many other programs. The most recent update to the general fund 10-year outlook is up next. First, I wanted to share the assumptions used to create the outlook. We only include recurring revenues and spending. We use the best information available and apply inflationary factors to everything else. The graphical results of the outlook predict that expenditures will increase faster than revenue, creating a budget deficit in fiscal year 25-26. When the Measure X rate decreases in 2029, the deficit will increase significantly if there are no changes in the next 5 years. In general, there are 3 options to rebalance the budget in the future. Ask the voters for more revenue, decrease spending, and/or encourage new development to increase the city's tax base. So we saw the general fund outlook for the future. These are actual Measure X receipts by quarter. Measure X is the single largest general revenue source at 22% of the total. The last 4 quarters are below the trend line. Measure X is flattening out, which means we don't expect to be able to add or expand services without decreasing something else from Measure X revenue. The Measure X Citizens Oversight Committee met on February 21st and March 13th to formulate recommendations for the 24-25 budget process. The recommendations are: 1, to favor one-time spending for Measure X revenue; 2, use Measure X to study the feasibility of citywide parkland acquisition, including the vacant parcel in Washington Square; set aside Measure X revenue today for future use when the Measure X tax rate decreases in 2029 and expires in 2039. Establish a long-term plan to prepare for the future loss of Measure X revenue. Shift Measure X to fixing streets, sidewalks, and tree trimming. Leverage Measure X for grant opportunities by using it for required matching contributions. And take steps to increase revenue generated by parks, recreation, and community services, thereby decreasing the need for a Measure X subsidy. Next up, there are a variety of topics for which we seek City Council direction this evening. Even though each slide contains a question, we look forward to hearing from the City Council at the end of the presentation. The city charges fees for services that benefit individuals. An example is a building permit. These services are provided by city employees. The cost to compensate city employees has increased enough to support raising miscellaneous fees by 4.66%, which is the increase in the Consumer Price Index. For over a year, the city has received more revenue for Medicare and Medi-Cal transports. A new funding program with higher reimbursement rates is partially funded with discretionary contributions from cities providing ambulance service. Santa Ana has not paid the discretionary contribution estimated to be $2.9 million per year. Medicare and Medi-Cal transports comprise approximately 3/4 of our activity. Revenue has increased by at least $4 million. We recently engaged a consultant to perform an emergency medical services and transportation and optimization study. That study includes recommendations that would generate even further revenue increases. We would like direction from the City Council about whether to continue providing parking validations and include the cost in the proposed budget for City Council meetings. This slide includes 2 questions, both related to the parking enforcement program. Contract services help the city generate $4.9 million of annual parking citation revenue. Citation processing costs have increased due to higher postal rates and a higher volume of delinquencies. The cost of contracted enforcement increased with our latest competitive procurement process. The city reduced contract service hours to minimize that cost increase, but we found the reduced level of service to be inadequate. To keep up with increasing costs, we would need to add more than $300,000 for each of these contracted services. The city's downtown parking enterprise currently offers free parking. The current year general fund subsidy to the downtown parking enterprise is $1.9 million. If we continue the status quo, the general fund would need to subsidize the operation by more than $4 million, which is not feasible. Even by reinstating the regular parking rates, we anticipate the need for another general fund subsidy of $1.3 million. So this question really has 2 parts. Do we eliminate free parking to minimize the general fund subsidy? And do we consider parking rate increases to eliminate the general fund subsidy? The Vehicle Incentive Program provides a $500 sales tax rebate to residents who purchase a vehicle at a dealership located in Santa Ana. The program was implemented shortly after Measure X became effective in 2019. The original program authorization was for 5 years. We expect the budget will be difficult to balance this year, therefore staff recommends allowing the program to end. If the City Council wishes to continue funding the program, then we recommend a smaller allocation and a limited extension period. For the most part, the city purchases its fleet vehicles. Planning and Building is one department that continues to lease some vehicles. The lease terms end next fiscal year for all 18 vehicles leased by Planning and Building. The vehicles will be held long-term, and therefore we recommend replacing the lease vehicles with purchases. The estimated cost is $1 million of one-time funding to purchase 18 vehicles, which include trucks and SUVs. The Revive Spending Plan is primarily funded by the Federal American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. The federal funding comes with spending restrictions. There are 7 full-time city employees, plus 1 more that is partially funded with this money. After December 31st, the funding will no longer be available for these employees. The staff report includes detailed information for the services provided and the annual cost of each. The City Council may consider including 6 months of one-time funding to keep the employees on payroll through June 30th, 2025, to provide them more time to apply for other vacant city positions. There is one additional question in the staff report about whether we should explore spending opioid settlement money for medical treatment for homeless individuals who wish to detoxify from fentanyl. In addition to the detailed information provided with each question, the staff report includes other information about the future of the city's budget. We have information and/or recommendations with each priority previously identified by City Council members in Exhibit 1. Parks and Recreation has a proposed allocation for city events. The state expects gas tax revenue to decrease in the future, which may necessitate additional general fund subsidies for right-of-way maintenance. The current year Measure X spending plan is presented in Exhibit 2. There is detailed information regarding forthcoming requests for one-time general fund subsidies for the city's internal service funds. We expect a few reallocations in the Revive spending plan. There's information about deferred maintenance at the Santa Ana Zoo, including how to fund it in the future. And then due to the cannabis tax decrease, we will need to reduce proposed spending in the Cannabis Public Benefit Fund, we expect by several $100,000. Finally, the staff report also includes information about a forthcoming proposal to issue water enterprise revenue bonds for system improvements. We have been conducting internal budget meetings with each department to vet requests and understand department priorities. After we gather that information, we'll compare it to the City Council priorities, early direction from tonight, and community priorities. Then we build the proposed budget for presentation to City Council in May. The public hearing and adoption are currently scheduled for June. That concludes my presentation, and staff is ready for questions and/or direction.
Thank you very much for the presentation. If I can ask the council, please, to push your button if you want to speak. 3 minutes, 3 rounds at this time. Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start first by thanking Catherine Downs for today's presentation. Thank you, Kat, for your devotion to balancing our city's finances. In the topic of balancing the future, I want to highlight my support for Measure X citizens oversight. They've recommended to utilize Measure X funds for a feasibility of citywide parkland acquisition for the vacant parcel in Washington Square. I do know the Measure X committee met recently and they did approve a resolution. So I would like to support the direction that Measure X has provided to the council for us to move forward with a feasibility study. Although I do know there is a park space being built in the Willard community, which is off of 10th and Flower, I do believe that parks improve the quality of life for families who live adjacent to one. I think that families in Washington Square deserve to have that same opportunity as well, just as the residents in Willard do. They should have their own parks unique to the needs of those residents. Washington Square is a multi-generational neighborhood with elderly members of our community that walk their neighborhood in the mornings. They walk their neighborhoods in the night. You have grandkids and great-grandkids who live in these homes, and they deserve to have access to a park. Our Measure X Citizens Oversight Committee has supported it, so I would also like to be public in my support for that. I am supportive of ambulance transports. I would like to see us fund that. My request is that that be funded by our police department, given that this is a new program where we will be reimbursed rates for Medicare and Medi-Cal transports. I think a pool of money that we can work with, since this is an area that addresses public safety, is our police department. If it were up to me, we'd have Orange County Fire Authority here at home. We'd have our own fire departments in Santa Ana. We don't have that, unfortunately, because they were defunded and pushed out. So I would like to see us strengthen our public safety efforts by funding the ambulance transports with our police department money. I am supportive of having parking validation for our constituents so that we're encouraging them to share here. I would also like to uplift businesses in downtown Santa Ana and address the concerns that they've shared with me with LAZ parking enforcement. I would like to see hours shifted in parking enforcement so that we have a more business-friendly downtown. For me, and I have taken direction from businesses who are impacted, and what that looks like is Monday through Saturday, 8 o'clock to 6 p.m. It encourages more people to spend locally. When it comes to addressing the Measure X committee, I also am supportive of funds going to Angels Park. I'd like to thank our staff for their recommendations to retrofit existing poles, fixtures to LED, including security, and as well as the playground and fitness court. I am also supportive of Civic Center being repaved from Shelton to Flower. Civic Center should be a shining example of what Orange County looks like. We have seen the Board of Supervisors revamp our Civic Center corridor. I think the city of Santa Ana needs to join those efforts so that it doesn't feel like Disneyland when you're driving on Civic Center. So as you're coming to the home of your voice in City Hall, you have a seamless drive there.
Mr. Hernandez, Councilman Hernandez, I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
That'll conclude my first round.
Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm just going to go through and address some of the items we saw on the slide. So let's see, where were we at? All right, so first thing, I would like to see a comparison of other cities' miscellaneous fees before we even look at increasing ours. I would like us to be competitive when it comes to those. I would like to have staff continue to provide parking validations for council meetings only. I think we have a lot of validations that we provide that we should probably narrow the focus to the council meetings. Let's see, when it comes to parking enforcement, question, why do we use two different contractors?
One contractor is for citation processing and one is for additional contracted enforcement services. So it's two different things.
So we couldn't get like a bang-up deal by using one contractor?
Would you like to?
Excuse me, I believe the current contractor for enforcement does not provide that service. And the same thing with data ticket, they don't provide enforcement.
But are there companies that provide both?
We can explore and look into it.
Okay, I'd like to look into that. And what are the increased costs related to delinquency processing?
So the increased cost comes out of the contract fees for late payments. So when the contract agreement was first established, more people were paying on time. When people pay on time, the contractor only takes 15% of those fees. When they go into delinquency, which is, I believe, after 30 days or so, the contractor in a data ticket takes 20% plus additional miscellaneous fees for processing late payments.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Well, I would say we definitely need effective parking enforcement. So what that takes, please make sure that that's built into our budget. In the parking structure rate analysis, what is the difference between the status quo column and the regular rates column? I was trying to understand that.
Okay, the status quo column is it's exactly what we're providing today.
Okay.
The regular rates column would be to revert back to the rates that were in place before we started providing periods of free parking.
Okay, so that'd be pre-2020 then?
I believe so.
Okay. As far as when it comes to what we should be providing as far as parking in downtown, I think we need to look at some level of free parking, but in the structures only, not on the meters. The meters, I don't care what city you're in, those are premium parking spaces. I think if we're going to look at any sort of discount, it should be to encourage people to park in the structures, not the meters.
Yeah, and we do not provide any free parking on the meters. It is just the parking garages.
No, but what I mean though, in the rates, so for instance, in the past, downtown had this really goofy setup where on a Sunday, we would actually provide free parking at the meters.
Okay, thank you.
But then we would actually charge in the structure, and that's completely backwards. It should be the opposite. We should have more encouragement to park in the structures, not the parking meters. We want quicker turnaround from the meters. So that's where I would say is if we're looking at rates and how to structure them, it should be that way.
Okay.
In regards to the zoo, Santa Ana Zoo is $13, whereas LA Zoo is $22 and San Diego is $72. So I'd like to look at what's a reasonable rate that we could charge for the Santa Ana Zoo. I don't want to see a dramatic increase, but I do think that we are definitely a bargain for the region. In regards to the vehicle incentive program, it's set to expire in March. It expired in March. And so what I'd like to know is why didn't staff bring that to us in February or January to ask us what our input was back then, rather than just to let it expire? I get it from the presentation, you guys are not as excited or you're not recommending for it to go forward. I would think that just given the high sales tax that we have here in Orange County, just by virtue of Measure X, I could see why this was necessary at the beginning. I would be open to exploring it through at least the last day of the 1.5% Measure X rate, with a funding allocation closer to what we are spending on the program. In regards to the opioid settlement money, I support exploring the feasibility of using these funds for medical treatment for homeless individuals wrestling with the addiction to fentanyl who wish to detoxify. I'd prefer, though, that we secure these beds in locations that are not necessarily here in Santa Ana. And I would like to conclude by just adding 5 items to Exhibit 1 as part of the council priorities. So number 1, first and foremost, we need to fill the sworn police officer vacancies. So whatever that takes, let us know what that means and what we can do to do that. Number 2, because we keep talking about revenue dropping off, I'm emphatic about us investing in the water tower observation deck. And so I know right now Public Works is conducting the feasibility study. But once we know that cost, I would like to see that prioritized, because I think we all know that that would generate revenue. Who doesn't want to go up on top of our beautiful water tower and look out on Santa Ana and Orange County? Number 3, I would like to have us look at prioritizing dedicated left turn signal enhancements for 3 intersections that we constantly hear about nasty traffic accidents happening at. And those are Raitt and Segerstrom, Flower and MacArthur, and Flower at Dyer and Segerstrom. We need these improvements. These aren't just wish list items. We need these improvements. Number 4, formalize the use of Grissett Park as a city park. I know it's a city-owned piece of dirt now, and it's a joint use with Greenville Elementary. Unlike other joint use opportunities, this is actually city-owned. We're not contracting to use a school district piece of land. What I'd like to see us do is look at how we can add some parking on the eastern edge, maybe some angled parking, and formalize the agreement with the school district so that after school, that park is clearly in use. And also too,
Councilor Becerra, I'm sorry, I was looking down, I was writing, so you're well over, so let me get back to you, sir.
I got two more. Can I just
I
finish
know,
up?
no, because it wouldn't be fair to everybody else, so I apologize. I was looking down. Yeah, so I was writing while, so, okay. Councilman Penalosa? 3 minutes, please, 3 rounds. I'm sorry
Thank you,
if I'm
Madam
looking
Mayor,
down.
and thank you, Catherine, for this presentation and for the work you've been doing the last couple of months to bring this budget forward. One thing right off the bat that I want to say that I am continue to be supportive of is the City Clerk's office offering free validation to anybody who wants to come and attend these city council meetings. That is one thing that we should continue to provide. And in regards to the parking, I know that there's been some changes here at the Civic Center that we now are, a lot of the properties here now belong to the city of Santa Ana. And I know there was some questions of who exactly has jurisdiction over a couple of the parking structures here. So can we get clarity on that? Because if there are some that are city-owned, why are we still paying for the validation? And anybody? City manager or finance director?
No, from what I understand, the county owns them and they're part of the JPA.
Let's look into it and we'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
I think,
And-
Mr. Garcia, did you have a response? If that's okay, Mr. City Manager? Somebody?
We do still have many parking garages at, we got the Spurgeon and Fifth, we've got Third and Birch, Fifth and Main. Third and Broadway is no longer city-owned, and so we are still providing validation in those other, as well as the soon-to-be-completed Third and Bush parking garage, which is gonna have that beautiful water retention project. So that surface lot will also be available for city use to provide to businesses in the area, so.
Okay.
It's really
Well, if there's
Thank you, Mr.
supportive of the validation that the city clerk's office provides, but if there are other areas around the Civic Center that we could look into.
Exactly, we'll check around the Civic Center area.
Thank you, Acting City Manager. And I'm generally supportive of any consumer price index increases when it comes to fees. However, similar to what I've asked for with labor negotiations, I'd like to see a matrix of where the city of Santa Ana falls in regards to the rest of the county and surrounding cities when it comes to any of the fees that we would typically increase. If we are already above, from everywhere I hear, whether it's business owners or people wanting to do business in the city, that's the first thing they say is that the fees are always higher than they are in Tustin or Anaheim or Irvine. If that's already the case, I'm not supportive of seeing any consumer price index increases at the moment. But if it is, in fact, depending on where we are on this matrix, so that, thank you, Councilmember Becerra, for requesting that. If we could work on that, on getting a matrix of where these various fees fall in regards to the rest of the county, that'd be appreciative.
Excuse me, Councilmember Penalosa, the city has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fees. Would you be okay with a representative sample?
Yes,
Thank you.
a sample would work fine. I realize that we do have a ton of number of fees that could be a year-long project. So thank you for that. And with the ARPA funding, I know you guys mentioned that there are 7 staff members that are currently funded by ARPA. Do we know which staff is that exactly?
Yes, that is on, finding it here in the staff report.
The 7.5 temporary city employees?
Staff report's pretty chock full of stuff, huh? Oh, here it is. Page 14. The 7 positions are listed. So there's the PAL Assistant Director, 2 Associate Engineers, the Public Works Projects Manager, Public Works Project Specialist, Associate Parks Landscape Planner, and Assistant Parks Landscape Planner. So we've provided an idea of what kinds of services these employees provide, the annual cost of those positions, And we thought that a nice option for the city council might be to extend their funding for that additional 6 months, but it would have to be from general fund money because the ARPA guidelines won't allow for it. And that way it gives these people more time to fill into other vacant city positions.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine. The other thing related as well to the parking, the downtown parking enterprise, currently we offer 2 free hours of parking, don't we, in downtown?
Yes, I believe so. Mike, I'm sorry, Director Garcia, could you provide some color?
It's free during the day, and from 6 o'clock on, it goes to 2 hours of free parking.
Okay, I guess that's where I was trying to also understand the difference between the status quo and the current 2 free hour parking. I would still like to continue offering some kind of free parking, whether it's 1 or 2 hours, that's TBD. But if we could try to see how we could keep that still moving forward to incentivize people to shop in our downtown, I'd appreciate that. And those are my comments for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll come back to you, Councilman Penalosa. So before I move on, let me just cover mine really quick here. So I'm on the first one, page 6 here, CAT, encourage new development to increase tax base in the city. Very supportive of that. As well, the Measure X citizens oversight, usually Measure X to study the feasibility of the park in Washington Square, but also to look at setting aside Measure X revenue for future use, so that when that time comes, we're not pulling out our hair and trying to figure out what to do then, but let's start looking now, being proactive. I agree with the parking. I'd like to keep it free downtown until the evening hours. I think Mr. Garcia said at 6 p.m. we start charging so that we can generate some revenue there as well. I'm supportive of the vehicle incentive program because it's for our constituents. And so if they buy a car in our city, we benefit and they benefit as well. And so I'd like to continue that. And the replacement of the leased vehicles, it does cost quite a bit of money. Exactly, Kat, do we know how much is the cost for leasing the 18 vehicles?
I can certainly bring that back when the council has more budget discussions. I can tell you that it'll be more than $1 million over the life of those vehicles.
Perfect. So I'm supportive of purchasing them if they are needed after you do a very thorough, which I know you and the city manager or the EMT would do a very thorough evaluation of what the need is, and then to purchasing of those vehicles. Also, I'd like to add, so real quick before I run out of time, is senior office assistants at Santa Ana PD. Chief, please correct me if I'm wrong. The PD used to be open until, I believe, 8 p.m. Is that correct? The front desk.
That's correct, Mayor. It used to be open later hours, but those were staffed by records personnel, not senior office assistants.
So records personnel, senior office assistants, whatever staff that you and the EMT and the city manager agree. So in my opinion, when people want to go into the police department, I think we close at 4 o'clock now. I think the front desk closes at 4, Chief, is that correct?
Close at 5 o'clock.
5 p.m., excuse me, 5 p.m. So after hours, where do people go? They pick up the phone, they have to wait. So I just think it would be, in my opinion, it'd be good for our constituents to have the police department open again to a later hour, and we would need staff to fill those positions, because I know that currently at the front desk there, they're short-staffed, if I'm not mistaken. And so I think it's very important that we look at those positions to fill. Also, and I have a couple and I'll share with them later, the My Santa Ana app, I had sent an email last year, and I think it was brought up here as well, to translate to Spanish and Vietnamese. So Mr. City Manager, if we can get that, I would really appreciate it. I don't know anybody up here that would disagree that it needs to be translated into Spanish and Vietnamese. We all ask people to use the app, but if I'm Spanish speaking or Vietnamese, I cannot use that. I need assistance.
So we'll look into it, and we're sure to translate it we can. It is a software that we buy, so sometimes we have limitations, but we'll definitely look at that.
And that's the email that I did receive, that they were looking into it last year, and I think the most recent email was back in December. So if we could just get more information, I'd really appreciate it.
We'll
And
do
I'll-
better. We'll do better tracking and follow up.
Thank you so much. I'll stop there and I'll come back for a different round. Thank you. Councilman Vasquez, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I want to start with the Measure X recommendations. Yeah, I want to use Measure X to study the feasibility of a city line parkland acquisition, including the vacant parcel in Washington Square. I want to set aside Measure X revenue today for future use, and of course, establish a long-term plan to prepare for the future loss of Measure X revenue. I think we've been asking that, me and along with Councilmember Lopez and a few others. I'd like to see the Parks and Rec fees that we do have, and just a comparison to see. I know people came in today and they're worried about it. I've had phone calls from not only soccer but baseball leagues about the fees that they pay. I want to continue, make sure that we have the ambulance transports. We should pay for parking validations for city council. And I am for the parking enforcement. They do generate funds for the city, so it'd be a negative if we didn't. So I'm gonna go with yes with that one. And of course, I'm gonna support the 2-hour free parking in downtown Santa Ana. I'm gonna take the vehicle incentive program and take the staff recommendation not to extend it. I support using general funds for the 7.5 temporary positions. Hopefully they fill in, we don't use all them funds. I'm hoping within 6 months that we do have them, they do fill in and we keep everybody with us. I want to support Councilmember Becerra on his left-hand turn, especially on Flower and MacArthur. And I know I've seen many accidents. I go that way towards my mom's house every Sunday, and I always see accidents there, and we hear about accidents on Flower and McFadden. That being said, I also want to, hopefully we bring back crossing guards. I want to fully bring back crossing guards in Santa Ana and support our kids, our why we're here, and that they're fully supported, and we have crossing guards not only to SAUSD, but all the children in Santa Ana. They're all our children. I want to look into dual use with SAUSD, not just so we have a working relationship with SAUSD. I want to see a dual use of parks, Hedinger Elementary, which is park, there's no park there. Martin Elementary, there's no park in that neighborhood. And also Pio Pico and Low Elementary, which is a need, high density area, of course, that needs a park. I also want to look at parking. So when we have a relationship with SAUSD, we have a friendly relationship, maybe they'll give up some parking till 6:30 in the morning. If you go to work early, you take a permit and you're out by 6:30, and we relieve parking across the city. I think that'd be a great use to have a relationship with SAUSD. I also want to look into pedestrian safety, like blinking crossing lights, anything to slow down as kids cross. I know in between, on McFadden, between Flower and Main, it's hard to get across one side of the street to another. And many times I've tried to walk over, and it's like playing Frogger, where you're going to get hit by a car if you try to cross. So I would want blinking lights, not only just for this area, but across the city, so we can help young people and adults and seniors cross the street. I also want to see a raised crosswalks when we can't have where we can have speed bumps. So raised crosswalks to slow down for pedestrian safety. I want to make sure we upgrade our alleyways with cement paving.
Councilman Vasquez, here over. I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, thank you. So first round will be super high level in response to your staff report, Kat, and second round will be infrastructure requests, okay? So again, thank you for the staff report. I really encourage all our residents to read it. I think you will learn a lot about the current state of the city and what you should expect within the next 5 years and beyond that, financially and service-wise from your city. I think it really highlights the scale the magnitude of the structural deficit that we are going to be facing as a community. And so, most likely because of that, I think it's fair to say that we should prepare ourselves for a possible reduction of services across the board, because we are spending more money than we are bringing in. And as the chart shows, that squeeze is going to start to begin next year, and it will eventually get worse and worse year after that. And in 5 years, 30 million will no longer be available that currently is available that we use. And there will most likely be, as I said, a reduction in services that we provide to our residents. And when Measure X fully sunsets, the number becomes much larger than that. So, it's no surprise, right, that for a long time now, some of us have felt that we're not in a secure financial ground with the budget, and part of the big emphasis that I want to give direction to staff is to make sure that we have some sort of plan in place to address the first drop-off with Measure X and to address what will possibly happen with the final drop-off of Measure X. And I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, a recommendation that has come from the Measure X ad hoc committee. So thank you to my Measure X representative for emailing me their recommendations. I really appreciate it. And so I also want us to continue making contributions to the employee pension costs, stabilization fund to mitigate future costs. That was something that we worked on the 2021 council, and we saw a decrease, right? And so we know that when we are proactive in these measures, they can be helpful. With parking validations, I'm supportive of making them available to our residents that come and are part of this process. However, I don't think that people up here need to be using them because we already have free parking in the garage, and we really need to be making use of that space as opposed to be using these validations. Additionally, I have questions about the county structure. Is there a possibility that we can have conversations with county staff to see if maybe we could build a relationship to use that structure at a very reduced cost so that we get off this dependency of the validation? And so I see that my time is winding down, and I'll come back for a second round of comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Fan.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm going to probably say something pretty unpopular right now, which is we do not have the money to do all the things that we want to do. And this, I would say, I as a council member have been extremely lucky that I joined this council when there was a inundation of state and federal dollars for city councils to do programs like some of our park events, like renovating some of our libraries and things like that with ARPA funding, right? But we're gonna have to get realistic. And so the first thing I would like to say is, there's a lot of requests for parks, park lighting, park events, new parks, park maintenance, park restrooms, and I love them because we want our residents to use these parks. You being out there ensures that they stay active, that they stay clean, and that we don't have an issue with people loitering or doing unsavory things. So I'm just going to present this to you. It's not an immediate short-term thing, but I would like to see staff potentially come back with an idea of a park facilities bond or park maintenance bond or something for parks and libraries only. So it's limited, because I did not support Measure X when it first came on the ballot because I did not like the idea of a sales tax that would apply to everybody. It's extremely regressive, and I did not like the idea that it was not limited to youth parks and recreation libraries and things like that. A bond would ensure that we can limit that funding solely to, parks, recreation, youth programs, libraries, and the kind of maintenance that the previous councils had deferred for years. And I don't want us to be back in that hole again, where we cannot have green grass. because we don't have the funding to maintain the grass, or that we have nasty restrooms that you don't want to put your kids in and I don't want to be in because we can't maintain them the way that we want. So I would like to see that, if that is possible, because if you want something, you're going to have to pay for it. The second thing I would say is regarding the downtown parking. I think that we're going to need to bring it at best down to 1 hour in the parking structure, or even 30 minutes. The other thing I would like to say is, I know we're going to get a new analyst and a deputy city manager to help with special projects. I really need to see them working more to demand money from the state and federal representatives, because I hear all the time from our assembly member, our senator, and our congress member how City of Anaheim will ask for $15 million and Santa Ana asking for 1.5. We can't do that. So that concludes my first round of comments, and I'll come back again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. And I appreciate all the dialogue here that we're having. I want to share publicly that I am supportive of my Santa Ana app being translated into Vietnamese and Spanish. We already have it in English. I want to make sure it's accessible to all of our residents. That is the most across-the-board equitable approach we can have. Bless you. I am supportive of reassessing parks and recreation's fees. I wanted to be on the record that I am supportive of that. I know there were some public speakers. I think we as a city need to present less barriers to kids being able to have access to their parks. I am supportive of keeping the Immigration Defense Fund here in the city. Supportive of adding some stop signs and doing an assessment on the need for speed humps near Santa Ana High School. There's a lot of students who are walking between Ward 2 and Ward 5, which is Councilmember Vasquez and my ward. With an abundance of caution in protecting pedestrians and families, I think it's time that the city address the neighborhood most adjacent to Santa Ana High School. I know the Chestnut, the Myrtle Street, and as well as Pine Street and Walnut are very busy streets where you have hundreds of kids walking at all hours of the day. We need to protect them by adding some stop signs and some speed humps. I'm also supportive of alley repairs taking place off of First and Bristol. The property adjacent to the Santa Ana Food Market is an area where there is a lot of people experiencing homelessness. I think it's time for the city to address these issues by repairing that alley. I'm also supportive of keeping the Santa Ana Juneteenth Festival in the hands of the Orange County Heritage Council and increasing it from 50,000 to 75,000. Supportive of keeping Chicano Heritage Festival in the El Salvador Park community, keeping it in the hands of the Chicano people. Supportive of ensuring that we are addressing the street repair along Civic Center. I do see that there are some monies earmarked through Public Works. I'm supportive of us repairing Rate Street from Civic Center to Washington. We have already repaired Rate Street from First Street to Civic Center because of the streetcar. I think that the streetcar shouldn't just tear apart our neighborhood, but it should address the other parts of the neighborhoods that the streetcar is going to be driving through. Parts of Articia Pilar, where the streetcar is going to be home in, need to be addressed are 5th Street between Rate and Fairview. There is going to be a number of infrastructures brought to the Articia Pilar community. I think that it's time for the city to work collaboratively with OCTA on sharing those costs. El Salvador Park restrooms, I do know that there's some Sal Tower monies that we're going to be using. I would like to put it on the record. I'd like to see those restrooms replaced. I'm supportive of having a $5,000 budget created to support the Santa Anita mural restoration, which was recently tagged on. And last but not least, supporting Parks and Recreation with Measure X monies for the expansion of the Eddie Westfield Stadium so that Parks and Rec can generate more revenue. That concludes my second round of comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am not going to read through the whole budget and tell you everything I support. I think staff is doing a great job of putting a lot of things forward, so you don't need to hear 20 minutes of me telling you everything I support. I presented 5 things, or at least I got through 3 of them. I was about to get through the 4th one, so I'll just continue so we don't have to be here all night. As far as for Grissett Park, I'm not asking for any enhancements, any equipment, just what we could do to formalize it. I guess the only thing I'm asking for is the sign looks pretty tore up. If we can at least get that repaired, that'd be great. And then the fencing along the county flood control channel along Flower and Sunflower, like we've seen with our law enforcement obligations, we just gotta go do it. The county's not helping us. I mean, I wish. The supervisor that ran for the seat that said they were gonna help Santa Ana, I'm still looking to you, Supervisor Sarmiento, in hopes that you will follow through and help us with that channel, with both those channels, Flower and Sunflower. But in the meantime, as we've always had to do when it comes to the county, we're just gonna have to do it ourselves. So let's do it. If we have to send them a bill later, then so be it. But we need to get those channels in better shape. They're drug dens. They're just giant sources of criminal activity. We need to do something about it. And last but not least, in regards to Washington Square, I support a feasibility study, but what we also need to do is, when we talk about feasibility, let's talk about feasibility of a park, but let's also talk about the feasibility of how we can subdivide that land, maintain the R1 zoning. Let me be clear, I do not support any sort of application coming forward to do something with that land at this time. So let's see what the feasibility study comes back with as far as a park and what it would cost to actually get a park in the site, ongoing costs, and then also to the possibility of having it subdivided, because I think there's really, those are the two options we're looking at this point. So let's flush those out and let's see what comes forward. With that, I'm pretty sure Kat's got enough direction as it goes, so I'll conclude my comments right there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Vasquez.
Thank you. I want to support the mayor's proposal, again, for the translating of my Santa Ana city app, and I want to double with Councilmember Tyfak, Mayor Pro Tem, Madam, to have
I don't
a parks,
respond to council member anymore. Thank you.
to have a Parks and Library bond. I really would appreciate for having a ward with so park forward, and to be able to use our schools. I think that would help and support, especially if we, Martin Elementary, Lowell Elementary, Hettinger, all in the middle, all in the center, and we could use those parks, so that bond would go a long way. Also support our libraries where we can, and make sure we have the programming, and if there's anywhere to expand, I would be for that as well. Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for mentioning slowing down and having raised speed bump, raised crosswalks, maybe by Santa High School, on Pine Street, on Walnut. I would also want one on Center Street by Diamond Elementary and Michael Hart and Mary. And also, if we could have, we have a quality of life team that's been doing good work, and now with Councilmember Becerra's idea to have them at the jail to support folks, I think that was a great idea, and we're seeing the benefits of having sitting at there. So if we could have a better pay for all involved in quality of life team, to make sure we don't lose them, to make sure we get people, the quality people that it takes to do that difficult work. So I'm gonna be in support of that. Thank you.
Councilmember Lopez.
Okay, so back to big picture, Kat. On parking, I'd like to see if the Public Works Department can absorb some of these responsibilities that LAZ is doing, that PD is doing now, to bring it in-house, to try and save money, since you are so close to the parking permit program, since this parking issue really falls on the department each and every time that we receive a complaint. So I'm interested in seeing if there's any technology that the department can acquire to help with this LAZ contract, because it is it's a really high cost, and to that extent, Kat, I support you seeking a lower level of service to fit within the baseline as it is detailed in your staff report. On the fees, I don't need to see all of the fees, and I'm not really interested in taking a sample. I really just am interested in seeing the parks and recs related fees, because I always hear from my constituents about the difficult time that they're already having in paying some of those fees, specifically like for neighborhood related events. So that's what I'm concerned with. I can't imagine if they're going to continue to go, be raised, that people will be supportive of that. On the opioid settlement, I don't have any direction for you tonight, Kat. I still want to find out what other cities are doing besides the option that is being presented in front of me. And I will do also my own due diligence to bring back options that I see that I'm supportive of in different jurisdictions. When it comes to staff that are dependent on ARPA, this is a major concern for me. And so my direction is whoever is dependent on ARPA money, which is temporary money, I would like to see them rolled into the general fund, specifically personnel from Public Works, any part-timers that are part of the Parks and Recs department, landscaping planners, and economic specialists to help with business retention, promotion, and attraction. I think that's also really important. And I am supportive of staff's recommendation, which we discussed during last council meeting about using PD's unfunded positions that have not been filled to switch them over to non-sworn, because as staff detailed to us, we see a reduction in costs, and so I think that is a very smart option for us to pursue. And so I see a lot of the infrastructure requests that I sent over email reflected or detailed in the staff report. So I will try to only highlight the things that I wasn't able to include, which I let staff know. Super supportive of the alley improvements, particularly in Santa Ana Triangle. Between North Main and North Bush, there's a really tiny alley that for many, many years people want to see refurbished. I do have a lot of requests for parks, and I see that my time is winding down, so I'll wait for my third round.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. As to the ARPA staff, I am supportive of extending the 6 months so that they can finish out, making sure that we comply with all the ARPA requirements, and then time to either find a new position or roll them into other positions in the city that might be available to them or that they may qualify for. Analyst positions, maybe even the deputy city manager. I don't know. I will let staff do that, but I think that that's really fair. I don't want someone to have to leave 4 months until the grant ends, and then we don't have anybody to administer it because they need to make sure that they can pay their mortgage. The other item I would like to see is in economic development. I think you see a theme here with some of my comments, and in conversation with our city manager, we don't have a very robust economic development team. And our economic development team is the one who's going to go out there, work with our businesses, bring new development here into the city so that we can pay for all the events and services that we want to have for everyone in this room. And so that's the one area that I would really like to see us build up and work with our chamber in order to really bring that into the city. So I will let you handle that as to how you think the staffing would work. I support a lot of the infrastructure requests, streets, pavement. I think in the last few years we have, put more money in that, and there's always a need. But at this time, I am not supportive of new events, increases to events, no new increases to any, type of street improvements, alley improvements, or anything like that, unless we can find a way to actually pay for them. I think we're going to have another discussion regarding the sanitation fee. That's a $2 to $4 million, issue that we're going to have to address in this general fund, right? If that doesn't get figured out, and that's kind of where I'm at this point. And I want to reiterate, I think a parks and library, zoo bond, I think would go a really long way, because that would also address the concerns regarding the fees that our residents may have to pay in order to use those services. The last thing I do want to say regarding the school district and the parks, unfortunately, this is something I had floated along, many times regarding the joint use and having public access to the school, grass and things like that. They have concerns with liability, and that's been the refrain that I've heard multiple times, that they don't want people on site after hours because it might, if something happens to someone, they might be liable. So I don't know if that's feasible, but if that's not, in order for us to still have these types of public services with our parks and all of us being able to go there and enjoy it, I would really like to see this bond idea come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'm going to go my round. I also support the ARPA funding staffing. I don't want people to be out of a job. I'd rather have them stay on. We assist them to obtain other employment. But I'm going to step out of the box a little bit. Everybody's talking about parks and the need, or a few people are, but it's also about the safety of our parks and how are we going to maintain that. And so we sit up here and I always talk about that safety, safety, safety. Our families will not go to the parks, no matter where we have them, if they do not feel safe. So, Mr. City Manager, however you guys want to address that, but we need to really look into that area. The other issue is, another safety issue for me is on the bike trails, for example, McFadden to Warner, Chestnut to Maple. I'd really like us to look at, and other bike trails as well, in areas where our community walks or runs or rides their bike, that if we can look at and this is where the chief's experience as well will come, and the bill and many others, blue emergency lights, similar to what they have on the college campuses, or cameras, because I'm citywide. The council that sits up here, they're in their ward. So of course, and I thank them, they want what's in their ward, right? They want to benefit the constituents of their ward. Well, I get calls and emails from the entire city. And so it would be great to have the blue safety lights or cameras in those areas, because, for example, a constituent was running the other day and she, put a video up about how she was running and she almost got assaulted by a homeless gentleman. And, I reached out to her and it was like, it's this way all the time, Mayor, anytime I'm out here. And so the calls for assistance, I think, fall on deaf ears, not because we don't want to hear it sometimes, we don't have the answer for it. So I'd really like us to look into either blue emergency light, like our campuses have, or cameras, so when something does occur, the police department has the ability to arrest somebody that commits a crime or assaults or sexually assaults or whatever it may be, our families, our children. It really is about the safety of our community. And again, I think speed bumps was brought up. I did meet with the fire department, and if you meet with them, Mr. City Manager, they will tell you, I think you were there at one of the coffees with the mayor, the fire department is not a fan of speed bumps because when they're responding to a call, it slows them down. And so I don't know about everybody else, but I want them to get to my house quickly if I call them. So it slows them down. They have to kind of stop and then speed back up. But they are okay with the roundabouts. And I think, and Nabil and I have had many conversations about roundabouts in our community, and they can be very beautiful. And we put, flowers or plastic plants, however, so, they stay there. But we can do roundabouts in our community because I don't know about all of you, again, speed bumps, the fire department will tell you that they want to be able to respond in a timely manner. And so we cannot have that with speed bumps. And I will end with this, is that, Measure X, we all knew. I did not support it either, and we knew it was coming. And so we do need to be prepared for that. And I'll come back on my last and final round. Thank you. Next person up, Councilman Hernandez. This is your third one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This will be my final round of comments. I just wanted to voice my support for bringing speed humps to the Santa Ana High School area, as I mentioned. There is also additional concerns that I wanted to bring to the dais today, and that is in our cannabis fund. So a question for you, Acting City Manager Alvaro Nunez. We presently, in the cannabis fund, have $4.2 million allocated for youth. $5 to $6 million is allocated to enforcement. Can you tell me, what is the amount of illegally operating shops in our city?
What is illegally what?
Illegally operating shops. Shops that are...
Illegally?
Yes, so...
Zero, to the best of our knowledge.
Okay. So where are these enforcement dollars going?
So we do have an enforcement as far as some of them do come up operating on an occasion. And so we do have a robust interaction between both code enforcement and the police department, which helps mitigate any unnecessary influx of illegal cannabis. So that happens on a routine basis. Second, part of the Measure X, the way it was written, was actually to do public nuisance abatement. So it's not just related just to cannabis enforcement, but a general public nuisance type of enforcement.
Okay. So I see 2,359,000 is going to our police department, and then there's 1,029,150 going to the body worn cameras program. And this is year 2 of 5. Can you tell me about the body worn cameras program, Chief?
Yes, the body worn camera is the cameras that officers carry, and all the officers that are out in the field carry body worn cameras, and that was implemented in 2017.
Okay, and then the 2,359,000 that goes to enforcement. What exactly are these monies, going to on a day-to-day basis?
In regards to enforcement, there's various types of enforcement, as the acting city manager mentioned, in partnership with code enforcement. There's several shops that still operate without a permit, but also cultivation sites. So there's enforcement on cultivation site and clearing those locations and then doing inspections and whatnot.
Thank you, Chief. And I want to ensure that we are fair across the board. Because we are going through our budget process, and our police department makes up the most heavily funded department that we have in the city. And I think it's time that we balance our budgets. We want to ensure that the police department has an ample amount of resources, but as do we also want to ensure that Public Works is properly funded, Parks and Recreation is properly funded, because as we can see, there is an abundance of concern across our city, whether it be sidewalks, supporting a turning signal in the Bristol, ward, your council member Becerra's district. And I think that the opportunity presents itself in the cannabis fund. I think you have over $3 million. We can be equitable across the board to ensure Public Works receives $1 million, $1 million goes to Parks and Rec, and $1 million stays in our police department. I think that accomplishes the equity that all of us are trying to fight for here today, which is having safer streets, well-paved streets, and well-funded parks. And so I think that this is an area of funding that we should consider when we are talking about addressing potential shortfalls and where are the sums of money going to come from to address these issues. I think that balancing this budget across 3 different departments provides us an opportunity to serve a multitude of areas for our city, in our police department, in the Public Works department, and lastly, Parks and Rec. That'll be my final round of comments, is I just want to see our cannabis fund be more balanced so that we can actually focus on city services, youth development, and public safety. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, thank you. So the request that I'm submitting to you, and that I verbally and what I submitted in writing, they're coming directly from Ward 3 constituents and neighborhood leaders. And so I know that Ward 3 families use Ward 3 parks. I see it all the time. And I'm very, very happy that they feel safe and that they feel like they can go to their local park. And so consistently for 4 years now, I heard from them that they want to see these types of repairs in their public parks, that they want better bathrooms, they want better softball fields, they want better, lighting, and they also want, a playground equipment to be upgraded and for shading to be added. So that is why I submitted those requests, and that is directly coming from Ward 3 constituents. My long-term vision for park security, for me, it's bringing back our park rangers, right? I would love for Public Works to be able to get the ball rolling to see if that is something that can save the city money. I think Lyons has done an incredible job. I can certainly attest to that, and we've seen a difference in Ward 3. But I would like for staff to have that conversation to see if bringing back our park rangers is something that is sustainable for the city. Also, Santa Ana Pony has reached out. They would like help funding $80,000 for the netting and the structure security of their fields that they use. Santa Clara is very bumpy. Santiago Street is also very bumpy. Grant to Fruit is very bumpy. And a lot of these streets, a lot of these potholes that you are now seeing are a direct result of all of the water that the city took last year, right? Because it's very old infrastructure, and so it was not able to maintain really everything that happened with the tropical storms. And so a lot of the streets, you're now seeing those potholes become bigger, or new potholes, as I've seen in some of these streets, right? Like Fruit and Cabrillo, very patchy. East of 17th Street, I would say generally we need to do some repair work there as well. There's a request that came in from the Lion residents. There's a crosswalk that connects the communities. However, there's no stop sign there, and so the cars just speed by. And they came to a neighborhood meeting and they said, you know, we've almost been hit. People have been hit, and so that is on the priority list for me. There's also a stop sign request at Walnut and Shelton. That's a very dangerous intersection. And traffic synchronization on Cambridge and Fairhaven when you're trying to make a left turn during rush hour. It's very, very dangerous. And not too long ago, one of the cars actually ran into the wall, which backs up into somebody's home. And so those are the areas that, again, I'll be submitting and writing. Thank you, Kat.
Thank you. Councilmember Vasquez, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just like Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Fan, I want to talk about economic development and giving some investment there. I have ideas of, we should have a fast track to open up a business in Santa Ana. It seems like we have the opposite. My mom opened up a business 35 years ago, and she had a rough time opening up a beauty salon. And I hear it from my friends. I hear it from anybody who invests and opens up, and they're up in arms at first. They open up and they forget because they're already up and running. But let's be that business-friendly city that you can open it up quick and you get through it, and we start making more money, and we get more people coming in to invest in our city. I agree with Councilmember Lopez that those PD-funded sworn officer positions that we can't fill, can we transfer them to within the PD department to unsworn positions to better serve our community? They're going to stay within the PD, all the funding, but we're gonna support and give better service to the community. As far as dual-use parks, Willard Intermediate is a dual-use park, and I talked to the principal, Bertha Benavides, amazing principal. She's awesome, and they had some issues, but they worked it out with Parks and Rec. They figured it out. Oh my God, guess what? Our Parks and Recs is awesome. They can work with the school district to figure things out. So they did. They just they talked to each other and they figured things out. So I could see that at Pio Pico, Lowell, Barn Elementary, Ettinger as well. As far as safe parks, good programming. How could we add programming to our parks? Because I know Ed Carruthers is well programmed, and I walk by, because I walk my dog, by there every night, and we see families. It's full. They're happy. There's families picketing within the skate park because they're hanging out with their little one, and there's different age groups, and it's a full park. But guess what? It's well programmed, so it's safe because the community comes out and they make each other safe. So that's how you create safe parks. I want to touch about the PAL program. I'm not saying take those away, but the PAL on Cypress, if they're open 9 hours a week, like the one on McFadden, maybe we could add a teen center there. So let's talk about a teen center, dual use. Let's dual use ourselves. Let's use our spaces and be efficient with them as well. And as the one for on McFadden, if it's we could have a family. I was in Huntington Beach, and they had a YMCA family fitness center. I wouldn't mind having a PAL family fitness center. The other days they're not open, where families can be healthy, go in, and do exercise as well. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues for your comments. I think I heard a lot of the same refrain, right? I think that the parks issue is up because it's at the forefront of our minds. It's one of the things that we really expanded with COVID money, with ARPA money, and so that's where it's really important to me. And I agree that safety at our parks is really number one. We can't have nice parks that people are afraid to go to. And so that's why with the Parks and Libraries and Zoo Bond, you can have included in there park rangers who ensure the safety of our parks, libraries, zoo, and trails, right? That's an open space too. They can ensure that our public works team is going to be able to upgrade and maintain those restrooms and lighting. We need $4 million to have sports field lighting. We have people coming here saying we don't have enough sports field for our young people to stay out of trouble. How are we going to be, playing Pee-wee, softball if it's dark out at 5 p.m. in the winter time? And so I think all of that, I guess I'm bringing that up because we can't just ask for things, we have to figure out how to pay for them. And in order to do that, I'm floating this idea because I think that it's one way that our school districts do it, the community college districts do it, and it's limited. It's limited, so you know exactly where it's going to go. It's going to go to the things that is going to improve the quality of life for our residents. As to the rest of it, I think that when it comes to any type of public maintenance, of course, we want to look at areas that are creating the most traffic accidents and the most deaths and pedestrian or vehicle accidents. I think those are the really crucial parts, whether it's about the medians or roundabouts or bump outs, all of those things, because what we're seeing is whenever there is an accident, you're going to have costs to our businesses, costs to our residents, traffic, increase in other problems, and damage that's going to have to be paid. And sometimes it's going to cost even more to the city because we have to deal with all of that too. So those are the kind of maintenance areas and public works and infrastructure areas that I'm interested in supporting. But again, otherwise, I'm not interested or supportive of increasing programming of any type, new events, new grants, or new things, because we have not figured out how we're going to pay for those new items. And what we see is a decreasing budget year over year, and we're going to have to make those tough cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So this is my last one, and apparently, I think after this, we've already gone 3 times. We can move on. So I'm going to go back to dispatchers. It was at the last meeting that it was brought forward, and then it was asked to be brought when there's acting city manager, when the next city manager is here. So I think this is an appropriate time to ask to place on there so we can discuss adding 4 dispatchers. We know it is one of the most crucial positions in the police department. As I had indicated at the last meeting, it's a very stressful job. They had asked for 2 at the last meeting. I think 4 would be more appropriate. Again, what we can afford. If we can look at that, Mr. Acting City Manager, because when people call in, they want somebody to answer, and they want them to be able to answer clearly. And so 4 dispatchers is something that I would support. Also, again, as I stated, safety is the #1 issue for me. Yes, I'm supportive of parks, love them. Families do use them throughout the entire city. However, because I represent the entire city, I do get the calls about bathrooms and safety, and just like everybody else up here does. And I think Mayor Pro Tem's her statement earlier about, I don't want to misquote you, if there's enough money, there's not enough money, right? And so we all have to be aware of that. We all have a list. There's a lot of things that we all want, but what should be our priorities? The quality of life and what being safe in our communities. And so those are the things that I would hope that we would look at up here to say, how do we keep our constituents safe, healthy at the same time, provide very good services for them, and that we don't end up in a financial positions where we can't come back from. And so I just want to state that. And again, when referencing the speed bumps, I look to the experts, and that is the fire department, who has indicated, and I don't know anybody, if you disagree, my goodness, please, if we put speed bumps, fire trucks have to stop almost completely and slow down. So before they can get to you, they have to do that and then get their truck rolling again. And so it takes them longer to get there. And I'm all about slowing down the traffic in our neighborhoods and in our city, but how do we do that without putting speed bumps? And I'll leave that to the experts, because Nabil, I see you shaking your head. You're the expert in that area. And so, and it costs, right? It's a huge cost. And so there's a lot of things you heard us up here say what we want. It's great. It's kind of like, oh, we won the lotto. No, we did not. We have a set budget. And last year when we went through this, the city manager at one point said, we have no more money. because people kept asking, council members kept asking and asking and asking. So we have to be responsible and look at the budget and how much money do we have and what are our priorities as a council and as a city serving our constituents. And so with that, Mr. City Manager, I think this item is, well, Mr. Councilman Panalosa, you said you didn't want to speak. Aye. Okay, so once Councilman Panalosa is done, then, did you push the button too? Oh, okay, you're the last one, Councilman Penalosa.
Thank
And
you.
then we're gonna move on.
Thank you,
I believe
Mayor.
you'll have some direction, correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. I just wanted, because I try to remain consistent, I know when we had the reclassifications of the sworn vacancies, I said that would be a better discussion to have with the larger budget. We're now having it, so I also want to just echo what my colleagues have said. I'm not supportive of reclassifying all the positions that were recommended, but maybe looking at that and maybe seeing which positions we could reclassify within the police department to have other, to address other staffing issues within the police department. So definitely supportive of that, and this is a time when we should make those big staffing decisions. Also just wanted to thank staff for including Bristol Street Rehabilitation in your staff report. I know that, as many of us have heard before, Bristol Street is our biggest tax revenue making corridor in the city. And if, our Public Works tries to sell those parcels of land on Bristol Street, no one's going to want to buy them when Bristol Street looks the way it does. So if we invest our monies into finishing Bristol Street, specifically between Warner and St. Andrew, or Warner and Edinger, it would be more appealing for someone to want to buy those pieces of land along Bristol Street and help bring in that economic development and that revenue that we so long for. So thank you for including that. I hope to see Bristol Street, the Diapers to Diapers project, for those who are unaware, because the construction started when I was in diapers, and it might be completed when I'm in diapers again, who knows. But that's the joke. So thank you, staff. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. All right, Mr. City Manager, do we have direction?
So, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. We'll go ahead and compile the information we received, and we'll provide a matrix, and then we have direction, at least to begin formulating a good budget presentation for you.
Point of, can we actually get that earlier on so we have more time to ask staff questions before
Yes.
it gets onto the agenda? Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to go on to item number 20. It's related to an ordinance for emergency services. May we please have a staff presentation?
Yes, we do. We have Finance and Management Service Executive Director Kat Downs make the presentation.
It's the Director Downs show. Every spring, right?
Yeah. Okay, great. So thank you very much for considering this item tonight. Local government has increasingly been the target of cyber attacks. So internally, we have taken and will continue to take proactive steps to protect the city. We would like the City Council to consider expanding the local emergency definition to the municipal code to include cyber terrorism, de-energization, and EMP attacks. And oh Lord, don't make me say that again. So doing so will increase the city's flexibility to respond to these types of events. And we have the IT director and myself will try to answer any of your questions, but that concludes the prepared presentation.
Sorry, I spilled water all over. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for helping me out here because I spilled water everywhere. Okay, any council questions at this time? I don't see any. Nobody's pushed their button.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'll second.
Perfect, let's prepare to vote.
A motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to approve the introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana, amending Chapter 2 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code Administration, Article 4, Officers, Departments, Boards, and Commissions, Division 15, relating to emergency services, Section 2.643, definitions. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 22. Are there any questions or comments by
21.
the council, or do we have a staff presentation? 21. I'm sorry, 21. I apologize. I was not trying to get out of it. I spilled water everywhere, so it kind of threw me off. Okay, item number 21. May we have our staff presentation, please, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, we do, by Executive Director, Planning and Building Agency, Min Tai.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor of the Council. The actions before you tonight is to adopt an urgency ordinance by 2/3 vote, adding Article 11 to Chapter 8 of the 21 to Chapter 8 of the Santa Municipal Code, prohibiting short-term rentals, and also conduct a first reading of a regular ordinance reflecting the same changes and also adding the same information and regulations to the SAMC. And if approved, this ordinance, the urgency ordinance would be effective tonight and would apply citywide. And the reading of the regular ordinance would be done tonight, as well as a second reading following, and will become 30 days after that for the regular ordinance. So what is short-term rentals? Short-term rental is the renting out of a portion or entire dwelling unit that is used for short-term lodging accommodation for transient activity, generally less than 30 days. It is a very popular format of renting out dwelling units, such as on platforms such as Airbnb, VRBO, and Craigslist, as well as other advertising platforms. In terms of current enforcement, short-term rentals, I want to be very clear, are not and have never been permitted as a use under the zoning code. We currently have approximately 112 confirmed active short-term rental enforcement cases, 36 of which involve owner residing at the same address, 84 of which involves property owners owned by or an LCC or managed by a property management with an absentee landlord. Complaints that we receive include excessive noise, parking problems, trash, degradation of neighborhood and residential character. In response to recent legal development and community impact, our effort tonight seeks to amend the municipal code to expressly prohibit short-term rentals in alignment with the city's current practice of the SAMC. This slide is meant to provide some context as for housing in the city. It is not by any means to say that short-term rentals are negative impacting housing in terms of the large number and the volume of numbers. We currently have about 82,000 housing units in the city as of January of 2023. We have about 1,100 short-term rentals that are on the average advertised in the city on any given day. According to the RENA allocation for the city, we are required between the period of 2021 to 2029 to produce approximately 3,100 housing units to meet the local housing demands. For context, the 1,100 units represent about 1/3 of the housing units to be produced. Again, this information is to provide as a context for numbers in terms of housing units and what's required by RENA. The proposed ordinances tonight are not subject to the requirement of the California Environmental Quality Act. The applicable sections have been provided on the slides here below. If approved, both ordinances we will file a notice of exemption upon the approval of the ordinances. The recommendation tonight, again, is for the City Council to adopt an emergency solar ordinance by 2/3 vote, adding Article 21 to Chapter 8 of the Santa Municipal Code prohibiting short-term rentals, as well as conducting a first reading of a regular ordinance, adding the same to the municipal code. That concludes my prepared presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions from the council.
Thank you very much. Open up to council members. Are there any questions? So I have a few. I don't see any here. If I can ask, please. Currently, do we charge a fee?
No.
Currently, do they pay any type of taxes or they pay no type of fees?
Correct.
Okay, so if there is a noise issue, they call the police department, are they fined? Are they just given a citation and then that's it? But do we have anything in place to say, first time police roll out, it's $1,000 for a noise issue, second time, $2,000, I'm just being hypothetical. Third time, you lose it.
Absolutely. So the current enforcement process based on our code is we identify and confirm any violations. We escalate enforcement through notification as well as issuing citations and fines. Right now, because it is a prohibited use, it is considered a misdemeanor offense if we find that the property is out of compliance. And as a misdemeanor, under this California regulations for short-term rentals specifically, a fine of up to $5,000 could be charged, or up to 6 months in imprisonment, if or both actually under our code, if approved tonight in Chapter 8, as well as the existing code. Both of those enforcement options are available.
The $5,000 fine.
Up to $5,000.
Up to $5,000 fine. So basically, we don't have any regulations for them. No, we don't charge them a tax.
As the use is currently prohibited, there is no regulations allowing for the uses. Again, the proposal tonight is for the council to adopt an urgency ordinance to reaffirm the current code as is written, as well as ensuring that we are legally defensible on the existing regulatory framework. If the City Council desires to make changes in the future or provide us with instructions on how to address this issue throughout the city in the future, we certainly would take any directions tonight as well.
So I would be very supportive of having operational standards, process for registering them, licensing, monitoring of the units, a process for reporting and addressing nuisance concerns, so that minimizing the loss of permanent housing in the city, which we can just talk about later how it does take up some of our housing issues. And so, as we heard from some of the speakers, they rent out a room, so it's not really going to affect the housing issue, but we could talk about that. And payment of city tax fees and taxes, strengthen the penalty fines like we just talked about, up to $5,000 to make sure that they are in compliance. And working with the Chamber and Travel Santa Ana so that it does bring people into our city, we generate revenue, but it would be a great working relationship with the Chamber and Travel Santa Ana. So I would like to seek out some support for that and to bring it back. You would be able to bring that information to us in late May. Councilman Penalosa, you want to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I first off want to thank city staff for working on this. I know you've been working on this for a couple of years now. I remember back in I think it was November or December of 2020, I agendized a similar conversation surrounding group homes and the idea of having the short-term rentals and how we could expand that. And I was told to pump the brakes because staff was working on this, so I'm happy to finally see it here. To everyone that came out tonight to speak on this, thank you so much for coming out and saying your piece in regards to this subject. I want to outright say that I am supportive of the ordinance as it currently is, because of what it's done to the quality of life of our residents. In the 5 years that I've been an elected official in the city, one of the number one concerns that I've heard from our neighborhoods and our residents in this city is the lack of goodwill, ownership, and good faith in neighbors and residents that live in our city. I know that there's one of our Memorial Park ambassadors, Jesse, who's a 10-year-old boy. One of the first things that he told me when I first met him was he invited me over to his house, and he said, I want you to come and stand on my front lawn and see the number of people that come to the house right next door to him. This is a family that through God's goodwill and their good work and their hard work, they were able to muster up enough money to purchase their single-family home in the Memorial Park neighborhood. But they don't have any neighbors. Every week, there's different people coming in and out of their neighborhood every single week. And it keeps from having them a peaceful neighborhood, and it has everything from parties to random people that live next door to them. And that is not a great way to live. We shouldn't have to live like this. If you invest so much in being able to own your home, and now there's people next door to you that you don't have any idea who they are or what they're about. I know that in the PowerPoint, city staff, you mentioned that out of the 112 confirmed short-term rental cases that we currently have that you've tried to enforce, there are 84 that involve properties owned by LLCs and absentee owners. You know, I feel for the few that live on the property and try to make some extra income, but the majority of the ones that are proliferating our city are causing problems in our neighborhoods. And that is a fact. Not only does it reduce the housing stock, there's over 1,100 of them in our city. That is 1,100 homes that are not being made available for our families in Santa Ana. There's a housing shortage, and this is adding to that in our city. So definitely supportive of bringing this ordinance forward because of the problems that it's adding to our quality of life in our neighborhoods, as well as the housing stock issue that comes with it, and as well as the unregulated forms that it takes for all the staff. I'm sure it's lovely people and are compensated, but we don't know what kind of working conditions are being provided at these Airbnbs as well. So thank you, staff. Thank you for bringing this forward. Very supportive of it. I know that the city of Garden Grove has an outright ban. The city of Irvine has an outright ban. And the people here, many people commented, their families visiting Disneyland. Well, guess what? They're coming here and spending their money in Anaheim and bringing tax revenue to the city of Anaheim, not the city of Santa Ana.
You need to
so,
stop.
excuse me,
You need to be
I
quiet.
sat here for 3 hours and listened to you, so please sit down and be respectful. So, with that, I will, when the time comes, Mayor, I will happily entertain a motion or I will move this item forward as an urgency ordinance as it is, and if, you know.
May I make an amendment?
Sure,
To your motion?
go ahead.
That we do not allow them in residential areas and only in the business areas or, where they're not in residential areas.
So what would you,
So like downtown area, they have a business downstairs, they may rent out the top for an Airbnb.
I guess I would have to see the map before I could
That's correct.
entertain that, but at the moment, I will make a motion to move forward with staff's recommendation
I second.
as it currently stands.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Besser?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, if you want to speak, please push your button.
I did.
No, I know you did, thank you.
Okay. So as Councilmember Pellows have brought up, there's 112 cases of short-term rentals that have received enforcement notices and citations. 36 involved owner-occupied, and then the 84 that involve these out-of-town absentee owners, these LLCs, right? I have one of those properties in my ward, down in Sandpoint. And what do the neighbors experience over there? beer bottles being thrown at their houses. And I know from what I heard tonight, I know not every Airbnb is going to operate that way. I get it, or every short-term rental. I get that. But I do think while these things that can be nuisances, I also see the fact that we can allow them in a limited capacity. And so while tonight I will be supporting staff's recommendation, what I will do though is I'm going to make a sub-motion. And what I'm going to ask is that we adopt the urgency ordinance tonight. But what I would like to have staff do is come back at the May 7th council meeting. And I'd like staff, and Min, tell me if this is possible. May 7th, I'd like you to come back with a proposed ordinance that would allow short-term rentals with standards related to very, very limited zones where they would be permitted. And I think this is kind of where the mayor was going as far as trying to limit that. Very limited where they would be. And then as far as some of the concerns already brought up here, as far as what taxes are they paying, where are they spending their money? Well, let's make sure that they pay the TOT. So that would be part of what I would ask for, that they pay the city's TOT, that there be a cap on how many short-term rentals there are in the city. We've done that on other uses. I think we could do that here as well. I think there also needs to be separation requirements. We don't need a cluster of them in any one particular part of the city because, as we've already seen, some of them do not operate as peacefully as we'd like. And we need strong enforcement procedures related to these short-term rentals. So when it comes to what was already being asked of our staff, I want to see the full extent of the law being incorporated into an ordinance brought back to us. And last but not least, I would like a short-term rental registry into which a fee would be paid into so that we can recoup some of these costs as well. So that would be my motion, is to adopt the urgency ordinance tonight, just to put it on the books, but then come back with an ordinance that would allow them per the standards that I just stated.
I'll second that motion. Okay, next for that, Councilman Vasquez.
I want to thank the staff. And I want to say I support this item. And I think they asked me where I stood on it when I came in about a year ago, and I was against the short-term rentals because it did take away from our families. And I'm in Ward 2, and that's where we have 3 and 4 families per single-family home, and people living in garages and renting out rooms. I also want to make sure that wherever we live, I want to support our neighborhoods to keep it a family environment and not have any cutouts. And people in downtown Santa Ana want that too. There's the folks in the lodge, in the lofts, have issues with already being in downtown Santa Ana. They complain whenever we brought Fiestas Patrias over, they wanted to be moved out for the week. They wanted a hotel room, or they wanted their pets to be moved out for the week. So they also want their family environment in downtown Santa Ana. So I wouldn't support any cutouts. So that's why I'm going to support this tonight.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. I too share very similar concerns with some of my colleagues here. I think that that this item does adversely impact our quality of life in Santa Ana. My family has been in Santa Ana since the 1950s. And my father grew up in Artesia Pilar. My mom grew up in Artesia Pilar. It's where my grandparents purchased their home, both sides of my family. I know firsthand the impacts that Airbnb has, the challenges that it's presented to a lot of neighbors. You have families that were once accustomed to, having relationships with their neighbors, having relationships, from their kids to their neighbors' kids. And unfortunately, that isn't occurring in neighborhoods that are impacted by Airbnb. And we also know that migrant labor is exploited when workers don't have a chance to collectively bargain. This is a new industry. It's not an industry that we want to be hostile toward, but it is an industry that we want to be very calculated about introducing to our city. At this moment, the time is not now. In order for something like this to be reasonable, fair, and equitable, workers have to be at the table. Stakeholders have to be at the table. I'm going to be supporting staff's recommendation because I don't believe Santa Ana is in a position right now for us to support this. That'll conclude my comments. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you so much to everybody who did come out and speak. We received a lot of correspondences, letters, all of that other stuff. So the first thing I would say is for those who say that they're renting out rooms in their homes, who are individuals living on site, I feel for you. We subletted a garage when we came to this country, and so when we talk about multiple families living in one home, I get that. But I also get when you're empty nesters or your kids are off in college and you want to rent out for 8 or 9 months out of the year and then have them come home for the summer. You can't do that with a long-term tenant, or otherwise that room would remain empty. So I hear that too. I would say that I am supportive of the ordinance and staff's recommendation right now. However, I would like to see something come back as to what Councilmember Becerra had mentioned as regarding, what is a TOT, 11%, I think, that's viable. What are the fees we can charge to regulate the item, and whether we can limit it to on-site property owners. For example, with a JADU, you have to be owner occupied to have a JADU. You can rent out a JADU or whatever you want to do with that. I think it's really important to maintain the character of our neighborhoods, but if you have someone living on site, I really do think that you're not going to have wild parties with beer bottles everywhere. It's the landlords who don't live in state or in the country. It's these LLCs. All they see is a cash cow. And I'm sorry if that is your business, but we don't want that kind of business here. Our residents don't want that kind of business. But I'm not going to take away an opportunity from a family that's trying to make the mortgage work. I'm not going to take away the opportunity from grandparents who want to have the opportunity to hold on to their house. And I'm not going to take the opportunity away from young professionals or young people who are first-time homeowners whose only way to make that mortgage work with these high interest rates is to do an Airbnb in their spare bedroom. And so, but with all of that, I know that we're asking staff to work on so many things. I don't think a May 7th deadline is feasible. So it's just really fast because literally that's in 2 weeks, right? Because the agenda, you go through the system in 2 weeks. So can you let me know what is a reasonable, regulatory scheme or idea to bring back?
Are you looking like
If it's
first
after the
meeting?
budget, be honest, because
Yeah, please be honest.
So, given the fact that we are dealing with multiple items, right, and that this requires due diligence, and we are focusing on the budget, first week in July, that's 90 days?
so first week in July, I
Means
don't think
June,
we have a
around
meeting.
June 15, right, I understand.
But maybe the second meeting
Right.
in July. And whatever information you have, please bring it back to us so we can have the
Yes.
conversations in advance so we can give you our feedback. And then as to the enforcement, I think it's really important to enforce against these, LLCs and absentee property owners. I know that our city staff works very hard to educate people long before we get as far as we're getting right now, whether it comes to nuisances or any other type of enforcement. And so I am supportive of staff going after this because I can guarantee you these are very severe cases, and they're not somebody with 2 cars parked on the lawn. It's way worse than that. And so I would be supportive of the sub-motion that's on the table. Thank you. If you'd be supportive of the amendment of the date. Thank you.
And you're good with the date, Councilman Becerra?
And just to clarify, there's only one meeting in July. It's July 16th.
Yes, I
because
mentioned the
council
second
did
meeting in
cancel
July.
the first
That's
meeting
fine.
of the month.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good, Madam City Clerk. I'm sorry, Councilmember Lopez?
Yes, thank you. So I think like Councilwoman Taifan, this is not a black and white issue for me, but right now as staff, communicated, STRs are not generating income because we are not regulating them, even though they are not permitted in the city. They have flourished, right? Because truthfully, the city just does not have the resources to enforce. And whatever STR complaint is flagged for code, in my experience, is because it is being driven by your neighbors that are seeing or hearing or experiencing something on site. And I know that is not the experience for everybody, which I think is good. But I do think that at a minimum, we should require STRs to require a business license, because they are, for those that are using the entire homes, they are unregulated hotels. That's essentially their function in the neighborhoods. And so, the direction that you are asking me to support is really step one in a much longer process that needs to happen, and bringing people to the table in good faith and figuring out people's individual circumstances to see what can work and what won't work, and what can they as a body recommend to this council that is going to be inclusive of those special circumstances, like people that are renting out their rooms, right? I don't want to be punitive towards homeowners that need that income to stay house, because that contributes to a much bigger issue. So right now, STRs are not allowed in the city. And I think this is important because, as one of the gentlemen came up and said, it's a very confusing process. It's a confusing process because the code is not clear. So we don't have a pathway to give to our residents when there are issues happening on site, and staff doesn't have the legal recourse to further a process because our municipal code is not clear. And so I think that this is important, again, to begin this process of coming to the realization, having the city really, reconcile with the fact that people are using their homes as businesses for whatever reason. And so I agree that this is a very nuanced conversation. I think that all of those little details need to be figured out. They should not happen here right now. I don't know that you're going to have everybody here provide you feedback by July, right? And I really want this to be a good faith effort where people come, create a body, an informal ad hoc, where you have STR owners here that say, hey, this is what's happening right here, right now. These are the recommendations. But again, I think that the code needs to be clear so that we provide relief to our residents that are experiencing a lot of issues on site. And I understand that that might not be the scenario for each STR, which I think is great, but we can't ignore, the issues that are happening in the neighborhoods, and we do have to act upon that and ensure that there is a process in place that everybody is clear about and can follow through with it. So thank you, staff.
Thank you. Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So real quick question for you guys. So from what we just heard from Councilmember Lopez, it's not that you don't have the ability to enforce short-term rentals now. It's just that this exercise is a clarifying exercise. So we're not operating outside the law. We're not just wild, wild west, just picking a position and running with it. Our code is prescriptive. And because this use is not listed in our code, that means it is not allowed. Because I know some folks tonight said, well, it's been allowed, it's been permitted. So just to clarify, it's not allowed, correct?
That is correct.
And so when we have code enforcement actions against the use of short-term rentals, that is a legal exercise, correct?
That is correct.
But it does present an enforcement problem, because what it does is it requires, if we take these cases, and I have one of our assistant city attorneys here today, because he actually goes and prosecutes these things, when you have to explain to the judge who's used to seeing no person shall or thou shall not, and then you have to explain this prescriptive idea, it's not only confusing to the people in our community who are saying, is it permitted or not? I think we had a speaker that said, well, I looked at your municipal code, I didn't see anywhere where it's prohibited. So because of the way the status quo today is that they're illegal, they're not permitted. What this ordinance does is it affirms the status quo, and it would give us an opportunity, if you adopted it, to go back and to then do some of the regulations and to think about some of the things that you're talking about if you wanted to explore that.
Well, Madam Secretary, that's what I mean. In other words, I'm just trying to confirm that this is more of a clarifying exercise. Like to your point, to your example right now, when your attorneys go into court, it's not that they say, oh, you got me, they're actually allowed. You're basically saying, I'm sorry, Judge, I have to explain what a prescriptive code means, et cetera, et cetera. So in other words, we're acting within our lane. This is a clarifying exercise. That's all this is, except for with my submotion, I'm saying, let's do the clarifying exercise, and then let's have staff come back and per Mayor Pro Tem come back at the second meeting in July with something that we could deliberate on at that time.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
There's only one meeting in July, just to clarify, just one meeting.
That one meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, so there is a motion, and there's a sub-motion.
Can I clarify too, Mayor, and I'm so
Sure, go
sorry,
ahead.
because there was a motion, but remember you have two items before you. You have an urgency ordinance, which would require 4 votes, and you have the first reading of an ordinance that would only require 4. So you need, one of them requires supermajority vote, and the other one does not. So just want to make sure there was a motion and then a substitute motion. Was that as to the urgency ordinance or as to the first reading of the regular ordinance?
My submotion was to the urgency ordinance.
Thank you. I want to clarify. Just make sure that that was a true sub and that the first motion was as to the
Correct,
urgency.
so the first motion by was Councilman Penaloza, and it was seconded by Mayor.
So we would take a vote as to the urgency ordinance and then you would take a vote as to the regular. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
So this is the sub-motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by the mayor, to,
I have a quick clarifying question. Is your sub-motion for the urgency ordinance? Okay.
so the sub-motion is by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Mayor Amezcua, to adopt the urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana pursuant to Charter Sections 415 and 417, adding Article XXI to Chapter 8 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code prohibiting short-term rentals, making the associated CEQA finding, and directing staff to return on July 16th with a proposal for standards related to short-term rentals allowed in limited zones, TOT payments, a cap of STRs within the city, enforcement practices, registry with a fee, and a separation requirement.
Okay, let's prepare to vote. Bless you. We're waiting for, what? Waiting.
It's not showing.
Yes.
The vote is 4 ayes, 3 yeses. 4 ayes, 3 nays. The nays by Councilmembers Hernandez, Lopez, and Vasquez. Motion fails as to the urgency ordinance. So the first motion on the floor was by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Vasquez, to approve the item as presented by staff with the urgency ordinance as already stated, and the first reading and introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana, adding Article XXI to Chapter 8 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code to prohibit short-term rentals and the associated CEQA findings for both.
Whoa. No.
Go ahead. You were going to say something?
I was just going to say, to clarify, I understood Councilmember Penaloza's motion just to adopt the urgency ordinance, period.
That's correct.
Like no subsequent ordinance, no come back with some regulations. You just want it done.
And he had a second by Councilmember Vasquez.
Yeah, she was only speaking to the first reading. She added in the urgency, the staff recommendation.
The staff recommendation, there's 3 items on the staff recommendation. An urgency ordinance, a first reading of a standard ordinance prohibiting short-term rentals, and associated CEQA findings. So I understood his motion to be all 3. No direction to staff to return with other items.
So yeah, nothing to be returned.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Well, it would come back, if it's approved, the second reading of the regular ordinance.
Of just a ban with no permission to.
Correct.
Okay.
So it would come back with a complete ban.
Yes, if enacted, the urgency ordinance could go into effect immediately, and the first reading would come back again with a ban for second reading.
So it's duplicative, essentially. Duplicative. It's the same thing.
Just, it's the same ordinance. One takes effect immediately, the other one is a backup ordinance.
Go ahead.
And so with, in voting for this motion, there's no the motion does not include any opportunity to come back with staff research on STRs, right? Just to clarify. Okay, thank you.
As made, the motion does not, correct?
Thank you.
So I guess I would like to amend the motion to include, basically redo Councilmember Becerra's motion, but not give it a date specific, because I don't believe that by July we will have, and Councilmember Lopez had a great point, I don't think that July would give staff adequate time to gather this information of what regulating this would look like.
So you want to amend your motion. Mr. City Manager, what is your timeline? When can you bring it back? And please be honest.
Would you say 6 months?
I'm always honest.
I know you are, but you guys got to dance. This is new for you. I apologize. First meeting.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry.
So no, whatever. Give us a
My
timeline.
apologies. 6 months? This way, at least we have a date to work with, right? So what I don't want to do is what you hear repeatedly from the mayor and the council that, we were directed 6 months ago in 2021, 2022. So at least we have 6 months. That's something to target for. And if we need more time, then we'll make that indicated to the city council. But let's work through for 6 months so we can do the due diligence and prepare correctly to present an ordinance.
So we could as staff collectively shoot for October 2024 deadline,
Yes.
whether it's the first or the second meeting in
Yes.
October?
Right.
Okay.
And so you're going to amend your motion.
So I would amend my motion to
October
move forward
1st.
with,
October 1st?
yes,
There you go.
with staff's recommended actions.
Right.
1 through 3, but also include that staff come back at the first meeting in October.
Right. At the very minimum, with an updated information, if not a complete ordinance. How's that?
Can I help you with that? I think
There
we
you
want
go.
to ditch staff recommended number 2, because that would be returning back with an ordinance to.
No, we want to. If you're going to do an urgency ordinance, you always want to do the backup ordinance.
So then
Always.
then it's staff recommendation plus the
Correct.
item that I added.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Right, so that would be my amended motion, and I would ask if Councilmember Vasquez still seconds.
I'll second it. I'll second it. And then, just for clarification, his amended motion was to come back with fines and regulations and all the whole 9 yards. Okay, so there's a motion, there's a second. Let's prepare to vote.
Just out of an abundance of debating my colleagues, I'll put a sub-motion on the floor to move forward with staff's recommendation.
That's fair.
I'll
Vote on. Let's vote on it.
Let's go.
Okay, so let's
I
vote,
have
Mayor.
a question, Madam City Attorney. I'm so sorry, and this is just as to procedure, because we're on Robert's, no, we're not on Robert's rules anymore, we're on
We're not on
Rosenberg's.
Robert's rules.
I do Robert's rules. Because there was a motion and a sub-motion, the sub-motion was voted on, and then we have the sub-motion, the original motion. The original maker of the original motion wanted to amend, but the second did not agree to the amendment. So would
But
we
I
sti-
second it.
The secured one.
Well, I guess the question is, could you still do that, or would you still have to take the original motion that had a first and a second? Because typically you would have to take that if there's a first and a second.
But he withdrew or he amended.
Well, but if the seconder doesn't amend it, then there's no motion.
Let's
Then
let
the
the
original
city
motion
attorney
stands.
answer.
So
Yeah,
then he just brings up another
Hold on,
motion.
Councilmember Becerra, hold
I
on.
think that we have never followed these rules so strictly as we would if we were in Congress. And so I accepted, when the first motion, the substitute motion failed, we go back to the original motion that was on the floor, and the maker of that motion made an amendment, right? And so then there was an acceptance, a second to that, and so then we allowed a substitute motion again. So you're saying,
So we're
because if
considering
he
that
had
a
left his
substitute motion
alone,
to his original motion.
correct. If he had
Okay.
left his original motion alone, we would have had to have voted on it. But since he decided to amend it, he opened the door for another substitute.
And I wanted to ask that clarification because we are asking for an urgency ordinance, we're asking for due process, and I want to make sure this is clear that nobody comes to us and says, oh, well, you didn't vote on it properly.
Correct. Thank
And
you
so
for raising that.
Now we have a sub-motion by Councilmember Becerra and the mayor, which is, we do, it's a sub.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
What is it?
Oh, Penaloza, sorry, I looked at him and I said,
So
sorry.
what I see on the floor now is that we have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Penaloza. It was seconded by the mayor, and then a substitute motion was made to go back to the staff recommendation. And that was made by Councilmember Hernandez with a second by Councilmember Vasquez.
And that's where I'm having confusion because Councilmember Penaloza made a motion and Councilmember Vasquez seconded, right? That was the original motion.
But when Councilmember Penaloza attempted to make a friendly amendment to his own motion, that was seconded by the mayor.
So that would be a substitute motion.
It was not a substitute motion. It went back to his regular. So my advice
Got it.
is.
So you're
is to
saying
vote-
that's voiding his original motion?
That's exactly right.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's kosher. I don't do Rosenberg's rules. I want to make sure that when we go to court.
I think we got it.
it's all
We're good. Madam
Yeah,
City
so-
Attorney, we're good.
Yes, you're good. And so the clerk would then now take a vote on the substitute motion, which is the staff recommendation. If that fails, it'll go back to Councilmember Penaloza's original motion with the amendment as the mayor seconded.
Thank you.
So the vote is on Councilmember Hernandez's motion.
Seconded by Councilmember Vasquez
so
to
that's
go
what we're
back to the
taking right
staff
now.
recommendation.
Okay.
Got it.
Correct.
Thank you. Let's prepare to vote,
If you
please.
get 5 votes, the urgency passes. If you get 4, it's just the first reading of the ordinance.
And this does not, and this says no going back with staff's research. Thank you.
Correct.
We're good? All right. We're voting on Councilman Hernandez's sub-motion.
Yes, this is the second substitute motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Vasquez, to approve the staff recommendation as presented.
And then afterwards, we'll vote on Councilmember Penaloza's.
The vote is 4 ayes, 3 nays. Nays by Councilmember Becerra, Mayor Pro Tem Fan, and Mayor Amezcua. Motion fails as to the urgency ordinance, but passes as to the first reading of the regular ordinance.
So just to clarify, Councilmember Penaloza, you don't want it to come back then?
You voted,
That was a yes.
no, you voted for Councilman Hernandez.
You voted for Councilmember?
Right, yeah.
So you don't want anything to come back?
No,
Oh, okay.
but are we still going to vote on the substitute? No, right?
No, it did. So basically what has happened is the urgency ordinance, meaning to take effect immediately, did not pass, but the regular ordinance is introduced and passed.
Okay.
So we will come back at the next meeting for a second reading on that regular ordinance, and the clarification will go into effect 30 days. I'd like to make sure that the public understands that it is our city's official position that short-term rentals are not permitted in our city. So they should not feel that they have an extra 30 days to continue to violate the law, as we will enforce it as it currently exists and under the new ordinance that you've passed, assuming it gets a second reading in 2 weeks.
Okay, got
Thank
it.
you.
Got it, perfect. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, you had a comment?
I had a question, Madam City Attorney. Given our motion, because it was a combination of both the all of staff's recommendation and one of them failed, is it possible to do a standalone motion only as to the urgency ordinance?
I suppose you could do that if you wanted to. If they're both items were on your agenda under the Brown Act, you could take action on both. Although the urgency ordinance failed for lack of having 5 votes, and you would need someone, who voted in the majority to bring the motion for reconsideration. I would say that if there were further direction to staff at some later date in terms of exploring, that is certainly up to the council to decide.
Okay, so I will make a motion solely as to the urgency ordinance, to approve the urgency ordinance.
She can do, yeah.
Okay, so you want to do the urgency ordinance now?
Yes.
Because
Staff has pending enforcement, and if for them to go forward with the most clarification possible, I want them to be able to do that because there are 84 illegal short-term rentals owned by LLCs and absentee property owners who are creating a massive damage to our neighborhoods. And so I would like them to go forward with enforcing those as soon as possible.
So is that a motion on the floor?
That's a motion to approve the urgency ordinance, period.
Okay, second. So you made a motion to approve the urgency ordinance, and there's a second by Councilmember Vasquez.
I would just real quick comment and just say that I think Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, because I think we all agree that because of what you just said, there are pending enforcement actions. We do want to see an urgency ordinance. I think the only differing opinion on this council is just what the future looked like. Some of us wanted something, others don't. But I think for the most part, I think we heard prevailing comments that we do want something urgently adopted. So I'll be supporting the motion.
That's correct. Thank you.
If there are no other further comments, let's prepare to vote.
A motion by Mayor Pro Tem Fan, seconded by Councilmember Vasquez, to approve an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana pursuant to Charter Sections 415 and 417, adding Article XXI to Chapter 8 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code prohibiting short-term rentals. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
On to item number 22 at this time. Madam City Clerk. Are there any questions or comments by the council? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Mayor, item number 22 is a informational report pertaining to the Youth Commission. So if the motion is just to accept the report, we can take that, but otherwise,
I'll make a motion.
there's any direction to staff on the options provided. Just accept the report?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Mayor moved to accept the report, and there was a second?
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Let's prepare to vote to accept. We're just accepting the report.
Right.
Point of inquiry?
Yeah, I have hey, staff, I have a city attorney, I have a question.
Mr. City Attorney,
Before we
a question on the floor. I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, before we take the roll call, are we going to provide direction because the council asked for this item?
Hold
to
on
be
one second.
put
Can we
on
get the doors
agenda?
closed in the back, please? Can we get the Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, so we're talking about item 22, correct? That's correct. So I don't want to just accept the report. I want to know if we're going to take action because this is something that the council has asked for staff to work on and provide options. Are we going to, keep the youth commission as is? Or are we going to address the issues of no quorum? Are we going to make an informal committee? What is this council going to do since this is something that came from the council for us to discuss and take action on?
So at this point, we would like to take direction if you have questions with the informational report. And so that is the points that you just mentioned. So we would consider, do you want to have a commission? Do you want to disbar, have a youth committee? And just discuss, I think in our one-on-ones with some of the council members, perhaps have joint meetings with the school district and form a different type of advisory or ad hoc committee that involves youth, rotate amongst the schools. So, and in all intents and purposes, not have a formal aspect like we do with other commissions because they're youth and they're hard to get volunteers.
So can we ask Hawk a couple questions, please?
Definitely.
Again, nice suit. So, I have a question for you. So, has the youth commission been meeting like we discussed before?
No, it has not.
No quorum or just no youth?
We struggled to get quorum.
Okay.
And we currently have 2 vacancies that still haven't been filled.
So for the public's knowledge, and what is your recommendation?
My recommendation is to do like we did with the seniors, bring them in and just have one big Parks and Rec commission that, has everybody. The seniors has done really, really great, and, that would be our recommendation. Plus it, gets us to where, we're not always having to rely on you guys to get our youth out there with us. It's
So
something
your
we would take on.
recommendation would be to add them to the Parks and Rec Commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Councilmember Lopez, you have questions?
Not necessarily questions, but I guess if they're not, the issue, right, is that people have been appointed to the Youth Commission that are not making the attempt to meet. And I think that's really tragic because there are many young people in the city that would love the opportunity to serve on the Youth Commission. And here you have people that have been given that opportunity and are essentially taking that away from somebody else in a small way because they're not meeting. So, I don't know that I'm committed to disbanding the commission now. What I would like to propose is that the youth commissioners that are currently on are removed and that each council member appoint a new commissioner. If we continue to have these issues, then I would be supportive of disbanding the commission and making something very informal that is driven by parks, library, or, adding 2 seats to the Parks and Rec Commission, or having some sort of informal committee under the Parks and Recs that can have that line of communication with the Parks and Recs commissioners.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Amezcua. I'm supportive of what Councilmember Jesse Lopez brought up. I want to ensure, Director Hawk-Scott, that we do everything possible on the city side to express that we're doing our due diligence. I know you already are, but I have a very dedicated youth commissioner, and I can't speak to everyone else's availability, but I know my commissioner has been on the youth commission since 2021. I formerly had a different youth commissioner, Ray Diaz, when he was out of age and went to UC Santa Cruz. I appointed a new commissioner, and so I would like for our commissioners to be given an opportunity to share what their availability is. If it is required that the council, replace our commissioners, I think that gives us an opportunity to really vet out, why is it not working? Why is there no quorum when there are so many issues that are affecting youth in Santa Ana, that having their perspective and dialogue is much needed. And I want to just first and foremost thank you for bringing this to us. If we do not at that point have a quorum and we have a commission that is essentially non-existent, I would be happy to support your direction. But at this time, I'm more in alignment with what Councilmember Jesse Lopez brought, sir. So at this moment, I won't be supporting the item in front of us.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Thank you. I want to support Councilmember Lopez's idea, but here's a second one. Just think about it, not to be decided tonight. I like your staff-run youth advisory committee, where instead of the format we have now as council or commissioners, throw that out. That's not working for our kids. So not a commissioner that keeps coming, but we get 2 students from every high school. We have 6, and then we have Nova, and then we have some at Garden Grove area. From Santa Ana, though, we have 2 students, and they meet 3 or 4 times a year, and they advise us on different things, on different topics. What might be the budget, Parks and Recs and Library, street safety and safety, and we decide, like, there's gonna be 4 subjects, and there's gonna be youth input into each one, where we call different various departments to present, and then they're able to speak. I just feel the youth might get lost having 2 people in a bigger room of commissioners of Parks and Rec, but I want them to have their voice together. So I'm thinking, we have 2 from every high school, and divide that in half, and that's quorum. We get 10 kids. If it's 10 schools and we have 20 total and 10 show up, but that's quorum. And I think that would work out, where we've expanded how many youth are participating, but then hopefully we cast out a big enough net that we have at least 10 students come, 10 youth, to speak upon how they feel about their city. And there's actually youth voice on specific details every meeting, and they get trained. And it doesn't have to be the same one, or doesn't have to be as council appointed. It could be staff goes out and talks to every school or every area and figures out how to get 20, or we could support that as well.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm one of the ones who has a vacancy because my youth commissioner, I think he's at Yale. And so I need to appoint someone new. We have people in mind. One thing I guess I want to bring up is that it's the first Wednesday of every month.
Yes, ma'am.
Might it be easier if it's, say, 4 times a year, or something more limited where, one, it's very specific so they know. Because sometimes, first Wednesdays, every month there can be things that come up, family, whatever, but I feel like if it's a little bit of a less of a commitment, it might be a little bit easier. Parents can more easily, figure out whether it's childcare or transportation or anything like that, or even if, frankly, the city wants to work with some of our schools to get transportation for those students or that one student or something like that, that might be more feasible rather than 12 months. Or even if it's just during the school year, that might be a little bit easier. But I am supportive of keeping the commission for now. And if it doesn't work, maybe till the end of the year and we still see a lot of issues, then I would love to go back to the idea of a staff-run committee. And that would be helpful because if, whether it's we go to every high school or middle school or a combination of both or whatever it is we do, because you don't have to comply with the Brown Act, it makes it a little bit easier. You don't need a quorum all the time for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Hawk, of the 7 commissioners right now, how many vacancies do we have?
We have 2 vacancies, Ward 1 and Ward 3.
Okay, so 2 vacancies, so we have 5 commissioners, and
Correct.
of those 5, we're not getting 4 of them to show up.
No, we're actually just getting, yours has been the one that's only been active lately. And like I said, we did reach out to yours, Mayor, and we didn't hear anything. So we had to cancel this recent one as well.
So he just was appointed last meeting?
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
And we did reach out to try to make quorum.
Great, thank you.
So we haven't got quorum yet, even though we've got 5
no.
appointed. So, they're kids. They go to school, they take attendance, right? So there's 2 factors here. One is, if the kids aren't showing up, maybe there's some sort of mechanism we need to incorporate when it comes to, just like school. If you don't show up so many times, you get held back or you don't get to participate or something. So maybe there's some mechanism that you can come back, propose to us that would work. The other thing is if we really want to figure out how to do this, maybe we all need to just appoint people and appoint people that can show up. You're right, there's a bunch of youth in the city. The ones that some of the members up here have appointed aren't showing up. And in some cases, the ones that are fighting for this commission aren't even appointing people to the commission. So number 1, appoint people. And then number 2, appoint people that'll show up. I think that solves the whole thing.
And there's also, like I said, if you guys can help, let them know there's an initiative. They do get $100 just to come, they do get what you guys, approved. So,
and I appreciate that. But it's like, I feel like we're up here, sounds good to say we're for the youth, but we're not following through. And it's not on Hawk, it's not on our city manager, it's the 7 of us. So I'm going to say, why don't we just appoint people and let's appoint people that show up. Simple. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Hawk. Is there any other? Councilor Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Hawk, for that. I here tend to agree with my colleagues here of what they've said, and I agree with what Councilmember Lopez mentioned. Is at this point I would feel okay just vacating all 7 seats on the Youth Commission and putting out a call, and obviously if we will have interest, I know we will, from youth in our city to apply and reappoint all 7 and just kind of clean slate. I wasn't aware of the attendance issues with my commissioner, but that's definitely something that I'm supportive of, is just vacating the entire slate and appointing new ones.
So I would not be, because mine he was just sworn in at the last meeting, so I would not say all 7 of them. And I don't know, there's, Councilmember Sarah, yours attends on a regular?
Mine wants to meet, so I don't know why mine needs to be reappointed. He's
right.
Good.
So I would recommend we just put it back on the council, that reach out to your youth commissioner, get him to attend, and maybe you reach out to them, Hawk, if you have the time, or one of your staff, to ask them, is that the day that they meet?
That would have been my suggestion.
Is Wednesday a good day for them?
Yes. Yeah, we can put that on if we do get them all there and meet with them to see if this is the correct time and date they want to meet, and, debate it with them and see what they want to do, and then we can bring it back for an ordinance change, I believe, correct?
Or you send them all an email and see what works for all of them, instead of bring them trying to get them all in. And maybe it's it's a Thursday evening, or whatever day it is, and, yeah, so I just appointed a commissioner, and so I'm hoping that, he could stay on there, so.
Mayor, I have a question.
Hold on, 1 second, please. So, I'm not in support of removing all 7 of them. Go ahead, Councilman Penellis.
Hawk, when your staff has reached out to each commissioner,
Yes.
what are the, do you just get no answer, no, or
So
do
we'll
you get
send
any
them-
reasons of why they're not showing up or they can't?
Some will say they're out of town, some we won't hear from, some will, right before we're gonna start, not ding. But the trend as of ladies, we've only heard, we just hear, I'll be there, and that's about it from Councilmember Becerra's, to be honest.
Okay.
And then, like I said, with Mayor Amezcua, we did reach out for this present one, and we did not hear back, to be honest. So, again, I know it's just new, but again, I
My
would
commissioner didn't get back to you?
No.
I'm gonna call him tomorrow.
So, just saying. No. So again, if you guys can reach out some, we do want to have the youth, we do want to get them involved. We are working on things on ourselves too, at other centers too, to get youth more involved. So again, we do ask for all y'all's help to get us, get them involved, get them at the commission, because again, there's a lot of great things going on.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Thank you, Hawk. And just for future and for the other staff that runs other commissions, would it be possible to get attendance for all our commissioners so we could just follow up and making sure that every seat is filled every time we have a meeting and make sure we're on top of it? Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, you want to address that, please?
Yes, thank you. The commissions do prepare biannual reports of the attendance. They are brought to you for receive and file. So the most recent one was done in February for the last 6 months of 2023. But we can forward those to you again. But for the Youth Commission for 2023, they met once. So all the other ones were canceled.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. You don't need to forward it to me. I read mine for my commissioners, and thank you. So let's see what we want to do, and thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to continue, it sounds like, with the Youth Commission. Is there a motion to continue with the Youth Commission? Or you guys want to just take?
Since I made the original motion, I'll amend my motion to accept the receive and file, and the direction is to continue with the commission. And my bad, I'll get you a youth
y'all's
commissioner
assistance
first
to,
meeting in May.
reach out some. And again, I think once they get more engaged and they actually come here in person, because since I've been here, I have yet to have the youth commission here. The last one we did have was on Zoom, but again,
Okay.
it would nice to get them here. Maybe that'll energize them. They're sitting in y'all's seats.
Or meet at a park, or meet at the library, or meet somewhere else?
Let's try to get them here first.
All right, I'm going to second your motion. So I'm going to second Mayor Pro Tem's motion.
Which is to keep it as is.
Keep it as is, receive and file. Let's prepare to vote, please.
It's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Fan, seconded by Mayor Amezcua, to receive and file the informational report and direct staff to keep the Youth Commission as is for now. Vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 23, please. At this time, do any council members need to endorse or disclose ex parte communications, or any questions or comments by the council?
Yes. I relayed to the city attorney's office today that I found out that I was disqualified from participating in this vote due to government code 84308. And I won't speak about the item, but I do want to say that in past agendas, we've seen that included in items, and I did not see that included in this one, so I would appreciate some consistency on that end. Thank you. Does it?
I'm sorry.
I didn't see it, but.
Permit or license.
Mayor, city manager, city attorney?
Yes.
Instead of Mayor Pro Tem answering, do you see it? It's there? Yeah, I think Councilmember Lopez had a question.
Yeah, she had consulted with me earlier, and even though this item is pertaining to a zoning code issue, it's directly related to a conditional use permit, which we've read to be included.
Thank you. I now open the public hearing for members of the public that would like to provide their comments in person or virtually. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Mayor, if we could just go back a section and have the staff presentation first.
Mr. City Attorney?
Actually, it'll be Executive Director, Planning and Building out, Ben Tai.
Mr. City Manager, I don't know why I'm confusing both of you.
I don't know why.
apologize. Because the Mayor Pro Tem is next to me and she's. Thank you, I apologize.
All right, no problem, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. The action before the council tonight is for approval of a zone change and adoption of a mitigated negative declaration. The subject application is requesting to change the zoning classification for the properties located at 2101 and 2109 Santa Clara from general agriculture to arterial commercial. The site consists of 35,400 square feet in total land area and is currently developed with 2 one-story dwellings. The general plan designates this the site, both properties, as general commercial and allowing for general retail, commercial, and eating establishments. Prior to coming to the City Council, the project was also presented to the Planning Commission for their review of 2 entitlements. One, which is the one before you tonight, is the zone change, but the Commission also reviewed the conditional use permit on February 26th of this year. The Planning Commission held a public hearing for the project and voted 4-1 to recommend the City Council adoption of the ordinance approving the zone change. They took a separate action on the conditional use permit for approval of a restaurant with drive-through to be for approval of operating on the site, and that vote was approved 3-2. That project was approved by the Planning Commission contingent upon the City Council approving the zone change. If the zone change is approved tonight, the proposed development project will include the demolition of 2 residential structure and a construction of a 3,900 square foot fast food establishment with a drive-through operations. As previously indicated, the properties are zoned general agriculture or A1, and the A1 zoning class permits agricultural and residential uses, which is not consistent with the, which is not a consistent implementing zone under the general plan, which designate the site for commercial. I think it's important to know that. Again, the A1 is not a consistent implementing zone for the general commercial development of the site as designated by the general plan. The proposed C5 zoning class is consistent, is a consistent implementing zone that aligns with the general plan, land use designation for commercial use of the property and the related goals and policy. The approval of the zone change would allow the site to be developed with a commercial use consistent with the existing Stater Brothers Commercial Center and other non-residential uses surrounding the properties to the north, to the west, and to the east. The preschool and residential uses to the south of the site is separated by Santa Clara. Santa Clara is a street classified as a divided collector arterial with 80 feet of right-of-way. The existing A1 zoning class and development standard would not allow for the site to be developed that is consistent with the commercial development as designated by the general plan. Pursuant to CEQA and CEQA guidelines, an initial study and mitigated negation was prepared for the project. The ISND determined that the proposed project would have no impact or less than significant impact with mitigation. And if approved tonight, the notice of determination will be filed for the project. Before I review the staff recommendation, I want to provide a clarification on the procedure and process as we receive a number of public comments tonight that discusses either support or opposition to the application based on the CUP approval of the Planning Commission for the McDonald's. So for that purpose, I want to provide a clarity that the action tonight by the City Council is for the zone change only. And the finding for the zone change as recommended in your staff report. As previously indicated, the McDonald's was approved by the Planning Commission on February 26, contingent upon the City Council approving the zone change tonight. So the discussion and the input tonight is limited to the zone change. However, If the city council, through its process on the zone change, the application receive a motion for approval, and there's enough vote to move the zone change ahead, the CUP would be approved. But if the zone change receive a motion to move forward, but there isn't enough vote to approve the zone change, the CUP for the McDonald's, as I mentioned, is contingent upon the zone change, and therefore would be effectively be denied if the zone change doesn't move forward. So I just want to provide that clarification for the council. That concludes my staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Any questions by any? I don't see anybody wanting to speak here. Or is there? I just want to be clear, I will not be supporting this item tonight. Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
If you'd go ahead and open the public hearing.
I'm going to open the public hearing at this time to provide their comments in person or on Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there are any members of the public on Zoom wishing to speak on public hearing item number 23, please dial *9 or raise your hand now. We will start with the applicant for the project. We have 3 people who noted themselves as the applicant: Paige Gosney, Troy Stevenson, and Nick Reuter. And the applicant has 10 minutes for initial comments.
Thank you, honorable council members, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you to staff for working through the entire project very diligently.
Can you come to the mic? I'm sorry, so we can, it'll be
Sorry.
recording you. There you go.
I
Thank
generally
you.
speak pretty loud, so I didn't want to blow
Thank you.
anybody's eardrums out. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time. I know it's a little bit late this evening, so I will keep this hopefully fairly short with no emergency ordinances, sub-motions, so on and so forth. Stream Realty Partners and SRP Stater Bros LLC, as the ownership of this parcel, is local to the community. Ownership is in the room this evening. We are down the street from this center. The approval of this zoning change is crucial to the revitalization of this center as a whole, which benefits the community. We maintain responsibility of the parcel, even though it will be a McDonald's. We still, as local ownership, have responsibility for the parcel and for the shopping center as a whole. The future McDonald's is slated to bring in somewhere between $250,000 and $600,000 a year in sales tax revenue. We did reach out to the local community, one of which was the daycare. We actually garnered a letter of support from them. I know that was some opposition in the past. We also reached out and had a conversation with the HOA after Planning Commission. We are here to answer any questions this evening. We have our consultant team as well if there's anything that needs to be answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Troy Stevenson, and I do represent McDonald's in this matter. And what I'd like to just emphasize is that we are a valued community member in Southern California. If you look, for example, at the Ronald McDonald House Charities as an example, last year we served 8,536 families during their time of crises. The average stay there averages about 17 nights. So when you put this into perspective, that's over 27,000 nights that families were supported during their time of crisis. A couple other items just that I find interesting, that 1 of 8 people in our country do start their career at McDonald's. During the 1990s, if you did work at a McDonald's, you're almost 37% more likely to attend a college. This McDonald's alone will bring 85 jobs to the community, and that's independent of digital drive-throughs, digital delivery sales, which is estimated to bring an additional 20 to 30 full-time positions. As of yesterday, we are in compliance with the Fast Food Compensation Act, which requires our employees be paid $20 per hour or an annual salary of nearly $84,000 per year. As in working through planning with this, we have worked on, we've reduced our hours of operation. We've have a state-of-the-art drive-through, and we believe our architecture will be of value to the community. So thank you for your consideration, and I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do have some cards for members of the public wishing to address this public hearing item. The time limit for them would be 3 minutes pursuant to your rules and procedures. If you could please line up when I call your name. Jonathan T., Mary Lou Branch, Fran Needham.
Come on forward and speak to the mic, please. Thank you.
Hi, guys. I live directly across from the proposed site at the Woodland North condos. My family has owned the condo there since 1983. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. The council needs to seriously consider what's best for our community, and my area is not lacking in food access. Between having 2 grocery stores, Stater Brothers and Albertsons, Chick-fil-A, In-N-Out, Burger King, Cane's, Raising Cane's, Carl's Jr., and limitless mom and pop shops within a mile of the proposed site. It's not an adequate location for a McDonald's. The request by McDonald's is pure greed, plain and simple. They only raise their wages for employees once forced by the state. In-N-Out has been been paying their people fair wages, like $24 an hour, since long before this just kicked in 2 days ago. The downside to McDonald's is known for serving fast food that is high in calories, fat, salt, sugar, which contributes to obesity, diabetes, and other health problems. Traffic congestion. You heard it last council. I didn't get a chance to speak on Zoom for whatever reason, but it's a 2-lane highway, guys. It's right next to a cemetery. Putting a McDonald's in between a CHP and Fairhaven Cemetery is honestly just not correct. Environmental impact. Many restaurants like McDonald's have generated a significant amount of waste from food packaging and disposable utensils. The noise pollution McDonald's can generate from customers, delivery trucks, kitchen equipment will all be more disruptive. The traffic as is, if I wake up at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., no matter what, if I turn in the middle of the night, you can already hear cars passing. Just simple traffic on Santa Clara, because it is only a 2-lane highway and it's small. The distance between, as he said, I believe is 80 feet. It's not that much. And overall, the potential downsides outweigh the so-called benefits to the community. I love the charity that Ronald McDonald's does, but that does not directly affect our community as a whole. That has no impact for us. You can get to a McDonald's 1.2 miles away, which they spoke to last time about they would have to compensate their franchisee owner if that took away business from them. I don't know why it would be a good opportunity for corporate to put a McDonald's with a 24-hour drive-through there. It would take a 5-minute drive to the 1.2-mile location, 2.2 miles away for a 7-minute drive, 2.4 miles away, 8-minute drive, and 3.2 miles away for a 10-minute drive to get to a McDonald's. So either way, up Tustin, down 17th, you can find a McDonald's. It's not that difficult. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Mary Lou Branch, followed by Fran Needham and Winston R. Covington.
Good evening. I would like to also speak in opposition, and my concern is traffic. On traveling west on Santa Clara from Tustin to Grand, which only a little over a year ago was redone to create bike lanes, is now essentially, as Jonathan just said, a 2-lane road. As you turn going west on Santa Clara from Tustin, it is 2 lanes and immediately merges to 1. So right past the only entrance on Santa Clara you're turning into one lane. I took it upon myself to go out and do my own informal traffic study and did 10 days, different hours, and watched the number of cars turning right or turning left into the shopping center, turning right or turning left coming out. And found that on almost every day, no matter what the time, it was an average of 5 cars. That may not seem a lot, but if you've been to that shopping center, you know how narrow that entrance and exit is. And if you have a truck, like a Toyota Tacoma, not a big truck, and a van meeting there, one coming in and one going out, one is stopping in traffic for the other to proceed. And for that reason, I am opposed to this project.
Fran Needham. Winston Covington, followed by Barbara George.
I'm Fran Needham, and I live in the Newport Portola Park neighborhood. Been there since October of '66, 57 plus years. My daughter graduated 45 years ago, rode her bicycle to school down to Santa Clara. The traffic then is zero compared to today on Santa Clara. Anyway, we're in the Tustin School District. All of our schools are east of the 55 freeway. Numerous children ride bicycles to school. They attend elementary, junior high, and senior schools. Returning home from school, they ride along the curb in front of the property at 2101, 2109 Santa Clara. This property is located adjacent to the parking lot entrance and exit of the Horizon Apartments, which is between this property and the Highway Patrol office. Also, Santa Clara has a lane reduction in the front of this property. McDonald's you've just been told, will generate a lot of sales tax for Santa Ana. However, is it worth the life of a student? Bicycle riders are hard to notice where you're looking for merging traffic, and if they ride the lowrider bicycle, they're invisible. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Mesqua, members of the City Council. My name is Winston Covington. I am the chairman of both Portola Park and Meredith Parkwood Neighborhood Association. These two neighborhoods consist of about 650 single-family homes. We're located between Santa Clara and 17th and Tustin Avenue and Grand. My neighbors, plus local neighborhood leaders, plus a lot of people in Northeast Santa Ana are very much against this project. The primary reason is traffic safety. McDonald's wants to build a 4,000 square foot restaurant with a double lane drive-through at this location. The closest entrance and exit to this project is on Santa Clara. Please get a visual in your mind of Santa Clara between Grand and Tustin. It's 95% strictly a 2-lane road total. If we go down Tustin to 17th Street, we'll find Chick-fil-A, we'll find In-N-Out. Major intersection. They both have double-lane drive-throughs. I have seen plenty of times where private security was necessary to ease up the traffic flow, the backup, to help these patrons get in and out safely. Imagine the traffic impact, the safety impact of a large restaurant with a double-lane drive-through on a 2-lane road on Santa Clara directly across the street from a very busy preschool with a large condo complex right next to that. Add the apartments, add the single-family homes, all trying to navigate that busy 2-lane road safely. It's a traffic nightmare. It's unsafe. This project does not fit this location. I posted a message on Nextdoor, and within 48 hours, I had over 2,700 hits. Most of the comments were against the project. I've got the screenshot to prove the hits. When this was presented to the Planning Commission on February 26th, there were 74 written comments submitted to the commission, 71 of which were against the project. That's a 95.94% ratio against it. It's not safe. It doesn't fit. Traffic safety is part of public safety. Please keep safety in mind and vote this project down. Thank you.
Barbara George, followed by Paige Gosney.
My name's Barbara George, and I live in the residential area off of Santa Clara, and I'm very much against this, the safety for the people and the children riding the bikes. We take a bike ride and we go across the street to the cemetery, and it takes forever now because the traffic's so bad to get just across to get over to the cemetery area. I understand that it's a right-hand turn. It's going to be a right-hand turn only into McDonald's. So someone mentioned that they probably will start coming through our neighborhood, going through our neighborhood, coming back out on Tustin Avenue, coming back, turning left on Santa Clara to get into it right. Even now, trying to get into Stater Brothers turning left is just taking forever. I think it's going to hold up problems for the parents picking up the children at the Plumwood School across the street. And it's a neighborhood street and a neighborhood area, not like 17th Street and on down. I also wanted to mention, yes, that there is another McDonald's, which is only about a mile, a little bit more than a mile around the corner. I really want you to consider not rezoning this. And I just have to mention the $20 an hour that got raised today, that on Channel 5 they did mention McDonald's CEO makes $9,000 an hour.
Paige Gosney, followed by Roger Shortall.
Good evening. I'm Roger Shortall. I live on Ridgewood Street, 2113. I've grown up there. My kids have grown up there. 48 years I've lived there. We go to McDonald's, not to McDonald's, Stater Brothers several times a week, many times. And it's a very close, difficult to drive in and get turned around. It's a very crowded parking lot. So when you come out, you got to be careful because people are rushing in from the south, coming in, making left turns to get in, and you have to juggle yourself in your car. They come in from the north, and then when the light turns, gets their way, they come in from the south. And I come from the west, so we see all this. And anyhow, I do see with the new kids riding electric bikes, we just had our Santa Clara repaved, and we have the bike lanes in it. And yes, there's a lot of congestion at that. It isn't safe, and yes, when the cars are coming in from the intersection, going into the Plumwood School, that is kind of difficult. They are in a hurry to get their little kid out of school. I see all these things, and I just say this shouldn't be happening, but only, it's up to you guys, and I can't say anything more, but it is going to be a dangerous situation. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, my name is Paige Gosney. I'm land use counsel for the applicant. First, I just want to say thank you for your time, your diligence tonight. It's been a long evening. I've covered a lot of ground, and we do really appreciate all your focus and listening to all the comments and everything that came with it. This is a project we are extremely proud of. We think it's going to be a great benefit and asset to the community. The Planning Commission, in late February, considered the project, ultimately was recommending approval of the zone change, adopted or approved the CUP for the project. That being said, we want to be good neighbors. We've strived to be good neighbors. We want to continue to be. We've heard the concerns from the neighbors that are out tonight to, speak in opposition to the project. With that in mind, we would like to formally withdraw the application at this point, so it would not be voted on tonight. We'd like to take it back. We want to go take a closer look at it, make sure that, we can make revisions as necessary to the project application to address the residents' concerns, to address the city's concerns, and make sure that when we come back to you, we come back to you with a project that not only the residents can support, but that, and the Planning Commission obviously supported it, but that you can support as well. And that's our goal, and that's what we'd like to do. So with your permission, we would requestfully withdraw the application tonight.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers?
Mayor, there are 5 more speakers in-house and 1 on Zoom, but with the notation by the applicant of their withdrawal.
Right, so Madam City Attorney, they're pulling their application, so at this time, I don't believe we need to move any further.
Don't do any further. We're canceling the public hearing and you don't have to take action.
That's correct. So we're going to cancel the public hearing. We don't need to move any further.
And my understanding is that the conditional use permit that was addressed by the Planning Commission.
I can't hear you, I apologize.
My understanding is that the conditional use permit that was connected to this had a contingency in it, so it will not take effect. So it would effectively require the applicant to reconsider and potentially refile if they would like to do that.
So we will not have a McDonald's at that location.
That's
Sorry,
correct.
before we move forward.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Hold on a second. I just want to clarify, finish my question.
Okay.
Thank you, and then you can go. So I just want to be clear. So we're not having the McDonald's and it's not coming back.
With the withdrawal of the zone change, the McDonald's condition of approval was linked to the approval of the zone change. So the answer to your question is no, there will not be a development of McDonald's at that location with the withdrawal of the
However, it
application.
doesn't mean that they couldn't refile.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Sorry about that. Thank you. I guess because there is a public hearing, this is the time, I've not met with the applicant. I don't know about any of this stuff. I've obviously, the agenda, hearing from the public and things like that, I'd love to ask some of the questions that, and have the applicant answer them if they're willing to do that, given some of the questions by the public, if they're interested in bringing it back.
Well, we don't need to. They pulled.
There's no application.
They've withdrawn. They're formally
Well, I guess
withdrawing.
my point is, if there's a willingness to discuss it and then withdraw it, but if they don't want to give that a chance, that's fine too.
No, we don't need to. They withdrew. Everybody's good with that? Okay. All right. So we're going to move on. So at this time, we're going to close this public hearing with no further comments. Thank you all very much. We're going to now go into the Housing Authority. We're recessing the City Council meeting and convening to the Housing Authority meeting. I hereby call the Housing Authority meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Authority Member Becerra?
Here.
Authority Member Hernandez?
Present.
Authority Member Lopez?
Here.
Authority Member Penaloza?
Present.
Authority Member Vasquez?
Present.
Vice Chair Fan?
Here.
Chair Mescla?
Present.
7 members present.
Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers for within the Housing Authority agenda?
Mayor,
I'm sorry, is there something going on?
we did not, there are no in-house speakers for the Housing Authority consent calendar, and we did
Okay.
not receive any e-comments on the consent calendar.
Does any authority wish to make a motion or a second? Is
I'll move the calendar.
there a second?
I'll second.
Let's prepare to vote.
A motion by Authority Member Hernandez, seconded by Authority Member Penaloza to approve Housing Authority consent calendar items 1 and 2. Authority Member Hernandez?
Yes.
Thank you. The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
That's the end of the consent count at this time. Public hearings, item number 3, Madam Secretary. Did we already cover that?
No, this is a new public hearing underneath the Housing Authority.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
There are no in-house, I'll wait for you to open. If there's anyone on Zoom who wants to speak on this Housing Authority public hearing, please raise your hand now.
And I'm opening. Go ahead.
There are no in-person cards for the public hearing for the Housing Authority. There is
I'll
no one online for that. We did receive one e-comment that was distributed to the authority and posted online.
I'll make a
Mr. City
motion.
Manager, do you have a staff presentation?
No, we don't.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to move the item.
is there a second?
I'll second.
No comments from the council? Let's prepare to vote. Going to close the public hearing and let's prepare to vote.
Oops, for fiscal year 2024-2025, and the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. The Housing Authority meeting is adjourned. We'll reconvene to the City Council meeting at this time. Mr. City Manager, your comments, please? I said Mr. City Manager, right? I didn't say.
Right, you did.
Do you have any comments,
Pause
sir?
for dramatic purpose. No comments today. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir, very much. City Council comments. Councilman Hernandez, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I first and foremost want to welcome our acting city manager, Alvaro Nunez. Congratulations on your first meeting, sir. We're very thankful for your leadership and for you being here today. I'd like to thank all of our staff who contributed to creating this council agenda so that our residents can share their input and their direction with our council. I would like to start by addressing my support for the Juneteenth event, staying at Centennial Park in the hands of the Orange County Heritage Council. Orange County Heritage Council is an organization from our city that was started by a mother, Helen Marie Shipp, 45 years ago with her 9 children. I believe that all of our residents and all of our staff should feel supported and welcome regardless of race, religion, creed, gender, or whatever their religious beliefs are. I would like to close today's meeting in honor of 2 residents, the first being a resident who has served the neighborhood of Artiza Pilar for many decades, and that is Otoniel Tarin. He was born in Parral, Chihuahua, in Mexico, and he dreamed of giving his family a better life. And at the age of 16, he decided to migrate to the United States. He began his story with his uncle Mundo in 1976 in Santana, and alongside him, he worked at Mundo's restaurant. He brought his upbringing from Mundo's, where he was washing dishes, and he slowly worked his way up to a chef at a restaurant, where he became capable of producing the finest Mexican dishes. In due time, Otoniel carried those skills and decided to open his own restaurant off of 5th and Rate in 1989. He opened Taqueria Los Grandes. My grandfather, Enrique Atilano Prieto, went far back with Otoniel, as well as my grandmother, Indelisa Prieto. May they rest in peace. I want to thank Los Grandes for their years of service to the residents of the city and for bringing authentic Mexican dishes to our city. May Otoniel be remembered for being a shining example of what the Mexican tradition and culture is about, and that's family. I also would like to uplift another Santa Ana resident who passed away recently. Her name is Vicky Sarmiento. Vicky Sarmiento was an attorney that was born in Bolivia and migrated here in the city of Santa Ana in October in 1958. Her parents, Vicente, Irma, and her siblings, Daisy and Vince, arrived to the United States in July of 1965. Vicky was a graduate of Santa Ana High School. She attended UC Irvine, where she received her bachelor's in social science. She received a BA in Spanish literature. And she spent 2 years in Spain studying in Madrid and Barcelona, where she discovered her love for traveling. She also attended UC College of Law San Francisco, formerly known as Hastings College of Law. And her work across this country is to be noted. When women were giving birth inside of prisons in Los Angeles, whether it be a C-section or a natural birth, women were placed into general population, and many women died. She advocated in suing jails and prisons where women were giving birth, thus creating policy reform so that mothers who do give birth within a prison or a jail are given access to health care. She also challenged Magic Mountain on racial discrimination of black and brown youth, forcing them to change their policies. May Vicky Sarmiento be remembered as a champion for constitutional rights and a champion for the people of Santa Ana. Rest in peace to Otoniel Tarin and Vicky Sarmiento.
Thank you. Councilmember Vasquez, please.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Hernandez. I want to thank Parks and Rec for their job on Saturday at the at the excellent extravaganza. You guys, not only did you work in the rain, you work in the rain, but you were smiling and happy. Not just you, the whole staff. They were happy to be there, to be working and supporting our community. And it was raining, and you were still giving out. And the Clippers were there, and everybody was happy. So I was proud to see how the staff just came out and supported our community on that day. So thank you so much, Director Hawk, and to all the Parks and Rec staff. You guys are amazing. And I also want to just a little brag on my part. The Santa Unified School District came out with a new recognition to recognize families called the Heartbeat of Santa Ana Unified School District, and for the service that my family has given over myself 15 years. 6 of us work in Santa Ana Unified School District, so I've been working there I've been there 19 years. 19 years. So I've been 19 years. My sister, Mireya, who's an amazing counselor, she was my coworker for 2 years. I've never had a better coworker. I would hire her before I would hire me. She's amazing. I love her to death. She's awesome. My brother, who's an adult transition teacher, and he's beloved and respected by all his peers. He's really a great adult transition teacher, along with his daughter now, who works at Century High School. My other sister, Adriana Vasquez, who's a school psychologist, and the special ed department just highlighted her when we got this award because they care so much for her and respect her work as well. So I was just happy. Cassandra Castorena, my goddaughter, who's a paraprofessional, and wants to be a teacher, go on to be an educator, was also one of the 6 people awarded. I have another niece coming, Leah Vasquez, who's going to be a teacher, and we have a niece out in Corona Norco, Alicia Vasquez, who is also a teacher. I have a cousin, Osiel Madrigal at Santa College, who worked here with the city with Mike Garcia when they both had hair. He's bald now too, so he's bald. And Eduardo Gonzalez at Cal State Fullerton, who's a professor of Chicano studies. My family is really dedicated to the city. Eduardo Gonzalez wrote a book about La Calle Cuatro here in Santa Ana as a Chicano studies professor. So I was honored for me and my family, but more, I'm honored to be part of this family, and I'm so grateful for them for being who they are and supporting me. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez, please.
Yes, thank you. To everyone that came out today and gave public comment, we have a friendly reminder that there's a budget meeting or session taking place at Fisher Park on April 9th at 6 p.m. Inside the cabin, so we hope to see you there. Our office is also hosting another park cleanup on Wednesday, April 10th at Santiago Park, and more information on logistics will be shared on our social media channels. And we want to invite you to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of Corazon Coffee bar this Saturday, taking place at their location. And so hopefully you all come out and celebrate a local business and support them. And most importantly, I also want to help conclude tonight's meeting in honor of Vicky Sarmiento, not just honoring her memory, but her legacy, her work that was so impactful and changed many lives for the better. And this world was a better place because of Vicky, and she will be truly missed. And I send my condolences to the Sarmiento family.
Thank you. Councilmember Penalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Just also wanted to take the opportunity to ask the mayor and my colleagues up here if we could also close in memory of of Paula Facco, spelled F-A-C-C-O-U, who passed away peacefully on February 1st, 2024, at the age of 81. She is survived by her son Jeff, daughter Wendy, son-in-law Frank, and 4 grandchildren and 7 great-grandchildren. Preceded in death by her daughter Toby and her parents Paul and Lois Beckman, Paula spent her childhood in Santa Ana, attending grade school through high school. She married Darryl Facco in 1960 and within 3 years had 3 children. During her years in Santa Ana, she worked at Kirk Glass and was eventually certified as diagnostic ultrasound technician from Orange Coast College. Paula took pride in living in the historic Wilshire Square neighborhood throughout her entire life. She enjoyed Santa Ana City Council meetings and became active in neighborhood improvements. These included spearheading and implementing city parking enforcement for her neighborhood and starting a Christmas wreath program, decorating the vintage street lampposts that lined the streets. She became known as the Lady of the Wreaths, who we actually recognized here at the Santa Ana City Council about 2 years ago. She would take it upon herself to store all the wreaths that would align the streets in Wilshire Square in her garage. Paula's joy was also helping with the popular celebrated teas and home tours that were hosted by the beloved neighborhood of Wilshire Square. She was also instrumental in city programs addressing immediate graffiti removal. She kept a dutiful and watchful eye on the charming neighborhood where she was a lifelong resident. She brought many neighbors together by her charm and outgoing personality. She was always trying to improve quality of life and shared her passion with others. Paula will be missed, and many great memories will be cherished by her loving, lifelong neighbors, friends, and family. I am sure that our Alvaro and Chief Rodriguez will also miss the many emails we received from Paula over the last couple of years as she kept a watchful eye on her neighborhood. So may she rest in peace, and thank you to her for everything she did to make Santa Ana better.
Thank you, Councilman Penalosa. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to begin by congratulating our acting city manager, Alvaro Nunez, on getting through his first meeting. So good job there. I hope everybody had a safe and festive Easter. I want to thank my colleagues tonight for approving item 11. I didn't pull the item because I just wanted to express my gratitude, because what this was, and it may not seem like a big item, but this was just a remnant city-owned piece of property adjacent to the bike trail that students take between Saddleback High School and Segestrom. And it's just this little rectangle that, and Stephen and Alvaro knows, when I first got on the council, we walked the trail along with PD and other departments, and Nabil as well, and we looked at ways we could improve the trail, and one was just this little 20-foot strip remnant that just was sitting there. It was fenced off from the rest of the property, just collecting trash and God knows what else. And so, being able to just unload this to the adjacent property owner and have it be just a clean property, I think is just something that just adds to that area. So I know that there'll be a lot of children, a lot of residents that'll appreciate that improvement. Also wanted to thank our Public Works Agency's Park Planning Division on being awarded that state Coastal Conservancy grant for the Santiago Park Main Street construction project. My office hours this month, I'm going to piggyback off the mayor's meeting that she's going to be having on a topic that is very, very important to all of us, and that is the needle distribution application that's pending and what we can do to address that issue. So I will be joining the mayor on Saturday, April 6th at 9 a.m. in the Santa Ana Police Headquarters community room. And then, unfortunately, this is a trend I didn't want to be a part of, but I also would like to ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in the memory of Glenn Stroud. For many of us that know Glenn, Glenn and Julie were fixtures here in the community for many years. And Glenn actually graduated from Santa Ana High School in 1961. He married his high school sweetheart, Julie. Glenn served on the grand jury here in Orange County from 2009 to 2010. Prior to that, he had served on the Historic Resources Commission from 2009, and then In 2006, he was on the Community Redevelopment and Housing Committee. He was on that committee back when it was truly redevelopment. So that's how far back he goes. So he contributed so much to the community, and he will definitely be missed. So I ask that we have his name, ask that we adjourn in his memory tonight. With that, thank you. Have a good night.
Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Councilmember Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm back. I was out of the country for 2 weeks with family, and so I'm really happy to be back, to be working with our new city manager and our team. So a couple of announcements. The first I'd like to announce, and I may or may not be stealing the mayor's thunder, but once again, the city of Santa Ana has won. I am. Okay, I'll save it for the mayor. I'll save it for the.
Can we say it together?
Yeah. Okay.
They won the best tasting water for
Yes.
the 3rd year in a row.
Yes, best tasting
City of
municipal
Santa Ana.
tap water with the Berkeley Springs International Water Tasting Competition. It's so exciting. I want to let everyone know that our Public Works team, our water department, works so hard with the Orange County Water District as well as the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, the 2 boards that the mayor and I serve on, to ensure that when you turn on the tap, that water is there, that it's safe, and it tastes good. So, stop buying that bottled water. They mark it up thousands of %, and, they literally just bottle the tap water, and then they sell it to you at the store. So once again, congratulations to our team. Just super excited and super grateful for the hard work that they have. The other announcement I want to make is on April 13th, that is next Saturday, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Centennial Park at the corner of Edinger and Fairview by the skate park. Supervisor Sarmiento and I are holding a community resource and health fair in partnership with Community Action Partnership, the OC Social Services Agency, and Cal Optima Health. We will be providing, there will be fresh food distribution with canned foods. So for families, if you need food distribution while supplies last, there will be free dental screenings for families that can't afford dental care. So I know a lot of y'all don't floss every night, so make sure you come out and get that dental screening. And there will also be free vision screening for a lot of people. I see Lisbeth, my aide out there, she's gonna get some vision and dental screening because not everybody has health care. Not everybody has health care. It's expensive in this country. A lot of family members don't have access to dental and vision insurance, and so we're providing this free service. It's going to be in partnership with Lestenac Free Clinic and Smile California. And finally, on that day, we are also allowing applications or renewals of CalFresh and Medi-Cal. Beginning January 1st, 2024, the state of California has expanded Medi-Cal to undocumented residents. And that includes dental and vision. So if you know anybody who needs to renew their benefits or they need to apply, come on down. Everybody is welcome. We're not turning anyone away. We want to make sure you get these services, and it's completely free. We're going to have Spanish speakers, Vietnamese speakers, Korean. I think we're going to have Mandarin also because it is with the county. So definitely show up. We're really excited to see you. And with that, have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will not cover the water because we did that together. But yes, thank you to Nabil and his team and everybody. So 2 things for me. Carpenters, Southwest Carpenters, I want to thank them and thank Hawk for working with them. They're going to come out and volunteer and do some work at Santiago Park and a couple other parks, all volunteer basis. So thank you to the Southwest Carpenters for that. The first stop is Santiago Park, I believe, and so I'm excited about that. The next thing is Mr. City Manager at the meetings, if we could please give an update on the needle exchange as Mr. Hatch was doing previously, so that the community that cannot attend meetings can hear from home. And I just want to be clear that I had asked for a special meeting to discuss the needle exchange, and I could not get a quorum, and so There were a few people who did respond, but I couldn't get a full quorum to have a special meeting. So thank you, Mr. City Manager, to give an update every single time we have a council meeting so that the community is well aware. And yes, on Saturday with the neighborhood leaders, Councilman Penalosa and Councilman Becerra will be joining me and many others to talk about the needle exchange and get updates. I want to thank Commander Andrade for doing a phenomenal job putting information together, and Mike Garcia, thank you for the presentation as well. So both of you have been full of information, and it's great information to share with our community. It's important that we keep them informed. And also, I want to thank the Parks and Rec staff, because I was there on Saturday as well for several hours with them in the rain, and I loved it, and Claudia and I were out there. But all the staff and volunteers, everybody was smiling. I think 1,000 people were reached that Saturday. It was there were so many people in line. It was just wonderful. I loved it. So thank you guys for all the hard work that you're doing. The other thing is I'd like to extend my condolences to the Alvarado family, to Nati Alvarado and his family with the passing of his mother on March 27th. She was 94 years old, an amazing woman, and so extend my condolences to his family. And I also want to close it on Saturday, March 30th, 2024. DSO from Santa Ana Unified, Anthony Garcia, lost his battle to cancer. He first started working with Santa Ana Unified in 2006 at Valley West as a district security officer until Godinez Fundamental officially opened in 2007, where he spent the next 17 years of his career. He was not only the DSO, but he also coached both the freshman football team and also the JV softball team. Anthony was a beloved husband, family, friend, and coach. He touched the lives of not only his many coworkers over the years, but also hundreds, if not thousands, of students over his career. He was diagnosed with cancer in November of 2023. He fought the battle with incredible strength until the very end. With his wife April by his side, his two daughters Alyssa and Maria, and his Murray, I think pronounced that, I apologize, and his son Ian. His services are April 11th and 12th at Christ Our Savior Catholic Parish. So I also want to say that Anthony was a graduate from Santa Ana High School, and he served in the Army. So thanking him for his service and for my condolences to his family. I knew him personally since I sat on the school board, and he was at Godinez for 17 years of his career. And also my condolences to the Alvarado family, to Nati Alvarado and his family. So with that, I'm going to close, and our next meeting is on March 16th. So, oh, I'm sorry, I'm in March, I apologize. And you know what? Welcome, Mr. Acting City Manager Alvaro Nunez. I'm having problems with City Manager, City Attorney tonight, and you got to be on it, right? So, meeting is adjourned.
Recording stopped.